601, Misaki, I am here. Ryu Unosuke, are you there? I am here, but how long am I going to walk? Isn't it good for you to use this chance to exercise? I will go home. Wait a moment. He might appear soon. Don't worry. I will buy you a cola and cheeseburger. I want an extra tomato. I have covered that. Shishio used his walkie-talkie, which connected to the earphone, to talk with Ryu Unosuke, who was walking around the neighborhood. Is it alright to leave Ryu Unosuke there alone? Nanami asked worriedly. After all, she had never thought of Ryu Unosuke as a man, and when she thought Ryu Unosuke would meet a pervert alone, she couldn't help but shudder. However, when Nanami looked at Shishio, she wondered how his appearance was when he dressed like a girl. Would he be cute? Nanami was curious. Shishio didn't answer Nanami's question for a moment since he was drinking cola. Instead of staying around Ryu Unosuke, they stayed at the nearby McDonald's and ate together. Misaki, Ritsu, Nanami, Chihiro, Mayumi, Sayaka, and Shiro-san, except for Ryu Unosuke, who became the bait for the pervert, and Shina and Roberta, who stayed in his apartment, ate dinner at McDonald's together. Nanami, I think you made a mistake. Shishio looked at Nanami and said, he's a man. Not a girl. Now that you mention it. Nanami slapped her forehead. I almost forgot since he was like a girl. No one felt Nanami's words were wrong since when Ryu Unosuke dressed as a girl, it was impossible for one to tell that he was a man. Only Shiro-san felt a bit unacceptable since he thought it was his chance to be insulted, but no one had the interest in putting him into a woman's clothes. However, borrowing clothes from a woman wasn't so simple. Ryu Unosuke was different since he was quite feminine, but Shiro-san was a pervert. If Mayumi or Sayaka lent their clothes to Shiro-san, they might directly burn their clothes when Shiro-san returned them. Still, will the pervert come out? Chihiro suddenly asked while eating French fries. It will. Shishio nodded. How can you be so sure? Have you found him? Mayumi asked curiously. Naturally. Where? Everyone leaned forward and waited for his answer curiously. Shishio took the fries and pointed to the outside of the McDonald's store. Over there. Shishio blinked his eyes in surprise. Hey! Everyone was also the same since they could see someone following Ryu Unosuke secretly. Hurry up! Hurry up! Let's save Ryu Unosuke! They panicked slightly before they moved out hurriedly from the store since Ryu Unosuke was about to meet the pervert. While everyone was on the McDonald, Ryu Unosuke was quite gloomy, walking around the neighborhood alone. He wasn't sure why he agreed to this plan, but he must admit he regretted it. While he didn't feel scared, he must admit he was quite nervous. After all, he was about to face a molester. Still, Ryu Unosuke had his pride as a man, and even though his physical ability was lower than any man's, even weak, he didn't think anything would happen to him. After all, the molester that he would meet was a flasher type. In other words, this molester would only show his wee-wee before walking away. However, he must admit that the thought of watching other people's wee-wee was quite disgusting. After all, the time and occasion were different from the time he was in the bathroom. Ugh, why am I scared? Ryu Unosuke shook his head and took out a book, so he could avert his mind somewhere. He didn't want to think about the pervert and just wanted to go home, but when he passed through the street in the neighborhood, he didn't realize that someone was staring in his direction. The man fit with the description on the information given by the neighbor's notice, staring at Ryu Unosuke with a heavy breath as he waited for Ryu Unosuke to come closer. Ryu Unosuke, who was reading a book, started to ignore everything around him and just walked while reading his book, but suddenly he heard a disturbing voice from his side. Isn't it rather? Suddenly someone appeared in front of Ryu Unosuke. Hot. However, the man wasn't normal. Instead, he pulled off his pants, showing his wee-wee to the world. Ryu Unosuke was stunned and wasn't sure how to react, but frankly, he was quite scared, and no words came out of his mouth. The man was excited by Ryu Unosuke's reaction and wanted to do something more, but suddenly, the man was kicked in the face. Gyawa! The man was thrown, and Shishio appeared. You alright, Ryu Unosuke? I am okay. Ryu Unosuke's voice was quite low and almost audible, but the hands which held the book were harder than before. Sorry. Shishio could only say this since he didn't expect that Ryu Unosuke would be scared to face a pervert. Shiro-san! Sir. Shiro-san appeared and took out his trusted rope. After a few months under Shishio's tutelage, his bondage skill had increased tremendously. Shishio also believed that Shiro-san would reach the master level sooner or later. While talent was part of the reason why Shiro-san could master the bondage skill, Shishio believed the reason why he could master this skill so fast was because of his love for bondage. Frankly, it was his first time seeing someone who could love a rope so much in his life. While part of him had to admire his dedication, Shishio must admit that this guy was a pervert. Under Shiro-san's bondage skill, the molester was tied down and unable to move. Unfortunately, Shiro-san didn't pull up the molester's pants, which made them able to see the molester's wee-wee. With your small thing, you really dare to become a flasher. I am not sure whether I have to admire your courage or stupidity. Shishio took his phone and took a photo of the pervert without hesitation. Ah, no. Please, no photo. The molester cried when he saw a flash from Shishio's camera. He wanted to stop him, but he couldn't since his body was tied down by Shiro-san's rope. He tried to roll his body, but Shishio put his foot on his body, so he couldn't move. Don't you like to be seen by people? Don't worry. I will help you. I will share your photos with the world. By then, everyone will see your small wee-wee. Shishio felt that he was helping this molester. However, Ryu Unosuk felt that this guy was a devil, and he sighed in relief since Shishio was with him. On the other hand, Shiro-san's breathing started to get hard, and he seemed excited for some reason. Oh, is this the pervert? By the way, what are you doing? Mayumi and Sayaka, who were running, also had caught up with Shishio. However, they were speechless by the scene before them, especially when the molester's current appearance was so disturbing. By the way, you two, don't you have something to say to him? Shishio asked with a gentle smile. Mayumi and Sayaka also smiled brightly and looked at the molester. They were unfazed by the scene before them and didn't even seem disturbed. They even started preaching to the molester, so he wouldn't do this disturbing act by their own method. Hehehe, would you like to add any finishing remarks, Mayumi-san? I don't really know what to say about something so small. The two smiled sweetly like blooming flowers, but their words were like sharp thorns. Actually, I think small is an understatement. Doesn't it look almost like a Kit-Kat bar? I see, so it was guys like this that caused the average penis size of this country to be lowered. That's terrible, Mayumi-san. He was just so bad at acting that I thought that was the reason he was going to be a virgin forever. Yet. And. Their mouths were like turrets, without stopping, giving a lot of holes in the molester's heart. The molester could do nothing and just lay on the ground, weeping silently. By then, Chihiro, Misaki, and Nanami also came with the police officer, and they caught the pervert. However. Isn't this too small? Nanami was dumbfounded. Unlike Mayumi and Sayaka, the words that came from a pure girl like Nanami were different. If Shishio gave a metaphor, the words from the mouths of Mayumi and Sayaka were like a bullet from a desert eagle, but Nanami's words were like a bazooka and caused the molester to almost pass out. However, the girls ignored the pervert and quickly gathered around Nanami, asking her curiously. Then, how big is the one that you usually see? Sayaka asked curiously. Nanami was dumbfounded but subconsciously showed the length of the one she usually took care of. It should be around this size. Wow! The girls squealed excitedly, ignoring the pervert and the police officer. However, the pervert and the police officer stared at the man, who was talked to by the girls in a depressed mood. On the other hand, Shiro-san and Ryu Unosuk didn't react that much since they had seen his thing in the past. Girls? Can we have this type of conversation later? Shishio was speechless and wondered why there were so many perverted girls around him. Wait. Is it my fault? Shishio wasn't sure whether he should cry or laugh, but he decided to bring everyone home first since having this type of conversation in this place was definitely far from appropriate. After the pervert was caught, they returned home as usual. Still, Nanami was somehow caught by Sayaka and Mayumi, which made her unable to escape and visit his room. While Shishio wanted to get Nanami, he also knew the time and occasion weren't right. The problem was that Chihiro also seemed to join them, which made him speechless. As for Ryu Unosuk, he had already returned to his room with the food Shishio had bought for him. Shishio was alone in his room, doing his job quietly until someone knocked on the door of his room. Enter. Shishio thought it was Nanami, but it was someone else. Hehe, I come. Misaki said with a bright smile on her face. 602, Taboo. Shishio stopped working and looked at Misaki. He must admit that it had been a while since the two talked to each other. Even though they talked to each other, their conversation had always revolved around anime. However, he also didn't pursue Misaki. Instead, he had always been with other girls instead of Misaki. Even now, he wasn't sure what kind of conversation Misaki had with Mitaka after he was going on a trip with his girlfriends to Aizu. He took the initiative to ask either since he felt he didn't really need to know. He also didn't have much interest in it. Instead, he was more than happy to see her struggle to take the initiative to say something to him. His words might seem rude and crazy. After all, shouldn't he take the initiative to say something to her? No. Instead, he felt Misaki should be the one who took the initiative to tell him about what had happened that day since if she could not do that, she still had a place for Mitaka in the corner of her heart. However, if Misaki took the initiative to talk to him, that little space on the corner of her heart had almost disappeared, and soon Mitaka would be replaced with other. On the other hand, Unlike Misaki, he wasn't in a hurry, considering she wasn't the only one for him. Yet while it might sound unfair, he wanted to be the only one for her. However, this strategy wasn't good since if Misaki was going to Mitaka, then the ship Shishio had prepared would be capsized. It was an all-out strategy where he would get all or nothing. Yet this might be life since everything sometimes couldn't go on his way. However, Lady Luck was still with him. Still, he could see that something had changed in her after that time. Yahoo! Misaki suddenly jumped into his bed without hesitation and put her face on his pillow before taking a deep breath. HMN. What an exciting smell. Your smell is dangerous. Your smell is so dangerous, Shishio-kun. Right? Shishio showed a helpless expression and said, wait a moment. I will finish my work soon. Misaki nodded while rolling around his body before searching for the most comfortable position. However, she must admit the bed in his room was better than her bed, which made her want to sleep here for some reason. Misaki didn't bother Shishio. Instead, she only lay on her stomach, staring at him, who was working. Even if she was there, he didn't bother to talk with her since he wanted to focus on his work first. Yet she didn't get angry since she was similar to him. When she was working, she didn't want anyone to bother her. She knew that feeling, so she didn't bother him. But it's been a while since I've been here. The last time she came to his room was right before the summer vacation, before she met Mitaka for the first time after a while. Mitaka. Misaki closed his eyes, reminiscing about her memory with him, yet she must admit that nothing good came out of it. The only thing she remembered was the fact that he hurt her instead of making her happy. Her childhood memory also had nothing but a vague past. The happy memory she had with Mitaka had been replaced by someone else. Someone who could make her satisfied, laugh, and understand her. Misaki looked at that person for a moment before the soothing smell of his pillow made her sleepy, and she fell asleep directly. Shishio, who worked, noticed Misaki had become quiet, and when he turned, he saw her sleeping. He let out a helpless sigh and put a blanket over her body before he continued his work. Still, he looked at the clock, wondering whether Nanami was going to visit his room tonight. When Shishio finished his work, he didn't immediately wake Misaki up. Instead, he went to the kitchen to make herbal tea. As for Nanami, it seemed she was in trouble after she told how she mentioned the length of something, which she usually saw. Yet when he entered the kitchen, he saw someone unexpected. Chihiro ne. Oh. Chihiro was in the front of the fridge, holding a can of beer before she looked at him in surprise. You're not sleeping yet. I have just finished my work. How about you? Are you not going to sleep? No, it's too early for me to sleep. It's a rare vacation, so I want to be lazy around, Chihiro said simply. Shishio wondered how his aunt had become so depraved. Are you not going to find a boyfriend or something? He was quite surprised by the words, which came out of his mouth, but it might be because he knew that the possibility between the two was almost non-existent, especially when she was his aunt. Yet was it possible? This is why. He decided to move on from Chihiro, at this moment, by saying those words. Chihiro was stunned for a moment before showing a bitter smile, which she hid by continuing to look inside the fridge. I want to, but all the good men are all taken. Even if I want to take the rich papa from the students, they all only want to play, and no one wants to be serious with me. Shishio didn't feel surprised since even if a man cheated, they would think twice if they wanted to divorce their wife. It was like Tachibana Hina's previous boyfriend, who hesitated to divorce his wife because of his relationship with Hina. You don't need to be in a hurry, though. Oh. Still, his answer surprised Chihiro. Why? Chihiro asked. While she didn't want to admit it, everyone told her to be in a hurry. Whether it was her parents, friends, or others, they told her to marry hurriedly. Yet he was the one who told her to take it easy. Marriage is a happy thing, especially when you can be with your loved one, but if you're married to someone you don't like, it'll be nothing but torture, right? Yet sometimes, many people marry for reasons other than love. The sacredness of marriage had become a deal between two people to become one. Something like that can only happen in a fairy tale. A marriage between two people in love isn't as simple as it seems. Economic, social standing, and many other elements sometimes cause the love to disappear. Having a stable life is something that I want to see from marriage now. When she said those words, her voice was devoid of emotion. She opened the can of beer and gulped it down. Shishio was unable to say anything and just stared at Chihiro in silence since everything was like what she had told him. Some didn't even have time to seek their loved ones. Most marriages in this country happen because women want to seek stability in their lives. The young ones still had a dream and wanted to search for their prince on a white horse. However, the older one, like Chihiro, only wanted to search for someone who wanted to marry her. She had passed the age where she would dream her prince and the white horse would appear. Don't say something like that, Chihiro ne. Shishio moved closer and took her hand. But, what if no one takes me, will I be single for a lifetime? Only those who experienced this problem would understand how hard it was to be alone. Shishio wasn't Chihiro, and he knew that it might be hard for him to understand the feeling of a woman in her 30s who was being urged to marry. She didn't have anyone to share her problem with, and the only thing she could do was spend her worthless days filled with stress and worry. The only way to numb her head was by alcohol. Alcohol was a good thing since it made her forget all of her worries and problems, without exception, including this. Chihiro stared at Shishio for a moment with her drunken eyes before she took his lips. Shishio. His head was blank when her lips were connected against his lips. Even though they often had a subtle and unique relationship, neither broke the paper wall separating them. With only a little poke, the relationship between them would change. Yet the reality was harder than one imagined, especially with their current relationship. If he was only a scumbag, who only thought with his lower body, it would be great since he didn't need to think about every little detail that troubled him and just go for it. While Shishio hesitated, Chihiro, under the influence of alcohol, didn't care about anything and just kissed him, even inserting her tongue inside. Shishio felt humiliated, especially when he saw a snicker through Chihiro's eyes. He was annoyed and angry and decided to do revenge, but who would have thought she would pass out? Chihiro nay. Their lips parted, and Chihiro lay on his chest, sleeping like a baby. His lips twitched before he touched his lips. He could feel the taste of alcohol, snacks and lipsticks from their last kiss, which made everything become so complex. His head was chaotic, but in the end, he decided to put this matter aside. He held Chihiro in his arms and brought her to her room. He put her on the bed and put a blanket over her body. Really, what do you want me to do with you? Could an aunt and a nephew be together? He rubbed his glabella and didn't know what to do with her in the future. He stared at her face for a moment and caressed her bangs slightly, watching her beautiful sleeping face. While she was only wearing pajamas, it was hardly able to hide her mature figure. It might be an impulse, but he had an urge to kiss her soft lips again. However, he shook his head and decided to leave. Well, let's handle this matter later. When he walked out of the room, Chihiro opened her eyes slightly and let out a long sigh before she put her arm on the top of her eye, wondering what she should do with her taboo feeling, which filled her heart with many dangerous impulses that could bring the two of them into hell. What should I do? 603, Misaki, what should I do? Senpai, wake up. Misaki closed her eyes, sleeping so soundly, hugging his pillow with drool on the corner of her mouth. She was sleeping like a baby, and her smell was even like one. Unlike his other girlfriends, who had a floral-like scent, Misaki's smell was like milk and innocent. Yet unlike a baby, who was clean from anything like a white canvas. Misaki was far from a white canvas. The canvas of her life was already scattered with many colors, representing how she had been living her 18 years of life. Yet Shishio didn't care much and shook her body gently. Misaki, whose body was shaken, opened her eyes sluggishly and was still half asleep. Phooey. She looked around and saw Shishio. Is this morning, Shishio? No, but do you want to sleep in my room tonight? What? Can't you control your lust for me anymore? Ah, are you going to attack me? Shishio wasn't sure whether this girl was still dreaming or fully woke up, but one thing was for sure, he couldn't accept such slander. Yes, I will attack you if you don't wake up. Misaki was dumbfounded, but suddenly her waist tickled by him. Ha 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 ha. Misaki laughed, feeling ticklish, and wanted to escape from him. However, how could he let her go? Misaki was annoyed and also started to give him revenge by tickling his side. While he could dodge, he didn't dodge and let her tickle his waist. The two fought intensely on the bed, and neither of them gave up, so his bed was a mess since they were rolling around from right to left, side to side, without showing any intention to show weakness until their position changed. Misaki pushed him onto the bed, and he was at the bottom, watching her face on top of him. This sudden change stunned them, and somehow they stared into each other's profiles in an ambiguous atmosphere. While she acted childish and often did something stupid, Shishio must admit Misaki was an attractive woman. Her face was cute and had an unexpected childishness, which could bring a smile to the people around her, yet her body was an adult. She was an attractive woman without a doubt, and it was understandable why Mitaka fell for her. Yet the difference in their abilities made him jealous of her, and it made him hurt to stay with her. However, he didn't want to part from her, desperately staying by her side. Still, the hard work of a mediocre person wasn't enough against the hard work of talented people who worked harder. Frankly, if Mitaka was serious about Misaki, Shishio felt that Mitaka shouldn't use his time to date many girls and become a fuckboy, fully spending his time training his script writing ability, so he could stand by her side proudly. Yet Mitaka didn't do that. He felt helpless by Misaki's side and wanted her to feel the same pain he felt, so he dated various girls, knowing it would hurt her. However, Shishio came, and everything changed. Misaki was no longer entangled with Mitaka and could already move on. In her heart, Mitaka was no longer the only one. However, Mitaka couldn't do that since no matter how many girls he had been with, his only obsession was only Misaki. Only Misaki. It might be unreasonable, but this was how a feeling was. It was outside the realm of logic and impossible for one to control. Suddenly Shishio felt his situation was similar to Aki's, yet also different. If Aki was living in Sunoarasu, Shishio would live in Sakurasu. Mitaka left Sakurasu, leaving Misaki alone, causing her to move on from him and move her heart to someone else. Yet, in Aki's case, even if he was living together with his crush, the person who got his crush was someone who was living from the outside. The case was quite similar, but the result was different. Aki's case aside, Shishio didn't need to think about this little boy anymore since somehow he had a feeling about what would happen after the summer vacation. Instead, he had to handle the big girl in front of him. Shishio didn't push or take her lips as Chihiro did to him. Instead, he gently hugged her in his arms. Misaki also didn't fight back and hugged him back while trying to find the most comfortable position and rubbed her cheek against his. Was it hard? Shishio didn't say anything afterward and caressed her hair gently. You're not going to ask anything. You're going to tell me. Misaki hesitated since, while she had parted ways from Mitaka, she didn't want to make his image ugly. He has changed. This was the only sentence that came out of Misaki's mouth. Shishio sighed softly and said, he is desperate. Desperate? Why? Because if he didn't, you would leave him to the far place that it would be impossible for him to reach you. Leave him? But I am not going anywhere. Misaki pouted, even our houses are next to each other, you know. Misaki and Mitaka were childhood friends, and their houses were next. She wouldn't move far away, and they could meet if they wanted to. Why should he think that she would move far away? Even the center of the anime industry was in this country. Even if she moved to Kyoto, Toyama, or even Sendai, they were still in the same country. Shishio chuckled and flicked her nose gently. You understand that's not what I mean, right? Misaki blushed before she let out a helpless sigh. While neither of them said anything, they must agree that Mitaka was not suitable to enter the creative industry. His writing was bland and couldn't evoke the reader's emotion. Yet even worse, his last script couldn't be called a script at all. If they had to be cruel, his work last time was like a puzzle, which wasn't suitable, but he was forced to stay stuck together, so it would finish. As for the result, there was no need to explain the result since it was horrible. Fortunately, Misaki was Mitaka's childhood friend, so her words were rather gentle, but if it was someone else, he might go crazy since no one would dote him like Misaki. Still, what confused Shishio was why Mitaka wanted to enter the creative industry. While Mitaka didn't have a talent for creative work, he was relatively smart, and he should be able to enter a good university and get a good job instead of becoming Misaki's tail. Being in love with someone didn't mean one had to follow that person. Even if their career, aspirations, and everything were different, if they loved each other, that difference was nothing. There was no need to be obsessive to become a writer who could match Misaki, and it was normal for him not to be able to chase after her since she had started to work early in her childhood. He only started in high school, and his work wasn't as hard as Misaki's. His starting line was late, and wasn't it obvious that his result wouldn't be as good as hers? Yet he was angry at everything and put that anger on Misaki by hanging her feelings, playing with her feelings, giving him superiority toward her. After all, no matter how genius Misaki was, she still fell for him. However, Misaki was no longer there. She was no longer obsessed with him, leaving him and gaining even better popularity, money, and reputation with someone, but that person wasn't Mitaka. Right when Shishio went to Aizu for a trip and to visit Mai, Misaki met Mitaka to show her anime, which she created with Shishio. Frankly, it had been a while since they met, and they were rather awkward, but Mitaka was a scumbag, so he was quite good at talking, and their relationship warmed up. Their relationship was also quite deep since they were childhood friends. Even if they were separated for a while, it was impossible to erase the memories they had spent together, yet in the end, the time for her to show the anime she had created with Shishio came. Mitaka watched that anime silently. The new anime she created without him, without his help, and his script, but someone else. Misaki thought that Mitaka would praise him and thought that her work was amazing. Her feeling was pure after all, and she didn't have much thought on many things. It was also the reason why she didn't have many friends. Yet it was normal since when God gave her a talent as an animator, a god also took something from her, which was her emotional intelligence. While Misaki was in her own thought, the anime ended, and while she waited for his praise, she didn't expect the words which came out of Mitaka's mouth. Misaki, don't show this anime. Misaki was stunned and subconsciously asked, why? I don't like it. Just don't show it to anyone. Mitaka's words were simple, and that was all. He was like a child who clamored for a toy selfishly. Misaki didn't answer him, and they separated in a complicated mood. However, she didn't follow his words and published her work with Shishio's help, giving her money, reputation, and popularity. After all, she didn't own this work herself, and half of it was owned by Shishio. In other words, it was the child between the two. Misaki also didn't really want to follow Mitaka's words, so she let Shishio make the decision for her. The response from the audience made her chest warm. He was also on her side, even if he couldn't stay by her side all the time. Yet her problem with Mitaka hadn't ended, but she felt it was a problem, and she felt she should solve it herself until she was out of options and sought his help. What should I do? Like a helpless child, Misaki asked that question to Shishio. 604, you're not the only alien. What should I do? The moment those came out, Misaki sounded pained. She was like a child who didn't know what to do with her problem. Shishio only realized that she was badly hurt, yet he still hadn't heard the details which happened back then, which made him unsure what kind of advice he should give. The only thing he knew was that this girl was troubled by Mitaka. Mitaka. Shishio thought about this senior, who he hadn't met for so long. Frankly, he didn't bother with Mitaka's life and even put him to the side since, unlike Sorita, who stayed on the Sakurasu for a while, Mitaka left directly, running away. Yet, Mitaka probably regretted his choice since Misaki wasn't as hurt as he had imagined. In the past, Misaki was like a caged bird, only singing happily in front of Mitaka. However, now, Misaki escaped from her cage and soared through the sky freely without any bondage to her body. Yet Mitaka wouldn't let her go easily. If before Mitaka was the only one for Misaki, it wasn't the same now. Yet Misaki was the only one for Mitaka, and it was impossible for him to let her go so easily. When he thought about it clearly, Shishio felt that Misaki and Shina were quite similar. In the original story, they were brimming with talent, and many were jealous of them, so they were mostly alone. Yet Misaki was in luck since she had someone, who accompanied her, and this person was Mitaka. On the other hand, Shina also had stronger mental strength. She was like a firm reef in the middle of a rough sea. Yet Sorita entered her world and hurt her more and more because of his inability to stand by her side, making him feel inferior whenever he saw her, so he tore everything apart so she could stand by his side even if she lost everything. Yet Sorita didn't know that Shina worked hard for anyone, and in the place where he couldn't see, she was pouring her soul, energy and everything into the white canvas. However, Sorita didn't care about that and forcibly pulled her down from heaven, cutting her wings and turning her into a mortal, so she could stay by his side. On the other hand, Mitaka's situation wasn't much better. Fortunately, his situation was better since he was handsome, so there was no lack of women who were attracted to him. Still, similar to Sorita, Mitaka was crushed by Misaki's talent and hurt by her. Yet, unlike Sorita, who cut Shina's wings, Mitaka trapped Misaki with an invisible cage, watching her from a distance, appreciating it, and pushing all the men who tried to approach her. Sorita and Mitaka were the same. They were crazy about one woman and would do anything to get them. Were they wrong? No. Falling in love with someone was their choice, and it was their free will to do so, but their method was wrong. Frankly, Shishio couldn't be in a position where he could judge whether they were wrong or right, but he knew that Misaki was hurt, and Mitaka felt happy about that pain. He might often hear that the happiness of someone was built from another's misfortune. However, whether it was Sorita or Mitaka, they had taken the meaning of that sentence to another level. While in a relationship, it was normal for a couple to fight. What Mitaka and Sorita did was downright torture. Yet many relationships were quite strange. Even if they knew their partner was using them, manipulating them, or even hurting them, they stayed with them desperately, like their partner was the only one for them. Their friends and many others might have told them that their relationship was toxic, but they were stubborn and wouldn't listen to anyone, treating their crush, loved one, or that person as the only one like a fanatical believer. Believing someday that person would smile at them and give their feelings. Unfortunately, that day didn't come. If one treated someone as convenient and something they could trample upon, they would keep trampling them without showing their appreciation. Mitaka and Sorita were like that, so Shishio thought it might be better for him to take Misaki. Hey, can you hug me? Misaki asked while looking at Shishio. Sure. Shishio changed his position, sitting on his bed, and leaned on the window. On the other hand, Misaki sat between his legs and leaned on his chest. She smiled and made him hug her tighter since his arms made her feel relieved. It's warm. Really? Misaki rubbed her face against his and said, it's been a while since I felt like this. If you want, you can ask me anytime, though. Misaki then pouted and said, what a scumbag. Oh? You don't want to? I have never said that. Misaki smiled like a child, then asked, so can I ask you to hug me like this again? Yes. When I am lonely? Yes. When am I hurt? Yes. When do I need someone by my side? Yes. Shishio rubbed Misaki's head gently and said, even if no one is by your side, I will always be by your side, senpai. Misaki bit her lower lips and stubbornly tried to do something from her eyes. What a cheeky junior. You're also a troublesome senior. The two looked at each other before they laughed. Frankly, it had been a while since Misaki felt so free like this. She didn't need to worry about anything and could express whatever she wanted without feeling afraid of rejection, hate, or any other. Misaki might have realized what kind of feeling she felt toward Mitaka. During her childhood, she quickly realized that she was different from others. While many talked about romance, their favorite TV show, or mundane things, she had always wanted to create something. She wanted to create a work that could move anyone's heart. Yet when someone was different in this country, they would be alienated. Everyone isolated her, and they moved away from her, avoiding her like she was a plague. They felt inferior toward her, feeling satisfied with their mediocrity, and could only feel happy by looking down on someone when the truth, they had nothing. However, they forgot that Misaki was only a girl and she was alone. She didn't have anyone to support her and numbed her mind by doing whatever she loved, ignoring their rambling or isolation. Fortunately, she felt she was a blessing since she had a teacher who often told her that she was an alien, and in the small town where she lived, she was the only one, yet in a big city like Tokyo, she wouldn't be the only one. Back then, Misaki didn't know what her teacher meant by those words, but when she realized everyone around him started to move away, making her alone, without anyone by her side, including Mitaka, who also decided to date her sister, she realized how empty she was. Besides the anime, she had nothing. She was crushed by gravity and couldn't breathe like she was in outer space. Only coldness and loneliness were left inside her. Yet even if Mitaka dated Misaki's sister, he couldn't forget about Misaki and tried to desperately chase her, so she wouldn't be alone in outer space. However, when he started to date her sister, the relationship between them changed. Misaki, who didn't know anything and had zero emotional intelligence, thought by making Mitaka fall for her, she wouldn't be alone and wouldn't feel that feeling anymore. Mitaka had fun and felt superior when Misaki, who had always been in her own world, would start to try everything to make him fall. Yet he was afraid his mediocrity would make her bored and leave him. Unfortunately, the one that made her leave him wasn't his mediocrity. Instead, it was his cowardness toward his real feeling. Even if his intention was good at the beginning since he didn't want her to be alone, that feeling slowly turned hideous and entangled with various vile emotions, making them miserable. However, Misaki was no longer alone. Even if the process was tough and she needed quite a while, she realized she wasn't the only alien in this world. She wasn't the only special one and no longer alone. Someone had accompanied her in space, making her smile and soaring freely from one star to another. This was something Mitaka couldn't accept since he wanted to be by Misaki's side, sharing that success together. However, from the very beginning, Misaki had never asked for something luxurious. She only wanted someone by her side when she was lonely, sad, and almost crushed by everything. She only wanted that, yet the one who understood was him. Unfortunately, that person wasn't Mitaka but someone else. While his talent was amazing, Misaki would never glance at him if it was only his talent. The reason why she chose him was that he understood her and stayed by her side. Misaki hugged him tightly and didn't let him go, but somehow, her feelings struggled for a moment and made her joke. "You're so kind today. Do you want to rub my boobs? Can I?" "You wish." Misaki laughed and pulled him to bed. "Let's sleep together." Misaki nodded and asked, "Can you? Or do you want to sleep together with Nanami?" Shishio glanced from the corner of his eyes, and he could see Nanami peeking at them through the small gap between his door. He felt that Misaki should have realized Nanami was there too. "Nanami, let's sleep together. The three of us. Come in." Shishio and Nanami. "Misaki-senpai." Nanami opened the door, entering his room before showing a helpless expression. "But if we're not together, I am afraid he might attack me." Misaki pretended like she wanted to cry. "No way. He won't do something like that." Nanami fervently denied it, but then she thought for a moment and said, "But if you seduce him, he might do something to you." Shishio. Misaki couldn't say anything since she was the one who seduced Shishio. "Okay. Okay. Let's sleep together." Shishio pulled Nanami to the bed and slept in the middle with two girls between him. He patted their butts gently and said, "Let's sleep. I am a bit sleepy after catching that pervert before." Nanami and Misaki looked at each other, but they must admit that this bastard was a scumbag. 605, Horror Festival. The thought of Misaki kept crossing his mind, and somehow it made him want to help her. Yet using a direct method might be tricky, so he thought to use an indirect method. After staying on the Sakurasu, he went to his apartment and played with his girlfriends for a while before sitting on the sofa in Shina's studio. The girls, especially the members of the literature club, were busy making a story about their club journal. The school festival would be held in autumn, in the second semester of school, and a moment after the summer vacation. Even if Swimmei was famous for their education, they were even more famous because of their art subject. Many came to this school because they wanted to work in the arts sector after they graduated. Be that a painter, fashion designer, entertainment, and many others. This also brought the school festival the most important event in the school since it was the time for those students to show their creativity to the fullest. In conclusion, it was super important. What was even more amazing was that this school festival would be held for an entire week, and this also had become a major regional event with thousands of people visiting every year. The literature club, of course, decided to participate, and they decided to create a club journal. The word journal might sound unfamiliar, but in short, everyone decided to create a short story, and the theme of the club journal would be horror. Everyone started to work hard, and they also searched for the urban legends or myths in the stories before turning them into their own stories. Shishio also made a horror story, and the name of his story was Fashion Model. The story was simple, and it was about a young amateur scriptwriter with a strong intuition. His intuition was strong, and when he thought he would get a misfortune, he knew he would receive it. The young man was restless, and as expected, when he took a fashion magazine, he saw a photo of a mysterious fashion model. Unlike the others who were cute, beautiful, or even sexy, this woman was like a monster, smiling, giving a creep to anyone who saw it. Because of this photo, the young man couldn't forget this fashion model's face for a while and even had a nightmare about it. While he had talked about this problem with his friends, they couldn't give him a solution. However, soon, he had forgotten it, and even that magazine also stopped publishing for half a year, making the photo of that fashion model a distant memory. When his life turned better, he was able to make a good script, which made all of his friends excited. Everyone planned to shoot a movie, so they would be known in amateur movie circles. They were full of excitement and planned to choose the cast. Many amateur actresses sent their photos for a cast, and they excitedly chose which would be suitable for their movie until that young scriptwriter saw the photo of the fashion model, which gave him a horror. Everyone was also startled by the mysterious face of the fashion model, but when they thought she was coming from a professional, it would give them a boost of benefit on their movie. After all, they were amateurs and needed a gimmick to attract more people to watch their movies. Even if the young scriptwriter protested, his friends were already excited, and there was nothing he could do. Then, it was time for the meeting. One amateur they had chosen came to the cafe where they had made an appointment. While everyone talked excitedly, the young scriptwriter was nervous and had a cold sweat when he thought he would meet the fashion model. However, he was startled when he noticed the fashion model was standing by his side and staring at him silently. Reading and hearing his stories, his girlfriends gulped and wondered whether this was Shishio's real experience. After all, from his description, the fashion model was scary. The fashion model was more than 2 meters tall. Her face was oval and long, her hair reached her back, and her body was thin like she had anorexia, yet her body was unexpectedly gigantic. Her expression had never changed, and only a small creepy grin like on her mouth could be seen from her face. While the young scriptwriter was nervous, the meeting was smooth since the fashion model didn't say anything besides her name, only sat down, staring at him, without saying a single word. Yet, even so, he was unable to erase the eeriness which came from this fashion model. He wanted to stop the participant of this fashion model, but all of his friends seemed excited, making him helpless. By then, it was time to shoot the movie, and everyone went to the mountain where nobody was around. They planned to shoot a horror movie, so this was a perfect place. Still, they were young, so when they saw the fashion model, they couldn't help but make fun of her lightly. Yet the fashion model also laughed and showed off her fang-like teeth, which were all sharp, like the fang of a beast. While they were all startled and nervous, they shut their mouths before they arrived at the shooting location. Then, it was time to shoot the movie, but as expected, the fashion model kept staring at the young scriptwriter, which made him nervous the entire time. "Hey, do you think she likes you?" His friends joked, which caused his body to all shudder. "Don't joke around. I am going to wash my face in the river." He was quite scared, but when he washed his face, he didn't expect that the fashion model would chase after him, creeping silently, watching him from behind without saying anything. This brought horror to him, and he quickly ran back to where his friends were. Yet the fashion model ran even faster and caught over him. Fortunately, she didn't plan to do anything to him, and he could return to everyone, which made him sigh in relief, but he planned to go home since it was impossible to stay in this place anymore. His friends laughed at his words and thought he only thought too much before they continued to shoot the movie with the other actress. Yet it brought dissatisfaction from the fashion model, and she stared at them with a menacing gaze, giving them a cold sweat and a pressure as if she might eat them. In the end, they discussed shooting her first, so they wouldn't be troubled by her revenge. However, one of their friends suddenly returned, and the other beautiful actress disappeared. Hey, it's bad. To me, the beautiful actress was on the mountainside and was eaten by Fuki, the fashion model. While they didn't believe that the fashion model would eat the beautiful actress, they still followed their friend to see what was happening. However, their friend didn't want to go back. Unfortunately, if he didn't come back, how could all of them see whether what he was saying was true? They entered the deep forest, and then they saw bloodstains, which made their legs weak and their bodies tense, and suddenly from the large bark behind them, the fashion model's face was seen. Her face was covered with blood, and his face showed a bright creepy smile, staring at them with a gaze of happiness. Now, I am the leading actress. Hearing those words, everyone started to run away, but the guy who reported everything was caught by the fashion model easily. On the other hand, the rest ran away before the young scriptwriter stumbled over the root of the tree. His foot sprained, and he couldn't run, so he could only watch his two friends run away before turning back, watching his friend's neck being bitten by the fashion model. The fashion model stared at the young scriptwriter with a happy smile while laughing. Kikik. At last, it's just the two of us. The story ended with that, and they threw his story on the ground with a scare. Oh, what is this? So scary. They all felt their goosebumps, and their complexions were pale when they read his story, but they must admit the story was addicting and fun. Yet as a woman, they felt a strange joy since the victim was a guy instead of a female. After all, while he knew it was quite strange for him to say this, mostly it was a guy who forced themselves on a girl. On the other hand, this story was about a creepy girl who forced herself on the guy. Shishio, is this a real experience? Saki asked with concern. If Shishio had such an experience, she would beat this woman up and tell her that he was hers. Fortunately, no. While he had an experience being followed by a stalker, they weren't as aggressive as the ones in his story. Yet it was normal since his bodyguards were everywhere in this neighborhood. However, what made him feel complicated was the fact that this story brought inspiration to everyone. They started to make a story with a male as the victim. Those men were all haunted because they were all scumbags and killed mercilessly, which made Shishio and Reiji Kiria, teacher of the literature club, cold sweats. Can this thing be sold? Kiria asked in a whisper, and his face was cold sweat, feeling sorry for Shishio, whose girlfriends might kill him if he left them. Unexpectedly, it can since women have a lot darker emotions than you, though. Shishio wasn't sure what Kiria was thinking, but he knew that there was a market for this type of story. While everyone advocated gender equality everywhere, the world couldn't work so simply. Many dissatisfactions were everywhere, so those women needed to release those emotions. The horror story was perfect since it made you want to scream out loud. Anyway, the school festival was something they were looking out for, and they were all excited to bring a scream of excitement to this event. Yet, Shishio didn't join their excitement since it was hard for him to join with his complex mood, so in the end, he stayed in Shina's room and wrote a story, which he planned to give Misaki before his trip to Karuizawa. Shishio thought about what title was the most suitable for this story before he made his decision. Liz and Blue Bird. 606, Relationship or Happiness. Shishio was thinking about a new story, but suddenly he felt something touching his nether region. Hey, I am going to work, you know. Shishio looked down helplessly, watching Futaba, who fumbled with his pants, trying to do something. On the other hand, Shina slept, using his lap peacefully. You don't like it? Futaba, who was on the other side of his lap, asked while looking at him with an upturned gaze. I have never said that, right? Futaba rolled her eyes, but she didn't say much since this guy was about to go to Karuizawa. Unlike the rest, she was quite a late bloomer, so she wanted to learn a lot of things from him while he was here. His lips twitched slightly, but he decided to focus on his story first, thinking about the story he wanted to make for Misaki. What are you thinking? While her voice was slightly slurred, he could understand her question well. The science club wasn't going to prepare anything for the school festival. Futaba was part of the science club, so he wondered whether she would also participate in this kind of matter. Probably not. Not everyone is that excited about the school festival. The most important thing is to win a contest, competition, or an Olympiad. While many might question why Futaba, who was in her first year, could become the leader of the science club, the reason was quite simple. She was the smartest, that's all. Among all the members, she was the smartest, and she also had won a lot of contests, competitions, and an Olympiad for the club and the school, which boosted the reputation of the club and the school, and fully controlled the science club. Futaba might be on his pants now, doing something unsightly that shouldn't be done, yet without a doubt, her IQ was one of the highest among them. Well, don't you have a dream to show something spectacular? Shishio felt that Futaba was boring since she didn't have a dream. What? Do you want me to make something for you? Futaba looked at Shishio curiously, without stopping his hand. Giant robot. 4-dimensional pocket. Or a time machine. As a scientist, you should have such a dream, right? Shishio sighed, feeling sad about Futaba's lazy attitude toward the development of future technology. Do you want me to stop? Futaba lightly glared at Shishio. No, please. Futaba snorted before she showed a helpless smile. Instead of doing something like that, shouldn't you think of something like colonizing the other planets? Mars or Jupiter seems like a nice place to build a villa, right? Shishio thought that his girlfriend was amazing. Futaba, do you want to stay on Mars or Jupiter? Sheena somehow had woken up and joined Futaba to take down Shishio together. Still, she was also quite interested in their conversation, making her wonder about the difference in the scenery of Earth and space. Well, it might not be possible now since the rocket technology isn't cheap. If we can make it cheaper, then it might be possible for us to colonize those planets. Futaba pushed the frame of her glasses before looking at Shishio. On the other hand, what are you working on? You seemed so serious before. Sheena also looked at Shishio curiously. Frankly, Shishio was speechless since they were talking about space when they were in 2005. If they were in 2022, he wouldn't be surprised since even a billionaire could visit the ISS in the future, but that time definitely wasn't now. The price of a rocket wasn't low, and even if there wasn't much news, he knew that many rockets had failed to take off, exploding when it was about to enter space or when they landed. Anyway, he knew it would be hard to develop a rocket in this country. Finance aside, the location was the problem. He might have a lot of land in this country, but to develop a rocket in this country wouldn't be easy. Many might protest against him since the noise pollution caused by a rocket wasn't low. They also would give him many unreasonable reasons, and frankly, doing such research in this country wasn't conducive. After all, unlike Russia or the United States, whose lands were so vast, this country's land was limited. However, he suddenly realized he had gotten sidetracked by a space and forgot about what he was about to do. Frankly, I am thinking about a story. Story 2x. The two became interested. Shishio also pulled his pants even though he was unsatisfied, but he knew they were eager to listen to him now. It's okay. You don't need to do that. We can do it while we listen to your story, Futaba said since she knew well how powerful his sexual prowess was. Sheena also nodded. No, my conversation is quite serious, so listen to me first. Shishio felt they wouldn't be able to do their work properly when they listened to his story, so it was better to stop since they could continue it later. They nodded and didn't force him again. But what kind of story do you want to make? Is it horror again? Futaba sighed, thinking this guy had been hooked by a horror story. No, it's about a relationship. Oh? It's romance again. The two became interested, and their eyes shone, waiting for him to tell his story. Shishio rolled his eyes, but he talked about his problem. Have you ever thought your relationship is akin to bondage? He suddenly dropped a bomb without hesitation, which caused the two to frown at the same time. What do you mean? No, I don't mean our relationship since our relationship is good, right? He held their hands, reassuring them that he didn't talk about their relationship. They sighed relief when they heard his words and urged him to continue since they wanted him to explain what he meant by his words. It's like this. His story originated from the original Sakurasu, but he wanted to pack it into a different story since the romance on the Sakurasu definitely wasn't good, considering the girls were too easy to fall in love with the protagonist. While he knew it might sound narcissistic, unlike the original protagonist, he was handsome and thoughtful. It was normal for the innocent girl to fall in a few days. However, the original protagonist was far from that. Shishio knew it was rude, but the original protagonist was pathetic and could only blame his failure on the heroine. While Shishio wouldn't say it badly when he thought of the original protagonist's personality, he wouldn't be surprised if this guy became an abusive husband, and Sheena could only accept it since her blank canvas had been tainted. Anyway, that guy would no longer appear in front of Sheena again. Shishio also wasn't so free to mention him. Instead, he told his two girlfriends about the story he thought of. The story he thought of was the story of a female and a bluebird, who longed for each other companion, but the female thought that their relationship made her partner trapped, so she thought to let her partner go in order to give them happiness. The girl wanted the bluebird to soar freely in the sky and release her from the cage. On the other hand, the bluebird was happy with the companion, the girl, and wanted to stay with her forever. However, the girl suddenly told her to leave her cage and left. She was confused, but because she was in love with the girl and wanted her happiness, the only thing she could do was leave. When the bluebird left, the girl could only stare at the bluebird from her house, alone and lonely, but still hoped for the happiness of the bluebird since she thought leaving her and joining the companion of the other bird was the happiness of the bluebird. Can they just be together? Sheena, who was simple, was extremely confused and didn't understand why the bluebird and the girl would do that. However, Futaba somehow understood. After all, unlike Sheena, who was simple. If she liked someone, she would like that person and want him to be happy. Back then, as long as she could see him smiling, it was okay, and she was willing to do anything for him, even if that price was him leaving her. Fortunately, they were together now, and she was glad she could be truthful about her feelings. Maybe, This question is a bit too hard for you, Mashiro. Shishio rubbed Sheena's hair dotingly. Her innocence was something that made him fall for her and was also the reason why she was able to save him. She only fell for him and wanted him to be happy, that's all, nothing else. However, not many people could be like that. Various emotions made love extremely complicated, like a twisted string. The love between Misaki and Mitaka was like that. If Shishio didn't take Sheena, the relationship between Sorita and Sheena would be like that. Mitaka and Sorita were mediocre, normal people, but that was all right. Nothing was a problem. However, they fell for someone like Misaki and Sheena, who were the personification of talent. Maybe, their pride, or maybe, it was their youth, or it might be a different reason, but they felt they could also do the same, standing by their sides proudly and telling them how much they loved them. Then, live happily as a pair of talented couples. However, the reality was cruel, telling them their work was boring. When they compared themselves with the ones they loved, they couldn't help but feel inferior and didn't feel suitable for them. Yet the girls didn't care about any of that. They didn't fall for them because of their talents or how successful they were. It was because you were you that it made them fall for you. Even if they didn't have talent, were unable to show their worth of talent, or were even poor, they were okay with it since those statuses meant nothing in front of love. Love was an irrational emotion, and it was impossible to be bound by material, talent, or something. The feeling of the bluebird and the girl were like that. They only wanted each other's happiness, but unlike Mitaka or Sorita, who clung to their loved ones like a chain, trapping their loved ones like a slave, the bluebird and the girl could do anything for love, even meaning that they would part away. So you want to create a story about the love of two people who are troubled by such a feeling? Futaba was dumbfounded. Yes. Shishio nodded. The two of them are clearly in love and want their partner to be happy. However, their happiness means their separation, so should they part away in order for their partner to be happy? Futaba and Sheena were in a daze since they could not answer that question. They were in love with him, and naturally, they wanted him to be happy. However, his happiness could be achieved if they were separated. Could they do that? How will you answer that, Shishio? Sheena asked softly, feeling her heart ache when she thought of such a problem. If it were me, I would search for a way so my partner's happiness can be achieved without sacrificing our relationship, Shishio said. Hey? Can you do that? Futaba was dumbfounded. It might be impossible for someone else, but not for me, so don't worry. In case something like that happens in the future, I won't sacrifice our relationship, and I will also make you happy. Watching his smile, Futaba and Sheena also smiled with tears before they hugged him tightly. Shishio also smiled, but somehow he felt this story wasn't used to help Misaki's relationship with Mitaka. Instead, it was used to make sarcasm at their relationship, so they could give up on their morbid, sickly relationship in order to give happiness to their loved one. He knew this wasn't the time to take down Misaki. A time was still long, and it wasn't the time for him to do that. After all, tomorrow, he was about to go to Karuizawa. He shook his head and decided to put the matter in the story aside before pushing Futaba and Sheena to the sofa since he was about to take a few days off the trip with his older girlfriends. 607, Memory in Karuizawa 1. The trip with his older girlfriends had been set, and they were all on the trip together. Shishio and Roberta sat in the front seats, but Hirotsuka Shizuka and Tachibana Hina sat in the back seat, feeling slightly awkward. Hello, Shizuka-sensei. You don't need to call me, sensei. Just call me by my name. The two might have a feeling that they were dating Shishio, but when they met each other, it felt so awkward. They were friends and teachers from the same school, but at the same time, they dated the same scumbag. Still, they also agreed with this trip since they were curious about his older girlfriend. In the early morning, Shishio and Roberta picked Hina first before they went to pick up Hirotsuka. He had picked the two of them and only needed to pick up the last one. Frankly, he had only 4 older girlfriends, and the oldest was, without a doubt, Hirotsuka. As for the youngest, it was Ayaka Sunoera, who they were about to pick up soon. I know about Hina, but what about her? Unlike Hina, who worked with her, Hirotsuka didn't know much about Roberta. She's Roberta. She worked for my grandpa before working with me, Shishio said. What kind of work? Hirotsuka asked curiously. Shishio didn't answer and instead looked at Roberta. I am Shishio-sama's maid, Roberta said softly yet shortly after. Her voice was calm and full of dignity, showing her pride as his maid, yet her work as a maid was simply disastrous. Maid. Hirotsuka only remembered the family from the husband of Chihiro's older sister, who was rich. That's right. Roberta is also coming from Colombia, right? Hina said happily. After she had gotten used to the awkwardness, she also chatted happily. Her relationship with Roberta wasn't bad since they had gone on Izu together. Yes. Roberta nodded gently. While the three talked to each other, Shishio was ignored, but he didn't say much since it was good to watch their relationship. Hey, how many women are you going to bring? Hiratsuka suddenly asked while looking at Shishio sharply, wondering how many women this bastard would bring. Only now did she realize that this guy might have an older woman fetish, which made her look at him subtly. As for feeling jealous, while she had that feeling before, it was different when the age difference of his women wasn't that much different from her. It also put her relief since she knew he found her charming. One more. One? Who is it? Do I know her? Where does she work? Frankly, whether Roberta, Hina, or Hiratsuka, neither of them knew much about Ayaka since Ayaka had never gone out that much. However, it was normal since she worked as the caretaker of a female student dorm. Listening to his description of Ayaka, somehow they could imagine a gentle woman who would say, My. Oh, right, she is also Nana's older sister. Nana's older sister. 3x. Even Roberta was surprised. Yet it was normal since she didn't do much of a background check on the people around him. She only followed his order and did what he told her while protecting him in case a danger happened, so it was normal for her to be surprised he also dated Nana's older sister. They suddenly thought about Nana, the Guru girl, who sat next to Shishio, and the most noticeable thing about her was her massive breasts. Even the three who were confident about their sizes were mercilessly beaten by Nana. However, the most speechless one was Hina. Have you also dated another pair of sisters other than us? Hina wanted to ask, but she pursed her lips in annoyance. However, she would be lying if she wasn't curious about Ayaka Sunoera, so when they arrived at Sunoerasu, they stretched their necks, looking at the dorm in a daze. The building of the Sunoerasu was relatively old. It should have reached 30 years or more, slightly younger than Sakurasu. Still, while Ayaka's wish to maintain this building to how it was admirable, the safety of everyone who lived in this dorm was more important, so maybe, it might be good to renovate the building. However, Shishio thought it might be good to renovate it later when the trio's middle school girls graduate. As for Aki, Shishio believed that kid would move soon. Wait for me here. I will go inside. They nodded and watched him enter the dorm. Ayaka, I am here. Ah, right. Wait for a moment. The soft and feminine voice could be heard, which made them even curious. What do you think of this Ayaka? Hiratsuka asked Roberta and Hina. I am not sure. I haven't met her, but Sunoera-san, I mean, Nana, is quite an energetic girl, so maybe two sisters will be quite similar. This was what Hina thought. Well, I think it will be the opposite. Hiratsuka thought for a moment and said, she'll be like those gentle, virtuous types of women on drama television. Really? Hina was in doubt. We'll see her soon. By the way, why don't we make a bet? Hiratsuka suddenly said. Bet? 2x. Hina was confused, and Roberta, who didn't seem interested in their conversation, somehow reacted. If you win, we'll have his first night in Karuizawa, Hiratsuka suddenly said. Her words perked up their interest since they would be lying if they didn't have the interest to have his first time on Karuizawa. What are you going to bet on? Hina asked. Let's wait for that Ayaka to come first. Our bet will be null if she doesn't join us, Hiratsuka said after a moment of thought. They nodded and waited for Ayaka first before they made a decision. However, they wondered whether Hiratsuka's plan could be as smooth as she planned. After all, they weren't sure what kind of person Ayaka was. Even if Shishio explained what kind of person Ayaka was, he could only tell them that Ayaka was a doting mother. A doting mother? What is that? Still, they waited quite long, but no one complained since it took a long time for a girl to prepare. It was the same as Hina before since she took a while to prepare herself. On the other hand, Roberta and Hiratsuka weren't that different from the guys since they were quite sloppy. Still, if the reason why Roberta wore a maid uniform was quite understandable, then Hiratsuka, who wore a t-shirt and pants, which she wore similarly to the one she wore in the previous summer camp, was horrible. However, Shishio didn't say anything since this personality made him fall for Hiratsuka. Still, he understood why she had been single for so long somehow. After a while, they saw Shishio walk out of the dorm, and behind him, a figure of beautiful woman chatted with a gentle smile. She locked the door and appeared carefully with the protection of the dorm. Still, Roberta, Hiratsuka, and Hina were in a daze when they saw this woman. Huge. 3x. The three thought at the same time. While Nana was on a different level, her big sister was on another dimension. Her size was so huge that they wondered whether it was real. Can I touch them later? Hiratsuka thought. We might not be able to touch it, but it should be possible to see it since there should be a huge bath in his villa. Hina also felt the same as Hiratsuka. That's a good idea. Okay, let me introduce you. Shishio, who helped lock up the dorm, appeared with Ayaka in front of everyone. She is Sunoera Ayaka, and she is my girlfriend. He also held her hand to show how intimate they were. Even though the one he showed their intimate action was also his girlfriend. Hello, everyone. Ayaka showed a warm smile to everyone while bowing her head, causing her breasts to tremble. The law of gravity was powerful. No one was able to fight against it. Their eyes were naturally drawn toward that heavy mass on her chest. Ayaka, can I call you that? Yes. Ayaka nodded, then looked at Hirotsuka. You're Shizuka-san, right? Can I call you that? Of course. Hirotsuka nodded and asked, by the way, can I touch that? She pointed at Ayaka's boobs. Ayaka. Cough. Cough. Shishio attracted their attention and said, how about we start our trip? The awkwardness was somewhat diminished slightly since they were going on the trip to Karuizawa. Karuizawa has always been a famous summer resort. While it was Shishio's first time to come to this place, he must admit this place was a suitable place for one to escape from the summer heat. His villa was 1,000 meters from the ground, and the temperature was cool and naturally felt nice. Still, Shishio, who had changed his seat and sat on the back seat, watched the four women talk chummily, feeling that their relationship had become closer. While he was happy, he also felt lonely, but he must admit this trip much. So are we going to stay in your villa, Shishio-kun? Hina asked. Yeah. Shishio nodded and asked, or do you want to stay in the hotel? My parents have a connection with the Hoshino Resort. Hoshino Resort? 3x. Ayaka, Hirotsuka and Hina blinked their eyes in anticipation. After all, the Hoshino Resort was one of the most famous resorts in this country. Still, if he told them that he owned this famous resort, he wondered how they would feel. Frankly, he owned many things in Karuizawa. From the resort, villa, and even a laboratory, he owned all of them in this place. But, will it cause trouble? Hina hesitated. Then, let's just stay in the villa since it is a nice lakeside one. Lakeside. 3x. They let out a sigh since it was hard to make a choice. Well, we have our time there, so let's have fun, right? When he mentioned fun, his word was quite subtle, which caused all of them to blush and snort since they knew this guy was a scumbag. Yet, they would be lying if they didn't feel excited about it. Karuizawa, we're coming. With that said, their few-day trips to Karuizawa had started. 608, Memory in Karuizawa 2. Is this the villa? Shishio looked at them and asked, I chose the lakeside villa, or do you want to stay at a mountainside villa? No, this one is all right. By the way, do you have another villa? There is. The villa he mentioned was the place where his laboratory was located. His laboratory was located inside the mountain with a villa on top of it as a guise. No, this place is good. Ayaka must admit that one thing was for sure, this villa was massive. While the size of the building wasn't that big, it was enough for one family. However, in Tokyo, it could be called a mansion. Yet the largest part of this villa was the area around it, which was surrounded by a wall, so no one could enter it. Unlike his usual Japanese-style villa, it had a European style, which gave a new experience for all of them except for Roberta. Roberta watched this villa in silence and felt nostalgic somehow. After all, she wasn't born in this country. Aside from the villa, there was a large lake on the side, connected to the river near the mountain. In the surroundings, there were many birches and larches. There was even a flower garden planted with various flowers and herbs. It was simply a beautiful place for one to escape from the summer heat. If you want, we can play in the lake later, Shishio said. That's great. Everyone was somehow excited when they thought they could play on the lake. They might have forgotten their age and returned to their youth, feeling the excitement they hadn't felt for a while. But let's buy some necessities first. I have asked all the servants to leave, so we're the only ones here. Leaving having fun aside, it would be terrible if they didn't have anything to eat. Is the market nearby? It's quite close, but let's ride on a bicycle. Bicycle. Shishio didn't say much and led them to the garage, where there were 5 new bicycles placed inside. By the way, you all can ride a bicycle, right? Shishio forgot that some of them might not be able to ride it. Don't underestimate me, alright? I can ride most of the vehicle. Hirotsuka wanted to add Shishio to the list of his vehicle since she often rode on him, but she knew she shouldn't say something perverted. Still, she was the first to take the bicycle since she was eager to ride it. I can ride on it too. Ayaka also nodded since she had experience riding a bicycle and even taught Nana in the past. As for Roberta, she could ride most things in the world, even a ship or airplane. I can't ride one. Hina said weakly. They weren't sure what to say. However, Hina was also helpless since, in the past, she lived in an apartment, so she didn't have a chance to learn to ride one. She also didn't have the interest to learn it either since it would be better to ride a motorcycle or drive a car, considering those vehicles were more comfortable. Even though you can ride a motorcycle. Shishio was speechless. Motorcycles and bicycles are different, okay. Hina rolled her eyes. Then, you can sit on my back seat. Shishio, who was already on his bicycle, tapped the back seat on his back. Okay. Hina was happy and sat behind him while hugging his waist. Hiratsuka, Ayaka and Roberta only realized that being unable to ride on a bicycle was a good thing. By the way, let's buy a hat first. It's summer, after all, so it is better for us to prepare. He was afraid that they might be sensitive to the heat, so he wanted to buy them a hat at the Karuizawa Prince shopping plaza. While they felt reluctant to spend his money, considering he had prepared a lot for this trip. However, under his insistence, they could only agree. However, Shishio could only roll his eyes since this was how a woman was. Even though their mouth might say, Yamut. Yamut. Their bodies were honest and would say, Aiku. Aiku. Soon. After deciding their destination, they went out together on the bicycle toward the shopping mall while enjoying the scenery. Karuizawa was different from Tokyo, which was a metropolitan city. It was also quite different from other cities since the influence of the West in this city was massive. Most of the streets, buildings, and many others in this city were designed in the Western style, which made this city one of the cities that embraced the influence of the West the most. Still, most importantly, the air was fresh, and the scenery of the mountain was picturesque, which made them smile whenever they rode their bicycle. Hina, who sat on the back seat of his bicycle, was like a child, looking around curiously while asking him many things. However, it was also his first time here, so he was also quite curious. Shishio-kun, is it my imagination, or is that tennis court quite familiar? Ayaka suddenly asked. Tennis court. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the tennis court, which was pointed at by Ayaka. Oh, that should be the tennis court where the Empress usually plays, Shishio said calmly without any fluctuation on his face. After all, many wealthy people built their second homes in Karuizawa, including the Emperor and the Empress. His villa was naturally located in a neighborhood of people with a lot of influence. If he wasn't wrong, Tokugawa Mitsunari, that crazy old man who was addicted to watching a fight, was his neighbor in Karuizawa. Empress. That Empress. Ayaka and Hina were dumbfounded, but Hiratsuka nodded calmly. Yes, if I am not wrong, the Empress and Emperor should have met each other in Karuizawa. Karuizawa was the favorite place of the Empress, and this was also where they met her husband, who was the Emperor, which was kind of romantic. Still their destination was still far, so they only stopped for a moment before they continued their journey. Shishio brought them to buy a summer hat. As expected, even though they were reluctant at first, they became excited when they arrived at the shop, thinking about which hats they should get. On the other hand, after Shishio praised them, he sat on the nearby chair and watched them choose which summer hats they should choose. However, someone suddenly sat next to him. You're not going to choose. I am okay with this. Hiratsuka showed the baseball cap she chose among the hat in the shop. Are you sure? Don't you want to choose the cuter one? Shishio was speechless by Hiratsuka's choice since he felt this woman might be a man trapped on a woman's body. It's okay. A cute thing isn't that suitable for me after all. Hiratsuka blushed since, unlike Ayaka and Hina, she lacked femininity. That's not true. You're cute, Shizuka. Hiratsuka's face was even redder, and she lightly pushed him. This is public, alright? Don't be too intimate here. However, she still maintained a close distance from him and wrapped her hand around his waist. Shishio rolled his eyes while looking at the hand that held his waist speechlessly. While they were dating each other, Hiratsuka had always wanted to be in the dominant position, which made him speechless. Even though I have defeated you many times. Even though Hiratsuka had always been defeated by him, she had never given up and wanted to take him down. Or will this cap make me look bad? Hiratsuka asked worriedly, wondering whether the baseball cap would make her ugly. Well, it's okay. It suits your style. Thanks. Hiratsuka kissed his cheek. Who said we can't take intimate action in public? Shishio wondered whether this woman had short-term memory loss, but he didn't bother to say much since her question made his heart almost jump out. Why didn't you invite Chihiro too? Hiratsuka asked. Chihiro. Suddenly, he thought about the time when she kissed his lips that night. She was drunk at that time, and when she woke up, she pretended nothing had happened, even though he knew she clearly remembered everything. Sure enough, an adult is dirty. He sighed inwardly, wondering what that woman wanted to do. Chihiro had tried to push him, but when he gave up, she wanted to get even closer, crossing the line between an aunt and a nephew. Still, from that kiss, he got a reward. He got a horse stable in Karuizawa and thought he would bring everyone there tomorrow since it would also be his first experience riding on a horse. I did invite her, but she rejected it. Hey? Why? Hiratsuka was confused. Maybe, she'll feel that it will be awkward? I am not sure since I didn't press her at that time. Hirotsuka was in deep thought. Say. Do you like Chihiro? Shishio turned to Hirotsuka, who looked at him straight before he nodded. I like her. That's not what I mean. Hirotsuka was rarely serious and said, the like, I mean, is one that is similar to our relationship. Even if I have such emotion, we're an aunt and a nephew. I am no longer a child who can pester her, saying, Chihiro nay, I am going to marry you in the future. If I really do that, I am afraid that I might be disowned. Shishio suddenly looked at Hirotsuka and asked, or do you want me to like her? Hirotsuka didn't say anything for a while, but she somehow wanted to smoke. However, she thought for a moment and said, I shouldn't be the one who decides for that. It's your choice. However, whatever your choice is, I will support you. I am your woman, after all. Shishio stared at Hirotsuka for a moment before he kissed her cheek. Thank you. I am glad to have you. You should. The two laughed before the voice of Hina and Ayaka interrupted them. What do you think of these hats? 2x. It looks good. Shishio smiled and thought this trip would be something he would remember in his life. 609, Memory in Karuizawa 3. After they had fun moving around Karuizawa with their bicycle, they returned to the villa. Unlike the young ones, their age was slightly older, so their stamina was hardly there. Except for Shishio, Roberta, and Hirotsuka, Hina and Ayaka had already slumped on the sofa, feeling tired after they had their fun. Still, fortunately, they were able to buy many things, and one thing was for sure, they should be able to make a good dinner tonight. On the other hand, Shishio sat on the rattan chair, looking at Hirotsuka and Roberta, who still wanted to move around. Still, he must admit the physical ability of Roberta and Hirotsuka was amazing since even if he brought them to the toilet before, they could still move around after a moment of break. While their legs were quite weak, their upper body was quite lively, especially the two masses on their chest. Even if they weren't Ayaka's opponents, their bodies were tighter and lean. On the other hand, the bodies of Ayaka and Hina were softer. Yet this body was also the most dangerous since if they weren't careful, they might get fat so easily. Fortunately, someone helped them to work at night, so they could maintain their weight. Hey, let me join. In the end, he decided to join Hirotsuka and Roberta, who played on the lake together before the three played together on the lake like a child, but in an adult way. Playing all day, the night quickly came. They were all hungry, but only a few people in this place could cook. Hirotsuka could only cook a simple and instant meal, but she was far better than Hina and Roberta, who could only make a mess in the kitchen. Naturally, the only one who could handle the kitchen was Shishio and Ayaka. The two stood next to each other and prepared dinner together. Shishio-kun, can you boil the spaghetti? Do you want it to be al dente? No, let it be a bit tough. Shishio nodded and started to prepare the spaghetti before he asked, so what do you think of this trip? If Ayaka didn't ask him, he wouldn't think of this trip, which he was kind of looking forward to. Frankly, many of his girlfriends also wanted to go on this Karuizawa trip since they had never gone to Karuizawa. Karuizawa was, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful places in this country during the summer, so it was natural for them to be curious, especially when this was also the favorite place for the Emperor and the Empress. However, leaving the Emperor and the Empress aside, he wanted to know what Ayaka thought about this trip. It's fun. Ayaka smiled since she had to admit that she could befriend Hirotsuka, Hina, and Roberta and might even become a good sister. Hirotsuka, who was the oldest, was mature and kind. She watched everyone out, yet she might be the most childish among all of them, which was kind of cute in her opinion. Ayaka also understood how Shishio could fall for her, but she didn't understand how this woman could stay single for the past 30 years. Hina, on the other hand, might seem the most childish among them. She was full of smiles, bright, like a sunflower. Yet Ayaka could see that Hina might be the most mature among them. Hina was good at masking her emotions with a smile so no one would worry about her. Frankly, Ayaka was quite jealous at how Hina could show such a smile. Lastly, Roberta was the quietest, but without a doubt, she was the kindest. She might not say much on this trip, but she watched over everyone and was so loyal to Shishio. Ayaka sighed and somehow understood how wonderful all of them were and didn't feel surprised by how they had taken his heart. Still, it might be weird for her to be able to say all of this. After all, shouldn't she feel jealous and want to own all of him by herself? If possible, she wanted to do such a thing, but she didn't think that she could do that. It would be easier if she could say something hurtful to him and clean up the relationship between them. Unfortunately, she had fallen too deep with him. She had fallen in love with him, and she didn't think that she could part away from him even if the future around him was still ambiguous. Future. This is what she worried about the most. Shishio might have money, and there was no need to worry about taking care of all of them. However, because of this, Ayaka could see the difference in status between them, and with his relationship with all of the women around him, could he marry them? While many people have a hard time marrying because of economic reasons, they might not be able to marry because it is illegal to marry more than one person in this country. Marriage was, without a doubt, the dream of every woman in this world. However, could she marry him? Would he marry someone? Would he still love her in the future? She wasn't sure, but she knew if she kept thinking, there wouldn't be an end to it. After all, unlike his younger girlfriends, his older girlfriends were thinking about many things in their lives. They weren't young anymore, and naturally, they wanted to settle down and have a child. Ayaka was sure that she wasn't the only one who thought about this problem. Instead, Hiratsuka, and Hina, especially Hiratsuka, thought about this problem a lot. However, no one dared to question him openly since they were afraid of the truth. The cruel truth about what he planned to do with them in the future. After all, unlike a man who had never thought much about marriage so early, a woman naturally had to think about this matter quickly since the longer they waited, the older they would become. They wouldn't have their previous beauty, and they would become old. By then, would he be interested in her? Still, if Shishio knew her worry, he would confidently say that he loved an older woman. Unfortunately, no one in this place had the ability to read minds, so it was natural for them not to know what each other was thinking. The only thing they could do was to talk about this matter together. Yet, they could talk about that matter later since what mattered the most was this trip now. Shishio took them out to play, so they should go all out to play this summer. Ayaka glanced at Shishio for a moment before she smiled since she felt this was enough. As long as she was by his side and could stay by his side, she felt it was enough. She loved him, and having him by her side now was something that she loved the most. Do you want to rest for a while? Shishio asked since he thought this woman wanted to tempt him, considering she kept lightly hitting him with her soft butts. Ayaka stared at him for a moment before she nodded. The two stopped cooking for a moment before they left to visit a room they hadn't visited. The room was spacious, and the bed was comfortable. Ayaka was satisfied with this trip, without a doubt. While the dinner was a bit late, everyone was still cheerful, eating and talking to each other. Their dinner was quite a simple dish, with only 2 dishes, pasta and a salad. By the way, what are we going to do with breakfast? Ayaka suddenly asked. After all, they had only bought ingredients for dinner. They didn't buy anything for breakfast. How about bread? I have heard there is a good bakery nearby. Bread. They somehow felt their mouths slightly watery when they heard Shishio's description of the bread. Most of the people who lived in Karuizawa were rich, so naturally, the food quality was better. The bread was especially good since, unlike the bread in Tokyo or another city, the bread in this city used the water from the Alps, which was cool, clean, and crisp. However, there was one big problem. It only opened early in the morning. Can you wake up? Hina asked curiously. I have a habit of doing a morning run, so naturally, I will wake up in the morning. While Shishio had the confidence to run in the morning, the rest didn't have the confidence to do so. After all, they were on the trip, so they wanted to be lazy. Why did you even run in the morning here? Still, they were quite speechless when they heard Shishio wanted to do a morning run. Do you like a morning run that much? Ayaka asked curiously. No, if I have to say, I hate it. Frankly, even if he did a morning run, it wouldn't improve his physical ability or other things. Even if he didn't do a morning run, it also wouldn't do anything to his body. Then, why did you do it? They couldn't help but cast a curious gaze. A morning run is like a ritual or routine for me, so I can overcome the mentality of I don't want to do this. It also makes me feel spirited. If he didn't do a morning run, it would make him lazy, and he procrastinated many things during the day. However, if he did a morning run, he wouldn't do such a thing. It might be a strange habit, but this is how it was. Everyone was in silence since they didn't expect to hear such an answer. You have good enough emotional intelligence, your head is bright, and you are forcing yourself to do things you don't like. Hiratsuka sighed and said, I am worried all the girls in the school will be eaten by you. Somehow, Ayaka, Hina, and Roberta also nodded since they must admit this guy was dangerous. By the way, how about wine? Shishio suddenly said and took out a bottle of wine from the cellar. They looked at each other and thought that they were going to go all out tonight. 610, Memory in Karuizawa 4. Right 5 in the morning, Shishio had woken up. He tried to lift his body, but he couldn't since many women used part of his body to sleep. They had moved out of the living room and stayed in the room, sleeping together, without a single piece of cloth on their bodies. While he wanted to appreciate them, he was afraid that he might not be able to hold the beast inside him anymore. Yet it was something inevitable, showing how tempting they were. However, he also knew it was impossible for them to handle him all the time since they might be wrecked by him. It was fortunate there were the 4 of them, especially when he was under the influence of alcohol before. If it was only one person, this person might not be able to wake up for so long. Still, he didn't intend to stay in bed any longer, especially when it was almost 6 in the morning. He was about to wake up from the bed, but Roberta, who had been using his leg, suddenly moved and woke up. Have you woken up, Roberta? He asked in a low voice. Roberta nodded with messy hair. Do you want to take a bath together? While Roberta's stamina was better than an average person's, she must admit she was always under his mercy. She wasn't sure how many times her body had climaxed, but she knew her body needed a rest. Don't worry. We're just going to take a bath. I am going to go to the bakery to buy breakfast after all. Can I follow you, Shishio-sama? Roberta sighed in relief before she took the initiative to follow him. The two quietly left the room after he left a note for the 3 women. While the 3 women slept soundly, Shishio and Roberta took a bath together. He was quite honest and didn't do anything, but Roberta was his loyal maid, and even if she could not do that now since she needed to rest, she could give him a different service. Shishio. When they finished taking a bath, it was already 6 or so in the morning. Unlike Roberta, who had a little breakfast, Shishio was quite famished. He wanted to buy the bread immediately from the nearby neighborhood. Still, even if he was hungry, it didn't stop him from appreciating Roberta's current appearance. Under his insistence, Roberta didn't wear her maid uniform. Instead, she wore something else. She wore a long-sleeved white shirt, the French kind, with beautiful folds on her chest, and her white cuffs tied her wrists without a trace of fat. The choice of cufflinks was also quite discreet. Below, she wore a light blue long skirt, her waist tied in a soft green ribbon, and the ribbon naturally hung on the left side. The dress was exquisite, yet it seemed casual, which enhanced her exotic charm and gave her a natural and fresh image. If usually, she was like a fierce panther in the jungle, she was like a lady from a wealthy family. Still, if there was something he had to sigh at, it was the fact she was still wearing her thick round glasses and tied her hair in a double braid. Shishio wanted to change her hairstyle, but this was something that she didn't want to change since her long hair was troublesome, and this hairstyle was perfect for her. Lastly, because of her experience in battle and killing, her eyes were too fierce, and she often wore glasses to cover them. Yet Roberta didn't realize that her eyes were so sexy, if Shishio had to say, like a leopard ready to hunt down her prey. Still, he was afraid he was her prey, considering she had been trying to dry him out in the bathroom before, showing her desire for revenge against him. However, those dresses suit you well. Shishio lightly brushed her bangs, feeling satisfied he had chosen her clothes. Roberta was slightly embarrassed, but while she felt uncomfortable with other clothes than a maid uniform, she followed his wish since his happiness was her happiness. I will run, and you will take the bicycle. Is that okay? Okay. Roberta nodded since she knew that Shishio wanted to do a morning run. On the other hand, it was also necessary to bring the bicycle since it had a basket, which made it easier for them to bring what they bought later. When they were ready, they walked out of the villa together while everyone was still sleeping. Shishio was in his running gear, and Roberta rode the bicycle on his side relaxedly. The two must admit that Karuizawa was nice. Unlike Tokyo, the smell of soil and water was so clear in this place. They could feel the earth was alive and the nature was lively and seemed happy. While Tokyo had the excitement as the metropolitan city, living in Karuizawa from time to time wasn't bad since it was so relaxing. Having a slow life enabled him to forget the few annoyances in his life. Still, the biggest problem was Yuki Nashida since he wondered what she was doing now. However, he didn't have a hobby of thinking about other women. Roberta was beside him, and this should be the only woman on his mind now. While he ran, he glanced at Roberta's figure. Her expression was soft as she watched the road in front of her and pedaled her bicycle. Her skirt might be long, but the movement of her legs was so skillful. Yet he knew how much power those legs packed. If Roberta wanted to, her kicking was easy enough for the ribs of humans easily. Yet her legs were also flexible, which made it possible for her to position herself in many positions at night with him. By the way, is there a place you want to visit, Roberta? Shishio asked, considering Roberta had never voiced her opinion. I am not sure. Roberta didn't know much about Karuizawa, which was also partly why she didn't voice her opinion during the trip. Let's see, there are many things in Karuizawa. By the way, we have played in the lake before, and today we can either visit the shopping areas, play tennis, ride on a horse, or visit the church. Church. This somehow attracted Roberta's attention. Unlike him, Roberta was religious, and she often visited the church for mass if she was free. However, even if she didn't have time, she would pray in her room, and she even put a rosary on her neck, showing how religious she was. Yeah, there are 2 famous churches in this city, and they should have a choir every day during the summer. We can visit them together later if you want. Is that okay, Shishio-sama? Roberta was worried that Shishio didn't have much interest in it. It's okay. I want to see it with you too. Frankly, the people in this country didn't take religion that seriously. Even the previous Shishio Oga often visited the Buddha temple, Shinto shrine, and church because of his parents. Thank you, Shishio-sama. Roberta smiled happily, and she heard his words. Unlike others, her past was dark, and she had killed many people, so the only comfort that she could seek in the past was from the Lord, and naturally, now from Shishio. Staying with him made her heart calm and warm. She knew that she loved him, but at the same time, she also knew she wasn't worthy of him since, unlike others, she was a killer. Yet did Shishio care about that? Unfortunately, Shishio didn't have the ability to read her mind, so he couldn't erase her worry. Soon, they arrived at the bakery. The name of the bakery was Truffle Bakery, which was quite far from the villa area, but it was located in quite an open area, different from the village-like image they often saw in this city. While the area was still covered by fog, a warm, bright yellow light was seen, and freshly baked bread's aroma could be smelled. In front of the bakery, there was a bookstore. Shishio thought to visit the bookstore later, but before that, he planned to line up at the bakery since many people had already lined up. Shishio-sama, if you want to visit the bookstore, you should go. I can wait here. Roberta noticed that Shishio was staring at the bookstore on the opposite street, so she thought he was interested in going there. No, let's wait together. His answer was firm, and he held her hand directly. Roberta could only let out a helpless sigh, but her smile was bright even in this fog. With the aroma of thick truffles and cream wafting from the store, Shishio told Roberta about Kuruzawa's life. Masses in the Catholic Church on Sundays, the stone church where weddings were held, the open-air performances by violinists or guitarists happened on a few streets, and many others. It might be his first time here, but he read some information before he went on the trip. While they talked, it was their turn to buy the bread. They bought popular products such as truffle bread, chocolate croissants, pain au chocolate, and various other things before they were packed in newspaper-like bags. When Shishio held the bags, the shop assistants and the customer looked at him several times. If they didn't know the emperor, they might think of him as one. Shishio then walked out with Roberta while holding her hand and bags of bread in his other hand. Buying bread, and books, walking together, holding hands, and talking. All of that might be something mundane, yet it brought Roberta a smile and warmth in her heart. She didn't care about the future, and as long as she could stay by his side like this, she was happy. What's wrong? Shishio noticed Roberta's expression was unique. However, Roberta shook her head and didn't answer his question. What book are you going to buy, Shishio-sama? Let's see. Roberta looked at Shishio's thoughtful expression, and she would remember her memory with him in Kuruzawa forever. 611, Morning Intermezzo. When they returned to the villa, it was around 7:30 in the morning. They spent quite a while on their trip. Leaving their trip to the bakery aside, he spent quite a while in the bookstore. Still, on their trip to the bookstore, Roberta often asked him about the emperor and the empress, who often appeared in the bookstore. Frankly, he must admit that this country's emperor and empress were unique. Their bloodline had never disappeared, and it continued to exist until now, which was kind of amazing somehow. While in the process, the country wasn't controlled by the emperor but by a military leader. However, the emperor continued to exist in this country even if their role was just a ceremonial symbolic role. Is the emperor really the descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu? Roberta asked curiously. While their beliefs were different, she couldn't help but be curious whether the emperor was the descendant of the goddess. However, Shishio could only show a wry smile and just shook his head since the emperor had existed since 660 BC. Obviously, when technology wasn't so developed at that time, their belief in inexplainable things was firm. The people in the past were also different from today since the emperor in the past was so worshipped and revered. They might not hesitate to kowtow and think of the emperor as the descendant of heaven. However, this country might follow the example of China since, in traditional Chinese political theory, the emperor was considered the son of heaven and the autocrat of all under heaven. The influence of China on this country was rather massive, and it wasn't until the 19th century, when the Black Ship incident happened, that the West started to influence this country. Anyway, talking history aside, he didn't expect Roberta to have such an interest in such a thing. It might be because she had spent most of her time on the battlefield that she didn't have time to put interest or a hobby, so she showed interest in history, or maybe it was all because of him. If someone else talked about this, she might dismiss it directly since, in her heart, the most important thing was him. Shishio-sama, Master has asked about you before. Roberta suddenly remembered and told Shishio. Master. Shishio knew the master in Roberta's mouth was his grandfather. What did he ask for? He wondered whether you were going to come back to Kyoto on the Obon. That's all. Well, I will go back. I see. Roberta nodded and asked, should I tell Master? No, my father or mother should have told my grandfather. You don't need to think too much and enjoy this trip with me. Okay. Roberta nodded with a gentle smile. Shishio suddenly thought about his grandfather and wondered why he suddenly called Roberta. While he knew that the one who employed Roberta was his grandfather, it was already impossible for him to let go of Roberta. However, he also didn't think his grandfather's purpose was Roberta. Well, it should be me. He knew that his grandfather must be asking about him, and maybe, it was related to his participants in the Kengan match last time. While his participation in Kengan match was so sudden and abrupt, without a doubt, it brought a storm to that organization since the unbeatable Katahara Metsudo had been defeated. Katahara had reigned as the chairman of the Kengan Association for so long, and his throne had been stable, but because of his previous loss, he knew that it was time for everyone to show their fangs. According to his estimation, it should be 1 year later that everything would be settled. However, there might have been speculation that his grandfather might have called Roberta because he was worried about him. Frankly, even if his family was one of the nobles during the Empire of Japan era and also one of the famous samurai clans, even from the Heian period, they were still easy and relatively relaxed in nature. They had never sought much, only enough for a comfortable life, and the accumulation of all of that had made his family quite rich. Still, the comfortable life of a noble and a peasant was different, so it was natural they made a lot of money. However, compared to other families, his family was only average. Yet it might be because of this that his family line could continue till now when many of them were dying or extinct because of time. Well, partly, he also knew because his family was quite lucky that they had chosen the right person to follow, so their development of his family had always been so smooth, but they also knew where to stop, so they wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Being low-key was the best. Shishio. When they returned to the villa, they saw Hina lying on the rattan chair lazily. She opened her eyes and waved her hand excitedly like the tail of a puppy who saw its master. She dashed toward him and asked, "Where have you been?" After a tough workout, Hina was hungry, but she wasn't good at cooking, and the fruits in the fridge couldn't help but appease her hunger. It was impossible to wake Ayaka and Hirotsuka of her problem, so she decided to wait outside, wondering where Shishio and Roberta were. Still, Hina thought that they were probably doing something naughty on the side of the forest, but she decided to keep it in her heart since it was impossible to say something like that out loud. Leaving Hina's rude imagination aside, Shishio showed pieces of bread and books he had bought. "We have just gone to the bakery and bookstore before. If you're hungry, how about you eat some? I have heard the croissant is good, especially the truffle one." Bread. Hina was full of excitement and took the paper bag while dancing in a random manner. Shishio and Roberta looked at Hina helplessly. This woman should be older than Ayaka, but why did they feel she was like a little girl? However, Shishio must admit she was cute. "Alright, wake up Shizuka and Ayaka first. I will take a bath in the meantime." His body was quite sweaty. While it wasn't a problem, he was quiet. Hina nodded and walked inside the villa with the bag of bread. Shishio also thought of taking a bath, but Roberta suddenly said, "Do you need my help, Shishio-sama?" Shishio must admit this trip was good. While sleepy, they ate the bread peacefully with a smile. Some had coffee, and some had tea. While it was summer, the temperature of Karuizawa was cold, especially in the morning, so a warm drink was nice. Still, it was easy to tell one's personality in the morning. Out of 4 people, Roberta and Ayaka were undoubtedly the most diligent, considering they had changed their clothes and appeared tidier than most. However, Ayaka didn't have Roberta's stamina, so she was quite tired after the last night, and the hangover also didn't help. In the end, she could only have a lazy ponytail draped over her shoulder. Frankly, Ayaka's hairstyle was his favorite hairstyle since this was the most used hairstyle for housewives, and frankly, he really wanted to marry her now. On the other hand, Roberta's hairstyle wasn't bad since it felt like he was riding on a horse for some reason. While Ayaka and Roberta were good, Hirotsuka and Hina were the worst. Their hairs were messy, and they hadn't taken the time to care for themselves. It was enough to tell that they had just woken up. Yet it might be because they were natural beauty, and even if they didn't wear makeup, their skin was nice and beautiful, so even if they were quite messy, they were beautiful without a doubt. However, this didn't surprise him since Hina and Hirotsuka were career women. If Shishio didn't have a system, they might tell him to become a household husband since they wanted to be taken care of by him. The 4 of them had their charm, and somehow it was hard for him to go out since he wanted to spend more time in the bedroom. Still, when he looked at Hina, he suddenly thought of Rui. When Hina moved to the apartment he bought, Rui mostly stayed in Hina's apartment or his apartment instead of her parents' house. He suddenly thought about what had happened to Natsuo. Suddenly he felt Natsuo Fujii and Aki Shina weren't that different from each other since the girls they were crushed by living in the same house. However, unlike Aki, Natsuo was the step-sibling of the Tachibana siblings, so Shishio had never thought to push him away from his house. After all, it was impossible, at least for now. Instead, he took Hina and Rui away from that house and let them live with him. On the other hand, he might realize that his action toward Aki was too much, considering Aki was just a middle school student. Yet unlike Rui and Hina, who could move in from his apartment, Ayaka couldn't do that, so he was thinking of moving Aki away by causing trouble for his parents' business. However, he hadn't done that since he thought it was better for Aki to stay, considering Aki also triggered his system. In other words, Aki was harmless, especially since it was so easy for him to play with Aki's emotions. Instead, he thought Aki might be able to give him a surprise, a good one, of course. What are we going to do later? Shishio looked at Hiratsuka and asked, I plan to visit the church. What do you think? Church? 3x. Not only Hiratsuka but Hina and Ayaka also reacted, and somehow their faces were slightly reddened. Shishio thought that they had misunderstood him. 612, Memory in Kuruzawa 5. Church. When this one word came out of his mouth, it caused turbulence in their heart. Unlike Roberta, since she only wanted to visit the church for religious reasons, the three women had strange expectations within their hearts. Church had always been the favorite for a woman to get married. It might be strange, but this was how this country was. After all, instead of kimono, most women wanted to wear a gown like a princess. Well, many women still wanted to wear kimonos when they married. However, while wearing a gown was one of the reasons many would choose the church as a place to marry was that it was cheap. Marriage ceremony in this country wasn't cheap. One should pay at least 4 million yen for the marriage ceremony. However, if they did the marriage on the shrine, it could be tens of times even more expensive. Crazy, right? This was the reason why not many people married in this country. Even if they were married, they might not have had a ceremony and only signed the marriage form to the government. That way, they could save money since they didn't have to prepare for the ceremony. Yet, without a doubt, the three women in front of him wanted to have a marriage ceremony, especially in the church, since it was more romantic. Naturally, it was subjective and their bias. Shishio might not think too much when he said this, but it somehow caused the heart of three women to tremble. They weren't young anymore. They were at the age where it was normal for them to have a family, especially Hiratsuka. It was natural for them to be sensitive in this matter. Why? Hiratsuka looked at Shishio, and her eyes were almost bloodshot. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka for a moment and wondered why she reacted so much, but somehow he understood and said, Roberta wants to visit the church. That's all. Hiratsuka asked after a moment of pause. That's all. Shishio nodded since even if he planned to marry them, it was impossible for him to do so now. His situation aside, the law didn't allow a man under 18 to marry. It was illegal, and they needed to wait for a few years. Even so, he wasn't sure whether it was possible since polygamy was illegal in this country. Well, why not? Hiratsuka nodded, but her expression was strangely calm, too calm, which was almost scary. On the other hand, Ayaka and Hina could only smile before they talked about something different. While they somehow could understand Hiratsuka's feeling, their feeling wasn't as intense as Hiratsuka's. They were still in their 20s, after all, unlike Hiratsuka, who was almost in her 30s. However, their plan to visit the church didn't change, and they decided to visit it later after they had prepared. Still, Shishio looked at Hiratsuka for a moment and made up his mind somehow. After all, he must admit Hiratsuka was quite frightening now. Anyway, after they finished their breakfast and finished their preparation, they went out to visit the church. The West popularized Kuruzawa, so it was natural for it to have more influence from the West. The church in this town was extremely popular, and many wealthy people married in the church in this town. This time, their destination was one of those churches. They entered the forest and saw the trees become denser and denser, like the sea of trees. The branches and leaves covered the sky, but a few lights fell between those small gaps. Deep in the forest, there was a triangle-like shape of a wooden church. The massive triangular roof hangs down to the ground on both sides, like an elf hut in a fairy tale. While there was some distance, with his excellent hearing, Shishio could hear the sound of the gentle harp. This was Kuruzawa Kogen Church. Can you tell me what you are thinking now? Shishio held Hiratsuka's hand and asked this question. The others somehow read the mood and played around, watching the scenery curiously. Can you guess? Hiratsuka asked depressedly. I can guess. Then, what do you think I am thinking? Hiratsuka asked while staring at Shishio. You want me to marry you, Shishio said and didn't look away from him. So? Her gaze was scorching hot, wondering what he was going to say. While Shishio had the answer in his heart, he must admit the desire of a woman in her 30s to marry was scary. Yet he also had to sigh, wondering why he wasn't born earlier or if he was slightly older, so he wouldn't trouble her like this. He knew that while they were happy with their relationship, she also had some worries in his heart. Unlike him, who could change his woman or seduce another woman, he was the only one for her. Her future was with him, and she wanted him to give a proper answer about what he would do with their future. I love you, so I will marry you. He didn't hesitate to give her this answer. He wouldn't be like Hina's previous boyfriend, who promised to marry her, but gave many excuses, so in the end, nothing happened. He had decided to make her his woman, so he would take responsibility for her. When they were together, he wanted her for the rest of his life. Still, he knew that his answer was unsatisfactory since he didn't have evidence or proof that he would really marry her. However, that's good. Unexpectedly, she smiled, and her smile was so pure. You're not going to ask when? Shishio asked in surprise since he thought this woman would pressure him and ask him when he was going to marry her. I believe in you. Her answer was as simple as that. Also, your age isn't legal yet. Shishio wasn't sure what to say at that moment. You have said that you will marry me, so that's it. I will believe in you and wait, Hiratsuka said calmly and held his hand firmly. While he was the man in this relationship and he was always the one who won at night, he must admit that this woman was so handsome at this moment. Still, when Hina, Roberta, and Ayaka could see the relationship between them had softened, they also joined them, and their mood returned to how it used to be. They also continued to talk about this church, which was full of history. Previously, Karuizawa Kogen Church was built in 1921 as a venue for liberal arts courses in Karuizawa. Therefore, the name of the previous venue could still be seen in the writing at the entrance to the church. Hoshino Yugakudo. Those words were written clearly in kanji carving at the entrance. When they were about to enter, a female cleric in a robe at the door approached them and said, "There is a performance held in the church. If you don't mind, please come in and listen to it for a while. What do you think?" Shishio looked at everyone. Go in. They didn't expect to see a performance in the church, so they entered without hesitation. After thanking the cleric, Shishio pushed open the door, and while it was hard to describe, he felt that he was really in the church when he saw the inside. There were rows of long wooden chairs on both sides, on which some people were sparsely seated. Some of them were at the front and back and sat quite casually. At the end of the church, a huge triangular glass window showed a clear view of everything. Behind the huge transparent glass, there were lush trees, like a lively painting. Light came in from the glass windows and illuminated the open Bible on the wooden table, creating an atmosphere of holiness. In front of the wooden table with a huge Bible, a choice was singing the gospel, accompanied by harps and pipe organs. He smelled a faint aroma, a smell unique from the wooden buildings. When they entered, the people inside turned their attention toward them for a while, especially the women inside. Now he only realized that most of the people inside were women. They were either a student or a housewife, and they were in the middle of vacation. They stared at Shishio for a while before they gazed over the four women beside him before they looked away reluctantly. Girls? Shishio felt that his women were too fierce, but he didn't say anything and chose an empty chair, so they could sit together. The performance was okay. It wasn't that special, but maybe because it was played inside the church, it felt special for some reason. The belief in how engrossed the performers in the choirs made everything seem sacred. He, who sat in the middle, between Hiratsuka and Roberta, glanced over his women and saw they were looking at the performance without looking away, especially Roberta. However, if he was asked whether he wanted to visit this place or not, he didn't really want to. This was a sacred place, but he felt he was full of sin. While he had never thought much about how much sin he had collected, he didn't want to remember them, but since he was inside this church, he couldn't help but recall his life in Tokyo until now. If he had to say, his life could definitely be made into a novel, and he must admit many of his experiences were too outlandish for one to experience in their life. If possible, he wanted to have a calm and without any up and down life. He wanted to make such a prayer, considering he was in the church and all. I hope that I can have a calm life. He made such a wish and hoped that wish would be granted. However, suddenly a screeching sound, which caused an uncomfortable feeling, was heard. Everyone closed their ears and frowned at this noise. When they wondered where the source of this voice came from, they saw the string of the violin was broken, and the choir stopped. Everyone was stunned, and the choir also stopped because of this incident. Are they all right? I don't know. Will they continue? Somehow the murmur began, but Shishio didn't have time to hear any of that since he let out a long sigh, wondering whether his wish couldn't be granted. 613, Memory in Karuizawa 6. What happened to the performance was unexpected. The performers quickly apologized and told them that they were going to restart their performance with an even better one. The guests inside the church knew that everything was an accident, and unlike at the concert, this performance was free, and they were in the presence of the Lord, so naturally, they didn't try to find a fault in the performers and even encouraged them. Anyway, most of the people who came to this city on vacation had mostly tried everything in this city. They were free and didn't have anything to do, so even if the performance was paused for a while to take out the new violin, no one left the church. His group was the same since the performance was good, and they wanted to watch it till the end. However, Shishio could only sigh and didn't open his mouth. They had a long time on this trip. While they wouldn't stay on Kuruzawa for a moment, he splurged on his time to be with them. Unlike his time with his younger girlfriends, they weren't young anymore, and in a few years, they might grow older, so naturally, he wanted to accompany them while they were at the peak of their beauty. While a mature woman had their own charm, such as Hana Yuagahama, no one would refuse if one's skin could be younger. Shishio knew that it should be possible for him to develop good skin care, capable of maintaining one's appearance during their peak. However, it needed time, and it couldn't be done instantly. Many things crossed his mind before the performance started once again, and his hand was held. He glanced at Hiratsuka and Roberta, but neither said a single word and just enjoyed the choir together. By then, he also glanced at Hina and Ayaka, who also enjoyed the choir, and suddenly thought about his conversation with Hiratsuka. Unlike his younger girlfriends, they weren't all young anymore. While they were happy to date him, they all wanted to marry since he could see their envious expression when he talked with Hiratsuka before. Could he marry all of them? If he didn't have a system, it might be hard, but he had a system, so everything was possible. However, if the worst case happened, he might spread a virus to turn everyone into zombies. By then, only 20% were left in this world, and to protect the human from extinction, he had to marry many women. If there's no way, I will do it. Still, he put this ridiculous idea aside and continued to watch the choir. When the choir ended, they went out to the nearby coffee shop. The coffee shop was quite elegant, and the rich smell of coffee beans filled the entire shop with a pleasant aroma. The chairs were also placed in various spots near the counter, window, and other areas. However, the four chose to stay in the private room, enough for 4 people, so they could talk to each other without being interrupted by anyone. Shishio didn't say much and listened to their conversation about what they planned to do next, but somehow their conversation turned into the best church as a marriage venue. Shishio looked at Ayaka and Hina, then asked, "Say, can I ask you too? What's wrong?" They looked at Shishio, who sipped his cold brew Kilimanjaro coffee, and asked, "Do you want to have married?" 4x. Roberta and Hiratsuka aside, Hina and Ayaka were dumbfounded. What's with that question? Yeah, what's wrong? Isn't it because you keep mentioning the church? He was speechless, but his EQ didn't allow him to ask such a question. Instead, he asked, "No, I just wonder since I am not a legal age to marry, but if I reach legal age, I wonder whether you have an interest in it." "What if we have an interest in it?" Hina asked hesitantly. "If you're interested, I will work hard to marry you. My heart might not be only for you too, and my words might seem like a child babble since it might seem ridiculous to marry all of you in a country where it isn't allowed to have polygamy. But believe me, I will marry you." His words were calm and weren't loud, but the intensity of his feelings was felt from every word which came out of his mouth since they were coming from his heart. They smiled when they heard those words. "I am not sure about the others, but I am happy I can be with you." Ayaka smiled and said, "Whether we will marry or not, as long as I am with you, I am happy." In the beginning, their relationship was nothing but a small curiosity, and it slowly turned into love. She wanted to be with him but knew he was her sister's boyfriend. Yet, in the end, they were together and became one. She was happy with this result, and even if they didn't marry, she was all right. Somehow after Ayaka said those words, the rest also said something similar. However, this had always been what they wanted. To be with him. They didn't ask much since they had received a lot of things from him. His appearance, body, energy, pleasure, heart, and even monetary needs, he gave all of them to them. He was a perfect lover for them, but they knew it would be hard for him to marry them, considering his status and all. Watching him able to take out a lot of money, villa, and cars, and even have a maid with him, they knew that they were coming from 2 different worlds. While they were thinking about his origin, he was silent and sipped the bitter coffee, but somehow it started to change into a sweet berry-like, fruity flavor and sometimes notes of sweet cedar. This coffee didn't have sugar, only the natural taste of the coffee bean. Still, after they answered his question, he didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. "What do you think so deeply? Come on. Let's continue our trip." Hiratsuka wrapped her hand around his neck and pressed his face against her chest. The burst of pleasant aroma mixed with the smell of coffee. He didn't smell the familiar tobacco scent from her, but he knew this woman was trying to hold her urge to smoke. "Oh. Oh. Let's continue to play." Everyone cheered up, and they all went out to continue playing in Kuruzawa. They might be on this trip for a while, but there were many things they hadn't visited. This plateau had many unique things, and they were all beautiful. They had heard that he had a horse stable, but when they looked at the horse, they decided not to play with it since it seemed too intense for them. Once again, they used age as an excuse, but they wanted to see him ride on the horse. He didn't object and took his horse. There were a few people in his horse stable since it was also used as a business to take care of the horse of wealthy people, and some people could also rent it. However, this place was mostly used to take care of his horse. While it might be strange, a horse was like a car. When there were no cars in the past, people collected tough and beautiful horses like sports cars. In other words, it was the hobby of wealthy people. While he had never ridden on a horse, he had gotten the driving mastery from Hirotsuka in the past, and he rode his Andalusian horse skillfully, galloping on this grassy field. If given a metaphor, his horse was like a Mercedes in this era, and as expected, when someone rode a horse similar to a Mercedes car, he became the center of attention. No, it might be because of his appearance and the manliness that came from his skill at riding this horse. They were all fascinated. So handsome. They took out their cameras and phones to take a picture of him. His indifference and cold aura were like a general on the battlefield. Even if he was in the medieval era, they believed there would be many girls who were conquered by him. My lady, do you want to ride this horse with me? Is this all right? Hirotsuka was the most exciting one. Don't underestimate this horse. It's stronger than you imagine. He stretched his hand and asked, so do you want to ride it with me? Sure. Hirotsuka nodded and took his hands, so he could help her to sit on the horse. Wow, it's so tall. She couldn't help but exclaim when she could see everything at the top of the horse. He sat at the back, and she sat in the front. Naturally, her soft buttocks pressed against him in that place, but he calmed himself and placed his arms around her waist. He then looked at the other three and said, wait a moment. I will take her for a walk. Okay. They nodded and decided to be patient. Come on, Shishio. Sure. He made the horse move and started to gallop on the field. The wind gradually became cool, and their surroundings moved so fast. While they had gotten this feeling when they rode on the motorcycle, the feeling they got from riding a horse was different from riding a machine. His arms were gently wrapped around her waist while holding the reins on the horse. Hirotsuka, who had calmed down, glanced at his handsome profile for a moment before she took his lips. He was stunned, but he accepted her kiss before he asked, what's wrong? No, I just understand how Guyvenir feels with Lancelot somehow. Hirotsuka took a breath of his smell and couldn't execrate for him for a while. She loved him, but it was hard for them to be together. He wasn't sure why this woman tried to picture him as a Lancelot, but he said, even if you have King Arthur with you, I will take you away with me. She laughed and said, you're the only one for me. I love you, Shishio. I love you too, Shizuka. They weren't sure how many times they had kissed, but each of their kisses was unforgettable. 614, Memory in Kuruzawa 7. Horse riding has always been a favorite sport for wealthy people. Many parents also often trained their children from childhood on horse riding since it would train their posture. When one rode a horse, their posture would be corrected naturally, but for people who weren't used to it, their backs would ache, and their bodies would be uncomfortable. Riding a horse was a new experience for them, and it was even more fun when they were together with their loved ones, so they were quite hooked. Still, they had to pray for the price of their greediness since their backs ached and they couldn't move. Ouch! Ouch! My back! Ah, that's the place. Shishio, massage me more. Unfair. I am the next one. Be patient. I only have 2 hands. Shishio was speechless, looking at Ayaka, Hina, and Hirotsuka, who lay on the sofa in a pathetic way. They weren't used to riding on horses, so naturally, their backs ached after they rode on the horse with him for so long. While Hirotsuka's body was better than most people, she also couldn't fight against age. The only one who was better was Roberta, and she even rode a horse on her own since it seemed she had an experience when she lived as a soldier in the past. Shishio even gave Roberta a horse. Frankly, the horse wasn't cheap. They were expensive. The cheapest in his collection was around $500,000, and there was even one that cost millions. If one asks, was it worth it? Naturally, it was worth it. It was like a sports car and the brand of the car. The horse was like that, but unlike a car, a horse was focused on the breed. Frankly, with his ability to control the horse and even breed it, he might have become an emperor if he had been reborn in the past. After all, a horse had always been important in war, and if he had the ability to control it, he could arm his army with a lot of horses. Unlike in the current era, where everything was decided by a single weapon, in the past, the greater the number of their armies, the greater their chance to win. When everyone was running on their feet, only his armies were running with horses. One could imagine how the battle would become, right? Anyway, leaving aside the fact he wasn't reborn to such an era, he gave a back massage to his women now. They planned to visit the Hoshino resort to watch a concert at night, but their backs were in trouble, so they returned to the villa first. Fortunately, his massage skills were amazing, so they quickly became better. After they washed their bodies, did a quickie, and changed their clothes, they didn't hesitate to start their trip to the Hoshino resort. This resort was one of the businesses he got from the system. It was a famous resort and could even be called the trademark of the Kuruzawa. This place was also beautiful since, at the entrance, it was planted with hundreds of elm trees, making them feel they were coming to the elf village. There were many buildings around the resort, and they looked around curiously before they went to the waterfront terrace to rest and wait for the concert. While he was speechless by their lost desire to walk around, he knew they weren't young anymore, and they were exhausted after the horse riding last time, so they wanted to rest more. His massage skill was good, but their bodies wanted to be lazy, especially when they did a quickie before they left. When they arrived, the waitress came and asked what they wanted to order. Looking at the various menus, the women ordered a beer and some cocktails that they were curious about. He also ordered a platter of snacks, such as French fries, nuggets, or something similar. Still, he didn't order alcohol like the rest and just ordered a soft drink. While the waitress seemed curious about their group since many beautiful older women surrounded one young man, it wasn't her place to talk about this matter, and she left after she noted their order. A little brother, perhaps. The waitress thought and glanced at Shishio secretly since he was so handsome. The waitress is good, Hina suddenly said. Why? He felt Hina's praise was strange. Well, she didn't ask about our relationship, Hina said with an awkward smile. Besides that church before, no one asks about our relationship, or rather they don't care at all. When they were about to leave the church, the female cleric asked what their relationship was, considering she asked him to take a photo to become a model for the marriage venue. The female model for the wife was ready, but the male model for the husband wasn't ready, so she thought to ask Shishio to help. After all, she thought he was free, and the female around him was his big sister or something. Yet who would have thought that the four hugged him at the same time and told their relationship without hesitation before they left the stunned female cleric? However, besides that female cleric, no one really asked them such a question. There was a saying in this country that a customer is a god, so naturally, no one dared to ask such a rude question. Those clerks who saw them only smiled and offered them what they wanted to buy. While some of them wondered what their relationship was, they had seen many things after they worked in the service industry, so even if they saw a couple with a mismatched age, they wouldn't be stunned or asked a rude question. That's true. Hina nodded but then pouted. But you still remember the model of the church, right? She was so eager to be with you. What are you getting jealous of? He was speechless, considering he had been dating so many girls and women, but Hina only got jealous now. However, he didn't refute her and kissed her forehead gently. But I refused, right? Well. What could she say now? She fell into his arms while watching the band on stage preparing their musical instruments. While the rest wanted to join, they were a bit embarrassed to do it in this place since they were in public, so they could only do it sneakily. They felt contented when they could spend their day with him. However, he was in the middle of thinking about what he should do with them. Marriage. He felt this was something far away, especially when he was so young, but Hiratsuka, Hina, and Ayaka were different. They might not think about that matter when they were with him since they were happy. However, when he thought about how he had taken Hina away from his previous boyfriend, how he took down Aki when he took Ayaka, and how Hiratsuka, who was almost in her 30s, he felt that he had to show some kind of responsibility or promise from his mouth. They had this kind of conversation at lunch earlier, and while they didn't press him, their decision might change along with the time. They might not ask him to marry them now, but sooner or later, they might ask such a question, considering how they would become older and older. Getting old was the enemy of a woman. Who wanted to become older? Especially when getting older would make you lose the beauty that you had before. This was frightening. While he had a way of making them maintain their youth, it needed time. Still, what they were afraid of the most was the fact that they might lose the love of the man they loved when they became older. The concert had started, and the sound of the saxophone, trumpet, trombone, piano, bass, drums, and guitar mixed together, creating a harmony of jazz. The sound of mellow, calm enhanced the beauty of the night sky even more. In Karuizawa, the stars were bright. It was possible to see everything in the sky. The countless blinking dots in the sky seemed even more beautiful than any jewel in the world. However, their companions were something that made everything seem even brighter and more beautiful. Eating, laughing, drinking, and many other things. They had done all of them together in the past few days. Soon, this trip would end, and without a doubt, their hearts were filled with happiness, feeling satisfied with this trip. Yet he felt this was far from enough. Well, human greed was something insatiable, so he knew it was impossible to satisfy all of them, but he hoped something would change between them. He was greedy, and naturally, he didn't want to let them go. When the music stopped, the sound of nature seemed to intensify. The sound of the water, forest, insect, and every living being in this town were heard before all of them vanished, swallowed by the gentle sound of the saxophone. Everyone enjoyed this very moment. Hiratsuka, Roberta, Hina, and Ayaka didn't let go of Shishio's hands and huddled together to be with him. Hey! They looked at him at the same time. I know that I don't have any evidence or proof. My words might seem like a child rambling, considering my age and the impossibility of what I am going to do, but... He looked straight at his women and said calmly, full of love, I will marry all of you. I am not sure when, and in the worst case, we will try to move to a country that allows polygamy, but no matter how old you become in the future, I love you, so I will marry you and make all of you mine. Don't force me to stop since this is what I want to do and something that drives me to move forward, so wait for that day, okay? They stared at him for a while and were in a daze. Those words that came from his heart seemed to ignite something in their hearts and burst their hearts. They didn't know how to describe their feelings, but they just wanted to hug him at that moment. 4x. More words would make his determination empty, but at this moment, they didn't care about the concert anymore and asked him to go home since they wanted to show their appreciation in their own way. How? Naturally, it was a secret that only the 5 of them knew. However, it might take a while for them to go back to the villa, so they decided to stay in the hotel since their desires were like a flame that would burn them down and the cool temperature of Karuizawa wasn't enough to ease them, only him, who could solve this problem. With this, their trip to Karuizawa ended, and soon, he had to go back to Kyoto, the place where his parents and his family lived. 615, Going Home 1. While he didn't want to go home to Kyoto, he knew he had to go home since it had always been a tradition of the Oga family to gather together during an Obon. Everyone had to gather together, or he was afraid he might be disowned. While it might seem exaggerated, the punishment if he didn't come was quite troublesome, so he naturally returned to Kyoto. It had been a few months since he came to Tokyo, and many things had happened in his life. There were so many things, and he couldn't count them, but he was glad that he had come to Tokyo. Before he arrived in Tokyo, he was confused and lonely and ignored everything around him by working hard so he could gain a foothold in this country. He only wanted a better life since living in poverty definitely wasn't something he wanted. His family's background might be good, and he would be okay even if he became a NEET, but he definitely didn't want to become one. Becoming a household husband might be a good choice too, but it was hard to find a woman who could support him if he lived as a Chiyunibu. Leaving aside his dream to become a household husband, he had become a tycoon now, and it was impossible to leave all of those things behind. Under his leadership, his business was moving like a fast train and didn't stop. If there was a worry, he hoped his company wouldn't be embargoed, considering how good it was. Still, while it hadn't reached such an extent, he felt he needed to prepare, considering how it might be in the future. Suddenly, he thought of a single figure that could make the entire country bow down his head just because of his might. While what this guy did was unpleasant and borderline crazy, he knew that what he did was something that he could follow. Being powerful meant he wasn't tied by the rules. He was the rule. Yet he felt embarrassed when he thought such a thing, considering how it reminded him of Chiyunibu. However, he had something to argue that every person in this country had Chiyunibu blood in their veins. Having a melodramatic, slightly theoretical communication was something that everyone in this country loved the most. If he gave an example, it was like how Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the daimyo of this country, warmed up the straw sandal of Oda Nobunaga on his kimono during the winter. His sharp-wittedness and devotion earned him the trust of Oda Nobunaga and gave him an easy promotion in each battle. If it was in the past, one would think Hideyoshi was so loyal for thinking of his master. However, what did the people in this era think? Leaving the people in this country, who were amazed by Hideyoshi's devotedness. The people outside the country might be slightly overwhelmed by his intense devotion. He thought so, but even so, he must admit that Hideyoshi was a smart man since he could stand side by side with the long-standing Tokugawa Ieyasu, who built the Tokugawa shogunate, the military government of this country, for 260 years. Yet one must acknowledge how shrewd Hideyoshi was since he was able to rise from sandal-bearer to a daimyo that controlled this country. Shishio-sama, do you want to drink tea? Thanks, Roberta. He accepted the bottle of cold barley tea from Roberta and drank it slowly. The taste of the tea hit his tongue, and it couldn't help but remind him of that day when he was on the train to visit Tokyo for the first time. It might also be part of the reason why he was overthinking at this moment. His meeting with his parents was one thing, but he also had to meet the entire family of the Oga clan. While he might be okay, considering he was the youngest among his generation, he wasn't sure whether they could accept how he was now. He had always been in Chiyunibu, shouting, "Let the world feel pain," or something similar without getting embarrassed. However, he was a normal guy now. Except he was slightly rich, handsome, and had more girlfriends, he was perfectly normal. Right? Anyway, he was tired of getting serious all the time, so if possible, he wanted to spend his days on Obon easy, without much drama. His stay for Obon in Kyoto was only for 2 days. Tomorrow, he would go home since he didn't want to spend too much time staying in Kyoto. While he had thought of the family of the previous Shishio Oga as his family, it was only limited to his parents. He wasn't sure about the other families since he was afraid something inappropriate might happen between him and his aunts or female cousin. Chihiro was enough for him, and he didn't need any more aunts. However, it might be okay with the female cousin. Well, the joke aside, he wondered whether there was someone who could trigger his system. However, he didn't have that much expectation since all the girls that could trigger his system, he met all of them in Tokyo. He had never met girls, women, or anything similar to Ryuanosuke that could trigger his system outside Tokyo. Tokyo was the center of his treasure trove. A place where he could meet various women that could make his heart throb. Tokimeki Memorial. It might be how he describes his life in Tokyo. He had various girls and women that could trigger his system, and they were all wonderful and unique on their own. However, it didn't mean he was going to do anything to all of them, especially to Ryuanosuke and the like. It was impossible for him to do so. Frankly, there were many women that he hadn't touched in Tokyo. The waitress on the Vanyeria, the female boss and secretary on the Kengan Association, the group of female teachers, the mother of his friends, and there was also a friend of Chihiro and Hirotsuka he met in chapter 150 or so. He knew that their friends were working as teachers in an all-female school, and the students in that school might be able to trigger his system. As the largest and most populated city in this country, Tokyo was, without a doubt, a city full of opportunity for him. Yet he wasn't hungry enough to attack all the girls and women that could trigger his system. The rewards in the system were wonderful, but as of now, he had enough of them, and he could live well now, even without using them. The relationship between his girlfriends was good enough, and he had enough of them now. The only problem was the few girls and women he met, but he hadn't cleared up their relationship. Misaki, Ritsu, Chihiro, and Yuki Nashida. As for now, he was thinking about the four of them and wondered what he should do with them. There were more of them, but the most important was currently the four of them. However, he was on his way to Kyoto, and he wouldn't be able to meet them until he returned to Tokyo. On his return to Kyoto, he only brought Roberto with him. He didn't bring his women with him since he was afraid that trouble would happen, considering he wouldn't be able to accompany them if they came to Kyoto. The meeting of his family was also a sacred and important meeting between his family members. Unless one was a member of the Oga family, it was impossible for them to join. Roberta also probably wouldn't be able to attend the meeting and stay at his parents' house. If he wanted to bring his women, he should marry them first. While it might seem ridiculous, this was a tradition, and it had happened for so many centuries after one of his successful ancestors decided to create this tradition. The meeting between a family, without any help from anyone, and enjoyed the moment. He also didn't bother to change this tradition and didn't have the power to do so since he was the youngest among everyone. He might be the richest now, but in his family, it meant nothing, and his family also didn't know about his wealth, probably. Shishio-sama, do you want to eat? Roberta asked. Sure. Shishio nodded and looked at Roberta. There were only the two of them at that moment, and she seemed more excited than ever. On this trip, they rode the Shinkansen, bullet train, the fastest train in this country, so they would arrive in a few hours or so. It was amazing, considering the distance between Tokyo and Kyoto was so far away. If they were in the Edo period, they would need at least a few days to arrive to go on the trip to Kyoto since they were walking. However, technology changed everything. Yet he didn't care about the technology. Instead, he looked at the delicious bento he had bought at the train station before leaving. A bento on the train was part of the tradition too in this country, and every station from different cities and prefectures made it in their special ways based on culture and food tradition. However, Tokyo didn't have such a thing, so it was impossible to get such traditional food. Still, it also gave this city an advantage since it meant there were more varieties in the bento. Roberta ordered the sukiyaki bento while he ordered the sushi bento and a shumai for a snack on their trip. The food was delicious, but the companionship of each other made the taste of the food better. While they enjoyed the food, they soon arrived in Kyoto and prepared to meet his parents. He would be lying if his mood wasn't complex. Before he came to Tokyo, he had stayed in Kyoto for a month, but he mostly stayed at the house, learning since he was about to take an entrance exam. The two only walked out of the train, but they soon heard a familiar voice call his name. Shishio. Here. They turned and saw the familiar woman and a man, whose appearance was similar to his, with different hair color and older. Naturally, he was more handsome. Welcome back, the man said with a smile. I am back, father. He thought he would stutter, but the voice that came out of his mouth seemed more natural than he had thought. 616, going home too. Kyoto was the capital of this country in the past. It might be strange why this country would choose this city as a capital, considering it wasn't the center of the economic city and was quite far from the sea. Hence, it was quite hard to access, especially in the past when the means of transportation were limited. Then, why? Feng Shui. This was the only answer that he got since the influence of China in this country was strong, so it also followed China, who chose Chang'an as its capital. Naturally, it was also based on Feng Shui. He wasn't sure about Feng Shui, but he could tell this city held various memories. The memories of the previous Shishio Oga gushed out like a geyser as he saw many things along the way. The memory he repressed broke, and he was unable to contain it. Yet he didn't stop them and just accepted all of them. He wouldn't forget the previous Shishio Oga since he had become part of him. While he had said that the previous Shishio Oga had become part of him, it didn't mean they had become one. Instead, the previous Shishio Oga was part of his memory now, especially from baby to the end of middle school. Frankly, it might be better to erase this memory since, for him, being in control was something he wanted the most. The thought of him having a different personality or being affected by the previous Shishio Oga definitely wasn't something that he loved to see. However, he had entered this body, and even if he didn't want to, he had to accept it since if he didn't, it would be impossible for him to accept his parents in this world so quickly. After he arrived in Kyoto, his parents brought him to the car they had driven from the house. They didn't need to go to the parking lot. Instead, the parking valet neatly brought his father's car to their location. "Come in," his father said, entering the driver's seat, and his mother entered the passenger seat. His luggage was put inside by the parking valet. When he thought about all of this, he wondered why he was thinking about working hard when his family's situation was good. "Come on, Roberta." "Yes, Shishio-sama." The two entered the car together and left the train station. However, inwardly, he thought the service industry in this country was a bit too much. He glanced back at the parking valet, who still bowed his head, and thought the words "the customer is God" had been planted in their heads. "How is Tokyo? I have heard that you have a girlfriend now." He looked at his father, who didn't hold back and asked him straight to the point before looking at his mother. His mother only stuck out her tongue and hugged his father's arm. When this woman was in Tokyo, she acted like a cold woman, but when she was with his father, she acted like a docile and obedient woman, but part of him had gotten used to it, so he didn't say anything. "I do." "Well, it isn't surprising if you have a girlfriend." His father didn't feel surprised to know his son made a girlfriend since his genes were good. As long as his son acted normal, girls would come toward him like a flock. However, it would be different if he knew his son had many girlfriends. "Well, leave your girlfriend aside. Welcome home." "Welcome home." His mother rubbed his head with a smile. "I am back." He sighed helplessly but also showed a warm smile. Roberta was also somehow affected by the mood and also smiled. The four talked to each other, and their topic was mostly about his school and his life in Tokyo. While it was his imagination, he felt that they tried to avoid the topic of his girlfriend after his father asked him whether he had a girlfriend or not. However, as of this moment, the nostalgic feeling he had with his parents were flooded in, and he was also curious about the Obon tradition held by his family. The previous Shishio Oga might have visited the Obon tradition of the family many times. However, it would be his first time, and he thought that this was rather a strange feeling. The Obon was a tradition to respect the spirit of the previous ancestor. Without a doubt, the hard work of the ancestors was something that everyone in the Oga family was grateful for since, without them, there wouldn't be this family now. This was also the most special event among the family since it was one of the times when everyone gathered. Honestly, the Obon could be said to be one of the most important events in this country. Even the emperor, empress, and many other famous families also grandly held this event in their manor or house. Anyway, it was impossible for him to skip the Obon, but he still tried. However, when he told his parents he wanted to stay in Tokyo, they scolded him furiously, telling him to go back or they might beat him up and force him to go back. The seriousness of their voices made him speechless, but he didn't fight back and returned home to Kyoto. This was also part of the reason why he didn't bring his girlfriends. "Before we go back, let's have lunch first. What do you want to eat?" He touched his stomach and felt slightly hungry since even if the trip was only a few hours, the trip had always made him hungrier. He thought for a moment and recalled the favorite food of the previous Shishio Oga. "How about that tonkatsu restaurant?" "Haha, I know you will choose that restaurant, so I called it early, and they told me they caught a good wild boar today." His father and mother agreed and seemed to know what he loved to eat. While he felt warm, he realized that his parents seemed to dote on him more than he had thought. They might not have any intention of making a little sibling for him, so it could only be left for him to make grandchildren for him. However, inwardly, he was thinking about how good the wild boar meat was. Unlike regular pork, the wild boar had leaner meat, a darker red than regular pork. Still, the reason why the previous Shishio Oga loved the wild boar had nothing to do with the taste or anything. Instead, it was because of how the wild boar was living. The wild boar was living in the wild. It was the realm outside of humans, and they had never relied on humans, only on their animal instincts. What was even more impressive, they could still be alive and didn't go extinct, even though human greed had no bounds. On the other hand, ordinary pork was nothing but livestock. They were bred like nothing, using machines, science, and many others. They also didn't have the fierceness of the animal, only the docile of the livestock that would become meat the moment they were born. Maybe, it was also the reason why the previous Shishio Oga loved a wild boar. The fighting spirit of humans slowly disappeared, along with the appearance of a machine. Their desire to dominate and rob for wealth, chicks, and authority had slowly disappeared. They were like livestock now and no longer fierce beasts that would dominate their own life. Instead, they followed everyone uniformly, without any changes. This uniformness was the thing that made the previous Shishio Oga hate the most. It was also why he struggled, showing that he still had the beast-like spirit ready to bite down and dominate his world. The previous Shishio Oga was able to do that, but he died and became him after that day. Suddenly, he fell silent and thought of many things he had tried to avoid, but that thought stopped when he arrived at his favorite restaurant. The restaurant was built modern with a hint of traditional Japanese design that could be seen from the wooden nameplates. This restaurant might seem new, but it was an old restaurant from his grandfather's time. Honestly, it was amazing that there were so many businesses that had existed for many centuries in this country. If he wasn't wrong, the oldest one should have existed from 578, which still exists now. This business was a construction business, but it was focused on the shrine and temple. However, he didn't care about that now since he wanted to eat. His family often visited this restaurant, so the owner, who also happened to be the chef, greeted them enthusiastically with a smile before he was dumbfounded by Shishio's change. He even glanced at him several times, thinking that boy had become a man somehow. How did you know I have become a man? He didn't ask this question out loud. Instead, his wife seemed to be more curious about him. If his mother didn't push his wife away, he was afraid that this wife might try to ask him more questions, and one or another might lead to a scandal. Still, unlike the previous parking valet, he could see that the relationship between his parents and the restaurant owners was similar to that of a friend, which slightly surprised him. However, he didn't feel surprised when he thought about how often they visited this restaurant. While businesses in this country had always emphasized that a customer was a god, they knew each other well like a close friend, so instead of being overly polite, being slightly brazen was better since it made them feel close to each other. Still, their relationship aside, his food was coming. It might be because it was his homecoming that the portion he got was bigger. Please enjoy, the wife of the chef said with a gentle smile. Thank you. He nodded and took his chopstick, chomping down on the tonkatsu wild boar without hesitation. Crisps from the breaded batter were like a melody in his mouth. Then his teeth touched the soft meat, which gave it an intense, sweet, and nutty flavor. Somehow it reminded him of the taste of the bear, but it was fattier and tastier. Yum! He felt that this meal was the best. Watching him enjoy his food, his parents smiled. Do you need a spoon, Roberta? Shishio asked. Ah, sorry. It was still hard for her to use the chopstick, and she mostly used a spoon on the Tokyo. It can't be helped. I will feed you first before your spoon arrives. He took part in the meat and fed it to Roberta. Open your mouth, ah. Roberta blushed, but she followed his words obediently. How is it? Delicious. Roberta covered her mouth with her palm while she chewed down the meat while showing a surprised expression when she ate. Right? Let's try more. However, his parents were silent since they realized it seemed their son's growth was more outrageous than they had thought. 617, Going Home 3. The lunch was good, and everyone was satisfied. Then, it was time to go back. After his father paid for the food, he brought him back home. It had been a few months since he saw this house, but there weren't many changes in his house. Everything was the same as how he had seen it a few months ago. His house was located in a distinguished neighborhood where most directors, famous business owners, politicians, artists, athletes, or members of the Kyoto City Assembly lived. Their children were also his childhood friends. Most of them stayed in the same school, from elementary to high school. Only when they reached a university would they move to a different university, whether they continued to Kyoto University, came to Tokyo, or other universities. It was their choice. However, the circle of the upper class was really small since the people that he saw were similar to each other. It was also why he decided to move to Tokyo since his reputation was already like this, and he didn't want people to question his changes. Honestly, it was troublesome. The best path for him was to stay in Kyoto, but since he decided to move to Tokyo, his parents reluctantly agreed. However, it seemed their decision to agree to his decision was good since they could see the change in their son. The connection, or his future, was something they could take care of since everyone knew each other, so even if his study wasn't good, it didn't really matter since his future could be easily solved. This also made him realize how good it was to have a good family in this country, especially when the class among everyone had been solidified. Unless one was a true genius or had a talent in a certain area, such as literature, sports, or any creative works, it would be hard for them to break this barrier of class among the people in this country. A rich person in his previous life said, if you are born poor, it isn't your fault, but if you die poor, it is your fault. It was easy for this rich person to say so since he was rich and was also born into a wealthy family. If someone was born poor, it would be hard for them to get away from the poor. If someone was born rich, it would be easy to become even richer. It might seem weird, but if someone thought logically, it was quite easy to tell since the starting line between the rich and poor were so much different. The rich had many things and facilitated with the best. They had a resource, the connection from their parents, and as long as they were slightly smarter than most people, their careers were already smooth, and it was easy for them to maintain their family's wealth. On the other hand, the poor might even have a hard time thinking about what they should eat tomorrow. They were already grateful that they could eat for a day. How could they have time to learn how to become rich? If they were rich, they had to work harder than anyone and had their bodies full of blood, or else, it would be impossible for them to get rich. Waking up earlier than anyone and sleeping later than anyone might be something every day for them if the poor wanted to become rich. Being born into an Oga family was a privilege for him since the connection of an old family was far better than a new rich one. Along the way, they still kept talking about his life in Tokyo since there were many things that they wanted to know. However, when they arrived at his house, they stopped talking and welcomed him again. Welcome back. 2x. I am back. He wasn't sure how often he said those words, but he looked at his house again. Unlike Kyoto, where traditional houses exist everywhere, his house was built with modern minimalist, Western architecture. The land was also spacious, which was luxurious in Kyoto, where most streets were quite narrow, with only a single car could pass. It had 2 stories painted grey. The indoor carport was right on the side, which was enough for several cars, surrounded by a wall, and a metal gate, which could be reached with a short spiral of stairs. If there was something unique about this house, it would be the black mono-pitch house, showing that this house was newly built and had a different design from the others. In a place where the price of land and house were ridiculously high, it was amazing that his father could buy such a large house at a young age. It also wasn't an installment payment, and the payment was already completed. However, his father was an executive of the Kyoto Bank, and in that position, while what was written on the tax, he only got a so-so salary. The truth was his income was more than that since he enjoyed the benefit of everyone in that position. As for how high his father's real income was, he wasn't sure, but it should be more than 100 million yen. Many people might think it was too much, but this was how the bank or many companies worked. They pampered the people in high positions. Yet compared to the time before the lost decade, this number was small. In the prosperous era before the lost decade, this country enjoyed so much more. Money wasn't money. Instead, they were like paper that they could waste around. Many companies even encouraged their employees to use the money more. The university students who applied for a job would also get money for applying for a job. There were still many examples, but it would be too much if he wrote all of them. It was the happiest era that one could ever think of. However, that era ended, and everyone could only tighten their belt to live. Naturally, it only affected the lives of the people at the bottom, but the people in the high position were okay. After his father parked the car, the maid greeted all of them, especially Shishio, since it had been a while since she had seen him. Even though he said it was a maid, she was different from Roberta. The maid was fairly old, and there was only one. However, she had taken care of him since the baby, and it wouldn't be wrong to say she was the second closest woman besides his mother. Naturally, in family terms, it wasn't a romantic one. You should come in too, Roberta. By the way, your room will be in the guest room first. Yes. The maid guided Roberta to the room while asking about Shishio curiously since his change was so big. What do you think? Do you miss this house? Shioriko, his mother, asked with a smile. Yeah, it's been a while since I have been here. It was an inexplicable feeling, but he felt warm and nostalgic in this house. Even though it was only a few months that he had been away. Play with me first. Tell me about your life there, his father said and walked toward the billiard room. There were many things that he wanted to ask his son, so he brought him to the billiard room. Okay. Don't play too long. He's tired from the trip, Shioriko said with a pout. I know. We're just going to play 1 or 2 games. While his father talked with his mother, he observed the interior of the house. Similar to the outside, the interior was designed with Western architecture, with a wooden floor and soft carpets on the inside. The paintings and interior ornaments followed the Western style. Yet strangely, when they were inside, the image that one got from this house was a Japanese style, focusing on the details from the corner and then to the main area. Everything was arranged carefully to the details, yet it gave a comfy, warm and welcoming feeling to anyone who entered. He knew that this was because of his mother since she was the one who took care of the interior design. After his father talked with his mother, he brought him to the billiard room, his favorite room. He wasn't sure why his father loved billiards so much, but it might be because he thought it was cool or something, which made him think that the blood of Chiyunibu on his body came from him. While it was summer, the house was cool and comfortable. The carpet still retained the residue of the cool night, which was so comfortable for his bare feet. It also made him sigh, realizing how lucky he was, especially when he compared it to Sakurasu. Shina definitely wasn't poor or even rich, considering her grandfather was a famous painter, and she also had met a prime minister, but the place she stayed was like an old shack. Still, compared to the other houses on the edge of Tokyo, Sakurasu was a good place, especially with its low rent price. However, shouldn't her parents get her a better place? Maybe, but if that wasn't the case, he might not have met him, or it might be because of the setting of the original story, since if Shina didn't move to Sakurasu, it would be impossible for Sorita to be together with such a girl. Anyway, Sorita was already out of Shina's life, and it was impossible for them to be together. Natsuo Fujii was in the same situation. The only one left was Shina Aki and Mitaka Ren, but it was because he didn't move. If he made a move, their fate would be similar to Sorita's or Natsuo's. Here. His father suddenly threw the cue stick toward him. His thoughts stopped as he caught the stick. Observing the billiard room, he could tell that his father had invested so much in this room. In the center of the room was a billiard table with an intricate design made from sandalwood, which gave a mix of floral, rich, balsamic, soft, and sweet scents. However, unlike what one imagined, the primary ornament in this room was the picture of his great-grandfather in a military uniform and holding a military sword as a cane, facing distance indifferently, like a general ready to enter the battlefield and face death. Overall, this room gave a relaxed feeling, but because of this painting, it caused indescribable solemnness. When he decided to move to Tokyo, his father also brought him to play the billiard. They might be playing billiards, but he definitely knew the purpose of his father was far from a friendly game between a son and a father. The game between the two started while they did a small chat, but very quickly, his father gave him a sudden jab on his jaw. Is Roberta your woman now? 618, going home for. His stick missed the ball, and he knew that he had lost on this turn. His father didn't wait for his answer and took his turn tout de suite. He knew his question had messed up his son's rhythm, but he didn't care since this was how they played this game. He also educated him that society wouldn't play by the rules, and as long as he showed an opening, they would bite him down ruthlessly. Yes. Hearing his answer, his father missed the ball. He gave his revenge and delivered a right hook to his father's temple. By then, he didn't show mercy and finished the game on his turn directly. The corner of his father's lips twitched, thinking his son had grown up. He had heard many things from Shishio's grandfather, and while he didn't believe, he wondered whether Shishio acted like an anime character to hide his real ability. When he arrived in Tokyo, he showed his everything. In Tokyo, Shishio was like a fish in the water and a bird in the sky. He swam freely in the sea and soared in the sky uncaged. Still, this game had nothing to do with his son in Tokyo. I see, it seems you have grown, but the next one, I will tell you that it is too early for you to win. His lips twitched since his father was like an anime character who only used a few % of his power before deciding to get serious when everything was out of his prediction. However, he didn't think he would lose. In the past, he got an enhanced accuracy, and his billiard skill was quite good since the previous Shishio Oga often played this game with his father. However, unlike his weak body in the past, the system brought him a great improvement in his physical ability, yet he must admit the billiard skill of his father couldn't be underestimated. If his father hadn't become an executive of a famous bank in Kyoto, he might have become the world champion of billiards or a professional billiard player. However, while he loved billiards, he still chose to work in the bank. This wasn't a matter of love, passion, or anything, but it was a matter of education. Being a professional billiard player was good and all, but if he became the CEO of the Kyoto Bank, the leader of this bank, he could make his own tournament, and his influence over people was even bigger. The money he got was also more stable, considering it was impossible for him to be fired, and he would be working until, probably, 60 or more. Lastly, if his father really became a professional billiard player, he might be beaten by his grandfather. Anyway, his father was happy now, so he didn't overthink. If you want to defeat me, you are 10 years too early. His nose was raised high, and he seemed so smug. He looked at his father in silence before he shrugged his shoulders. By the way, congratulations on your book. Did you read it? He felt awkward when he thought his family was reading his book. Your mother loves it so much. His father sighed, but then, he said, anyway, good job. Thanks. So, do you plan to become a governor of Kyoto or prime minister? His father asked curiously. While he was speechless by this question, he knew that this was a normal question. Many politicians also started as writers. Even the current Tokyo governor was also a writer. Naturally, his father thought he wanted to become a politician when he wrote a book. Yes. He didn't joke this time and nodded to his father's question. Unlike his teacher, who was dumbfounded, he didn't think it was impossible for him to become the prime minister. Even his family also thought so. Prime minister aside, being a governor of Kyoto might be better since it was more comfortable. The prime minister might seem like the #1 person in this country, but that wasn't true. If he said rudely, the prime minister was nothing more than a scapegoat in a game between members of the House of Representatives. On the other hand, the governor of the city was more comfortable since he would become the #1 person in the city. As for why Kyoto, not Tokyo, it was because the influence of his family in Kyoto was bigger. He also wasn't a native of Tokyo, so he would be treated as an outsider, which made it impossible for him to become the governor of Tokyo. While his system might make him invincible unless he had the ability to control his mind, or hypnosis, there was something that he couldn't control. That's good. His father nodded. You have talent in writing, so don't stop. Anyway, being a writer didn't take time, and Shishio could also work on different jobs while he was writing. Try to win the Akutagawa reward next time. Akutagawa. Yes. His father nodded. He thought about the reward which Shiro-san had won once, but he didn't say anything and listened to his father since his father was really good at conspiracy. If you want to win the Akutagawa, try to write something controversial, especially when you are good at romance. As long as it is good enough, I will handle the rest. Controversial. He suddenly thought about his relationship with Yuigahama Hana and wondered what if he had written their relationship into a book. One thing was for sure. He was sure that it would cause a huge controversy. Oh? Do you have an idea? His father asked curiously. No. He shook his head since it was impossible for him to say his relationship with Yuigahama Hana, right? After all, she was the mother of his upperclassmen. His father kept staring at him, but he was adamant about saying anything, so he changed the topic. By the way, can I ask you something? What's wrong? You're not going to say anything about my relationship with Roberta. He had been curious since his father didn't say anything and didn't seem to care. It's okay. Your standing will be better than most people's. You'll see that many have more than one woman. From the primordial time until now, nothing has changed. The most powerful one got everything. The best woman, food, house, and many others. The strong got all of them. When one has trouble getting one girl, the strong could change the woman like they changed their clothes. His lips twitched, but he knew that such a thing might be normal among the circle of rich people. Still, you're like your grandfather. His father sighed. Shishio. Well, it doesn't really matter, but don't make them pregnant, his father said sternly. Shishio. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something. What? Shishio was curious since his father's expression became serious. I might visit Tokyo with your mother near the end of summer. Come with us later. Why? He was confused. If you want to go on a date, then don't invite me. While many rich people had more than one woman, his father was rare since he was only infatuated with his mother. I can have a date with your mother later. Shishio. It's a party. His father looked at Shishio for a moment, hesitated, but said, well, you can think of it as a party to get to know each other. You might get to know a new friend there. Okay. He was confused, but he didn't bother to think too much. Anyway, it is a rare chance for you to be here. Come accompany me to play for a while. Okay. The two continued to play for a while until it was almost dinner. Being scolded by Shioriko, Shishio's mother, they honestly stopped playing and had dinner with everyone. The dinner was rich, and it might be because he was here. However, strangely, Roberta lowered her head and felt depressed. Shioriko and Ko, the older maid, looked at Roberta helplessly, but they didn't say anything. Even if the two of them didn't say anything, he knew what had happened, but he didn't say anything besides patting Roberta's head. Roberta's eyes were moist under her glasses when she received his comfort, but she was still as expressionless as since it was impossible for her to show other emotion in front of others than him. They ate together, and their mood was quite merry since one person that they missed was here with them. Before long, the dinner ended, and he returned to his room. He hadn't returned to his room since he was brought by his father to play billiards. Still, when he entered his room, a wave of nostalgia surged into his mind. He saw that his room hadn't changed much, and it was still the same as when he left this house. He didn't bring many things with him when he left this house. Ko has cleaned up your room every day. He looked at his mother and wondered why she mentioned the older maid. While he loved a mature woman, Ko was already in her mid-50s. Her hair was white, but she dyed her hair black. Her body was slightly plump and saggy, but without a doubt, she was an attractive woman in her youth even now. It was still strange when he thought that she was single until now. However, being together with someone or being alone in life was a choice of someone. He didn't have the right to judge whether this was right or not. However, Ko might have found something more important than being with someone, so she didn't marry anyone. Okay, you must be sleepy. Go and rest. His mother patted his shoulder before she left. He was left alone and looked at his room. Honestly, his room was normal. Even though he was Chiyunibyu, he maintained a simple and practical room. If there was something strange, it would be the number of books, especially those related to mythology. Greece, Egypt, Norse, India, Celtic, China, and many others. There were many myth-related books in this room. Still, he could also understand why the previous Shishio Oga loved such a book since the myth book was full of intrigue, and everyone was clear about hate or like. No one was a hypocrite, and they would go to war if they didn't like someone. Everything was clear. There was no grey. Maybe, there was grey, but it was more a neutral or necessary evil. In other words, everything had its own reason. Everything was full of color instead of being uniformly colored. However, he didn't intend to read and only lay on his bed while laying on his bed absent-mindedly. He took his phone and somehow sent a text to Roberta. Shishio, are you sleeping? Roberta, not yet, Shishio-sama. Shishio, can I visit your room? Roberta, yes. Shishio smiled and walked out quietly from his room to Roberta's room since he must admit doing it at his parents' house was somehow more exciting than he had thought. 619, Taboo. Early in the morning, he sipped a warm tea while watching the garden absently. He didn't do his morning workout and only relaxed, sitting on the soft carpet in the living room, watching flowers and trees covered by the morning dew. It was still early to visit his grandfather for Oban, and it made him wonder what he should do. It was also impossible to visit Roberta's room since Ko had woken up, and Roberta also woke up to help Ko. Still, it might be strange for him to say this, but the feeling of doing it at his parents' house was different. It felt like his happy childhood memory in this house was overturned and changed into something different kind of happiness that an adult could only feel. If he gave an example, it was like how he wanted to drink a beer when he was a child, but he was stopped by his parents because he was still young. However, he had tasted that beer now, and it tasted luscious. Are you hungry, Shishio-sama? He turned and saw Ko was there. Unlike his childhood time, she had become older. Even though it was faint, he could see crow's feet in her eyes, but they were hidden by her makeup. Unlike his girlfriend, whose makeup was light, Ko had thick makeup, so thick that one couldn't see her underneath her makeup. Yet, even so, she was beautiful. Her teeth were perfectly white without any cavities or missing ones. Her hair was black like jet black lacquer, perfectly tied in a bun, without even showing her baby hair, showing her years of experience in this job. When he saw her like this, he realized she was still a charming woman. Some people might believe that when one is older, their sex drive will cease. But that was the only superstitious stigma. Many older people, especially men, have had sex drives that grow stronger as they age. However, it was only their sex drive. Naturally, as they aged, their bodies' functions became weaker, so it was impossible for them to have the energy of their youth. However, even if they didn't have the energy of the youth, they had the experience of the older man. Their long years of experience made them more skilled than the youth, who could only use their energy to their advantage. On the other hand, it was the woman whose sex drives were lowered since they grew older and had menopause. The reproductive hormones in their bodies were in decline or could no longer be produced, so naturally, their sex drives would be affected. Suddenly, he realized how important it was to protect his body, and he also discovered a certain charm that was owned by a mature woman. However, he shook his head since he felt this thought was dangerous. Ko had been with his family since he was a baby. She had been taking care of him and even changed his diapers. For him to think something so rude of her, he felt he was a real scumbag. Is there bread, fruit, or something? I want to work out. Bread? I am afraid not, but we have a banana. Is that okay with you? Well, give me one. Oh, I want mineral water. He didn't really like bananas, but it couldn't be helped. Okay, wait a moment. Ko left him, but she felt her heart beating so fast. Naturally, she knew that she didn't have heart disease since she was quite healthy. Instead, it happened for a different reason, and it made her realize he was a man, not a boy, who often acted funny, especially with those eyes. She had been living so long, so she had a lot of long years of experience. As for now, it was rare, or even almost extinct, and she had almost never seen a man with those eyes. The eyes of an untamed man. A beast-like man who was immune to society that tried to domesticate them. The only one she saw in the past was his grandfather, but now it seemed that characteristic was perfectly inherited by him. His name might be Shishio, but she felt he was like a tiger. The meaning of his name was a lion, but his act was more like a tiger. This might be strange for her to think so, but a tiger was fiercer than a lion. While the lion loved socializing and could act in a group, the tiger acted in solitary, deep inside the forest. The tiger only went out when they were in the heat. Ko felt Shishio was like that now. The fierce, mighty beast that lived alone in the forest dominated the entire forest as if he was a king. Yet when a certain time came, he walked down from his palace and pounced himself toward the lady, mating savagely, violently, yet caringly and lovingly. The fuse between such emotions in that act was already overwhelming her, especially his eyes, which had observed her carefully like she was his prey. However, she quickly erased such a thought since she had been watching him from a baby, and for her to show such emotion toward him was definitely wrong. She also felt she might be quite sleepy for thinking something like that since it was impossible for him to think so, yet the taboo-like feeling sprouted out from her heart. Yet when she glanced at Roberta, she couldn't help but feel jealous. The women had this sixth sense where they could feel something that was impossible to detect by men. It was hard to describe this feeling, but when they felt this feeling, they knew they would be mostly right. Especially when Roberta's skin was so radiant and so beautiful. She was like a flower, blooming at its peak, covered by morning dew, which gave her a sinful yet inviolate beauty. Ko was no longer young, so her desire in that area wasn't strong, considering she was old and had menopause, but now, it was different. The sense of immorality was like a flame in purgatory. It was so bright, and that light was irresistible for her, who had become a moth. Yet she quickly calmed herself before she prepared a banana and mineral water for Shishio. Here, you go, Shishio-sama. Thanks, Ko-san. He nodded before glancing at Ko, but he decided to ignore it. Mad woman. He shook his head and sighed since his charm was so high. The smell on Ko was so intense, so he decided to eat quickly before he left for the morning run. I'll go out and run first. Breakfast will be ready when you return, Ko said, watching him at the entrance. Thanks. He put on his running shoes before he left the house. Ko looked at his back for a moment before she let out a long sigh. She wondered whether she should take a cold bath now. When he left the house, he didn't hold back his speed and sprinted with all his might like a panther. His muscles moved at the same time in unity, and his lungs were moving like they were alive. With every step of his feet, he could feel the blood on his body moving in every part of his body. From head to toe. Everything. As he ran, his mind was blank, and he forgot everything. He only focused on the path he took and the pain that his body felt. Still, he felt it might be better for him to return to Tokyo early since he was afraid he might do something that shouldn't be done. Ko was, after all, a family figure for him. Even if they weren't blood-related, it was crazy when he smelled how aroused she was. What did he do? He only stared at her with his eyes, yet she had become like that. He suddenly felt afraid and realized that many families might be destroyed by him. However, suddenly, he recalled the face of Chihiro when he ran. Chihiro was his mother's little sister. She was his aunt. Yet they kissed each other. He could still feel the feeling on her lips until now. Unlike many others, her lips were particular. They weren't the softest, tightest, or even the best, yet out of everyone, she was the most unforgettable among the kiss he shared, except the one he shared with Sheena in that small town in the past. That kiss was an abomination. It was something disallowed, not to be forgiven, yet when they did it, they felt they were drunk. The kiss was so mind-boggling that he felt his brain almost melt, making him unable to determine what was right or wrong. Fortunately, it was done when she was drunk. If she did it when she was sober, he wasn't even sure what he should do. They were a family. She was his aunt. She was the same as Ko, but unlike Ko, she was taboo since they shared blood. Yet even in history, many have done such a thing. Avunculate marriage. He had never realized it before, but even many emperors of this country also had married their aunts in the past. However, while there were many examples, society didn't think this relationship was ethical. It was taboo. He should have given up on Chihiro, but the more they were together, the more fiery his desire was. He tried to suppress it, put a lid on them, and forgot about them, but the more he did that, the more it was impossible for that feeling to disappear. Run! 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 He ran, hoping that this feeling would disappear, and he was glad that he did a morning run since, slowly, the pain in his heart turned into pain in his body. The tightness in his lungs, the painful feeling on his entire body because of running all of his might for this entire time, made him more alive than ever. He continued to run until he reached the Kumo River, and as he ran, he screamed. Ah! He screamed all of his might while running, ignoring the pain in his chest until he felt satisfied. When he was satisfied, he decided to return home since he didn't expect he would run so far away. Yet when he was about to go back, he suddenly thought about one place that he should visit before he returned to Tokyo. Welcome back. Ko and Roberta welcomed him, but they were stunned when they saw how sweaty he was. His body was wet like he was showered by the rain. Yet somehow, the two of them were in a daze since, because of this, his t-shirt became even tighter, showing the compact muscle on his body. Can you get me a towel? Ah, wait a moment. I will get it for you. Ko hurriedly left. Shishio then looked at Roberta. Roberta wore glasses, so it was hard to see her eyes, but he could see how intense her gaze was. Is the breakfast ready? He decided to ignore this gaze. Ah, yes, your parents have woken up too. He nodded and went to the living room to see his parents. His parents knew that he had finished his run, but when they saw him, they were stunned. They sighed and thought their son's life in Tokyo must be quite blissful. 620, Oban 1. After he had cleaned up and changed his clothes, he went out with his parents to visit his grandfather's house for an Oban. Ko and Roberta didn't follow them and stayed in the house. He sat on the back seat while looking at the scenery from the window absent-mindedly. Are you excited to meet your grandfather? Not really. Who got excited to meet an old guy? Well, his grandma was good since she was kind and doting on him. Honestly, he didn't enjoy the Soban since, from the memory of the previous Shishio Oga, all he received in the meeting was a scolding. If his uncles told him to act like he was a member of the Oga family, then his aunties would ask him to stop his Chiyunabu act since as long as he stopped that act, he could sweep all the girls he wanted to. Fortunately, his cousins were good, and they often gave him money. Well, all of them gave him money since he was the youngest. He knew they were good for him, but when one was at puberty, one would feel that an adult was annoying. The previous Shishio Oga was also in a rebellious period, and the sight of adult talking annoyed him since he felt their hypocrisy. However, if one wanted to live peacefully in this world, one had to be a hypocrite. The world was unfair and hard for good and honest people. The reason why Oga family could stay until now was impossible to do if they were a good guy. Instead, they had lied, betrayed, conspired, killed others, and many other things. Naturally, they didn't do that because they wanted to, not that he knew since it happened in the past. However, if one wanted to protect the people they cared about in the past, where the era was chaotic, they had to be cruel to their enemies since if they didn't, their enemies would think they were weak and it was okay to attack them again. However, if they were cruel to their enemies, it was like a deterrent for everyone since if they decided to become their enemies, this was the price. As a leader, one had to be forced with an option whether one wanted to be loved or be feared. Many questions which were better. If they wanted to be loved, they had to be a benevolent leader. They would do their best to be kind, gentle, and honest and show the virtues of good people. However, he didn't care about being loved. Instead, he felt it was better to be feared, and this was what his ancestor did since being feared didn't mean being hated. Being feared meant they could better protect themselves, their family, the people they cared about, and their wealth. Don't worry. You'll get a lot of pocket money when you go back. Yes. He looked at his mother speechlessly but didn't say anything. Money? It was just a paper for him. Anyway, he closed his eyes, trying to recall what he should do this summer. There were many things, naturally, and probably, he would go on a trip with his girlfriends. However, there were also many problems that he had to solve. There is also Ebina Hina and Yumiko Miura. Yumiko aside, he recalled the kiss he shared with Ebina. The taste of her lips which mixed with the strange drink of Gunma Prefecture, still lingered on his lips. However, the impact caused by this kiss was far lesser than the kiss done by Chihiro. As of now, he really couldn't think about the Oban. Instead, he wanted to meet his women now. He didn't want to stay in Kyoto any longer and wanted to go back, so when they arrived at his grandfather's mansion, he was relieved and didn't hesitate to enter with his parents since the faster this event was done, the faster he would go home. The three of them didn't wear strange clothes or anything. Instead, they wore regular clothes casually when they went out instead of formal attire. He even wore an aloha shirt, white sandals and ankle-length pants, seemingly easy and relaxed. Honestly, their parents wanted to smack his head when he wore something like this, but it was far better than his usual anime costume. Oban in the Oga family was rather special since they dressed as they pleased instead of formal clothing such as a suit, kimono, or even a uniform. However, as someone from the upper class, their choice of clothes naturally fit with their standing. Yet Shishio had always been the most abnormal one since, in the past, he wore a black cloak, horns, and an eye patch. He even held a sword like a demon king on the anime character. Sometimes he wondered whether he tried to mimic Demon Bull on the Journey of the West with a modern version. He also wouldn't be surprised if his aunts and uncles scolded him for how he acted. He also wasn't sure what his ancestors would think when they saw their great-grandchildren honor their spirits with a cosplay costume. Still, his father only laughed and felt it was fun. However, that previous Shishio Oga was no longer here. It was impossible for him to put on such a get-up. Yet he knew that he was being ridiculous for wearing an aloha shirt on this type of occasion. However, it couldn't be helped since he wondered whether he really wouldn't be slapped if he wore this type of clothes. Still, even if his clothes were inappropriate, his parents had to say that his clothes were nice. When they came, they were greeted by everyone. He might have said it before, but his grandfather's house was a mansion. Japanese-style mansion. A spacious garden designed with an intricate yet delicate image made the people who saw it feel relaxed, yet they would feel the deepness. If he gave a comparison, it was like the sea. If they only saw the surface, they would only be a simple blue, yet boundless, which made them realize how small they were. However, if they entered the sea, they would recognize how fathomless this God's creation was. This garden tried to mimic that image, giving him a considerable impact. When he was young, he might not have realized it, but now he understood how extraordinary this garden was. The soul of the gardener was fully displayed like a katana that was carefully crafted by a legendary blacksmith. Oh, you have come. Eh? Who is that? Is that Shishio? Why didn't you wear cosplay? Hey? Aren't you too handsome? Come on. Let your auntie see your face more. Eh? Shishio. What? How can that be? I thought he would wear a Monkey King cosplay and smash the tombstone. Are you crazy? Shishio didn't do anything and just stood speechlessly, especially the one who thought he was going to put on a cosplay of Monkey King and smash the tombstone. If he did that, he was afraid he might be cursed. The quiet mansion had somehow become as rowdy as a morning market. Everyone gathered around him and marveled at his change while also sighing that a journey would make one grow up. The smell of perfume almost suffocated him. His aunts, female cousins, and even some of his uncles and male cousins also looked at him curiously, touching his body several times, wondering whether his muscles were part of his cosplay. He tried to be patient at this moment since he understood that even if he was revered and feared in his school, everyone here thought of him as the youngest, something they were doting on or scolded when they were bored. However, he couldn't handle it when they squeezed his buttocks. Stop! Who squeezes my ass? He was furious and stepped away. Your ass is firm. Firmer than my husband. He looked at his female cousin, who had just married a few years ago, and didn't expect her to do something like this. What do you mean by that? He didn't know what this female cousin wanted to do with him. Oh? Shishio? Is that you? He looked up and saw his grandmother. While his grandmother was by almost a decade or two older than Ko, her appearance seemed similar to Ko's. Only her hair was pure white, and she didn't bother to dye them. Yes, grandmother. Oh. Let me see you closer. He moved closer, and the others also left him if the grandmother was the second person with the highest hierarchy in this family. His grandmother touched his cheeks without hesitation while pulling him closer, trying to observe him from up and down. He could feel her cold and slightly sweaty hands, which made him feel uncomfortable, but his eyes shut his mouth. You really like your grandfather? His grandmother murmured. However, he was almost scared since he saw a blush on her almost frail and slender cheeks. Fortunately, he didn't have to pull away or forcefully escape since someone came and settled the situation. Oh? Shishio? You're here. Yes, grandfather. He slipped away from his grandmother and looked at his grandmother. His grandfather should have been in his 80s, but he was still as strong as ever. In his youth, his body was a muscle, but unlike the muscle of the bodybuilder, his muscles were like a leopard, sleek and solid. Unlike Katahara, who had become frail and short, his grandfather stood tall. It might be because he often used his muscles to train and something else. Still, similar to Katahara, he wore a kimono but only a lazy kimono. If he gave an example, his grandfather was like Ishin Ashina, only more handsome and buff. Welcome back. His grandfather said with a smile. He wasn't sure how many times he said these words, but he answered, I am back. It was only his second day in Kyoto, but compared to his stay in Tokyo, it was several times better since, unlike in Kyoto, no one would ask him whether he was a virgin or not. 621, Oban 2. The Oban of the Oga family was quite simple. They only needed to clean up the grave and honor their ancestor for a while before they returned home, talked, and ate together. It was as simple as that. There was no need for something complicated. Instead, they used this chance to gather since it was hard for them to do so. After cleaning up the graveyard and praying for a while, they all returned and had a party together. However, he was silent, feeling lifeless since being surrounded by his aunts and cousins was more taxing than he had thought. He looked at his uncles, who talked happily while drinking a beer, ignoring the fact of their standing, and some of them even drunk. Hey, your wife was flirting with me. He wanted to say that, but he wasn't stupid enough to say that. He wondered whether they didn't feel anything when their wives were pulling his cheeks or trying to feel his muscles. Maybe they felt he was safe since he was their nephew, someone they had seen as a baby. However, they forgot that he was no longer a cub that couldn't bear its fangs against them. He was already the beast that might bite them, stealing their wife. Fortunately, he didn't go after a wife, but he didn't mind going after a widow, so they should be careful if they didn't want to go on divorce. Why are you so silent? Are you going to mimic a silent anime character? He looked at the female cousin, who squeezed his buttocks earlier, and asked, Where is your husband, Kanata-ne? He is working. Where else? Kanata suddenly became gloomy, chugging her beer before she wrapped his neck, pushing him closer against her chest. Unlike the rest, she might be the most casual since she only wore a normal t-shirt and tight jeans like she was playing at home. Tell this big sister. Have you graduated from your V-card? Or should I help you graduate? She whispered those words quietly with a naughty and lewd smile. They were sitting near the corridor, so only two of them were there. Many stayed indoors, singing karaoke, talking, or doing something else, so when the two of them didn't attract attention. Instead, they were ignored since no one would think this woman would say something so outrageous. Honestly, he couldn't handle it any longer. They thought that he was their plaything, which was also why they were having fun with him. Still, he only gazed at Kanata silently and gave a gentle smile. Kanata was slightly stunned since this guy didn't follow the script. Should he be embarrassed and all red before she told him that everything was a joke? He rubbed her head and said, "Even that's a joke, don't say that." He stood up and left her. "I will go to the toilet." She looked at his back and touched her head. She was 26 and married, so naturally, it was impossible to be defeated by a freshman in high school, but she was utterly defeated and dominated. She looked at his back and subconsciously raised her buttocks, but she dropped them again after realizing she had a husband. What she did was something abhorrent, so she sipped her beer silently, wondering what kind of lucky girl would marry him. Well, she's going to be lucky. She rubbed her head where his hand was before and blushed shyly. On the other hand, he was on the toilet and thought his cousin was dangerous. Her body was so soft, and she had a jasmine-like fragrance. It was simply impossible for her husband to cheat. Instead, if he was her husband, he would spend most of his days at home, making love all the time. Lastly, unlike his aunt, being with a cousin wasn't a problem. The only problem was she was married. Honestly, if the married woman was eager, he shouldn't hesitate to jump into them. After all, they were the ones who tempted him, and he was just a victim. Being seduced by such a beautiful woman, he wouldn't be a man if he didn't show such a reaction. However, he hoped that they shouldn't do something like this so easily. Marriage. If one didn't love the other, they should wait until they divorced instead of doing it when they were married. This wasn't a matter of love. Instead, it was a matter of responsibility. If one cheated on their partner, being hurt was the least hurtful thing for the one being cheated since there was no love between them anymore. What was even hurtful was the fact they would have infamy and laughter behind their backs when everyone knew that they were cheated. Especially the guys. The women were alright since even if they were cheated, society didn't blame them that much. However, the fate of the guys was crueler. Not only were they hurt, but many people also laughed at them. This was also why he didn't do anything to Yugahama Hana even though she tempted him. Her husband definitely hurt her, and Shishio didn't mind inflicting the damage on her husband. Unfortunately, the one who would be affected by this damaging reputation wasn't only her husband but also Yui. How would Yui smile when the neighbors and many others would point out to her that her mother ran with a younger man? If Yui could smile after that, he might think there was something wrong with her. The married woman was off limits, but they were trying to anger the beast like him. Then, there was no need to be careful since that was what they wanted. As for what would happen between the wife and the husband, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he walked out from the toilet, feeling his bladder comfortable since he had been drinking plum syrup. The plum syrup made by his grandmother tasted nice. It tasted sour and sweet. When adding ice, it felt comfortable in his throat, and when he added a soda, it felt frizzy, which was kind of addicting. He thought of bringing the plum syrup home later, but suddenly someone called him. "Shishio, come here." He turned and saw that it was his grandfather. He didn't have any strange ideas in his mind and thought his grandfather would give him pocket money. "Grandfather. You really had fun at the Kengan match, hey?" "Oh, right, you also played on Tokugawa-chan's underground arena." "It's boring." Anyway, it was already known, so there was no point in hiding it anymore. "Boring, hey? Well, you have won all the time, after all." His grandfather nodded calmly, but if one looked closely, one could see his eyes twitch slightly. However, he shook his head and asked, "By the way, are you interested in the Kengan Association?" "Not really." He shook his head. "I didn't even know that place existed before." His grandfather nodded since no one told Shishio about that kind of place. Honestly, it was unnecessary, and their family also didn't have much interest in watching such a fight. Wasn't it better to stay at the house and play with your women? However, he didn't expect his grandson to be so powerful. As for Togo, he knew Togo well, and he knew that she knew about her ambition. He thought for a moment and asked, "What do you think of Togo?" Togo. He wondered why his grandfather would mention Togo Tamari, but he thought about his opinion about that arms dealer. "She is a gentle and good woman." "That's good." His grandfather somehow nodded and was satisfied with his answer. "Well, you're still young, so you're free to do whatever you want, but you need to be careful with the power struggle of the Kengan Association." Katahara had lost to Togo, and naturally, it was impossible for the Kengan Association to be quiet. Many things have happened, and this association has become even more chaotic. However, it had nothing to do with them. They were like this anyway. Even if they bet on the wrong person, they could easily change the person they followed. As for others, it was impossible since they didn't have the power of their family. "Oh, by the way, are you planning to make another book?" "Book? Not yet, but I plan to make a manga with Mashiro. Mashiro? Oh, that's your mother's nephew. His grandfather nodded. She is your woman too. Too. He wondered why this grandfather would use it too, but he nodded since he didn't hide anything. That's good. You were like me when I was young. He nodded, then said, just don't make them pregnant. Be careful. What could he say? Anyway, you don't plan to stay too long, right? Is that okay? Why not? I have seen you, and it is enough. He was already thinking of going back since if he continued to stay, he was afraid that something unforgivable might happen. He was ready to go back and told his parents and his family. They were reluctant, especially his parents, but they knew he had decided to go home tonight. However, they didn't stop him and told him to be careful since they also wouldn't stay too long. The last one would probably go back tomorrow, but some would go home at night. His grandmother was adamant and even cried, trying to keep him from staying. Naturally, it was even more impossible to stay when he saw his grandmother's exaggerated cry. Still, his parents decided to stay for a while, and he returned home by walking since he wanted to enjoy the scenery, and there was one place he wanted to visit. He walked relaxedly, watching this quiet old capital. It was breathtaking and endearing. The quietness was poles apart from the rowdiness of his grandfather's house. This feeling was nice, and it might be the last barrier that he had crossed in this life. He had fully accepted his identity and decided to live here, creating his new life. Suddenly, he thought about his gloomy thoughts in the past and couldn't help but sigh. Many people helped him, and he felt many emotions in his heart. It was unforgettable, and he knew that there was no hesitation in his heart any longer. By then, he had stopped at the flower shop. Excuse me, can I get a bouquet of lilies? Ah, yes. The flower shop staff or owner seemed surprised and quickly nodded. The flower shop in this country was a good business since many times people needed a flower such as Oban, the celebration start of business, and date. He observed the woman in front of him was quite beautiful, but currently, his heart didn't have such a place for such a thing. When his flowers were ready, he paid the money and left. The flower shop staff waved her hand and told him to come anytime. He only nodded politely without saying when he was going to come again in the future. Holding a bouquet of lilies, he walked toward the bridge. This was the bridge of the beginning. The bridge where he realized he had become Shishio Oga. 622, Home. Oban is a tradition to honor ancestors. However, he didn't know much about his ancestors. On the other hand, he knew about the previous Shishio Oga. Every memory of the previous Shishio Oga was implanted in his mind, glued, and couldn't be erased. He remembered everything about him like there was a film in his head. The memory of the previous Shishio played on his mind whenever he slept, and it was only after a month, when he moved to Tokyo for the first time, that memory became part of himself. He had tried to avoid this place after he had woken up since it was full of unpleasant memories. After all, who would feel happy when they realized they had died? However, he was quite scared when he thought he had become someone else and also became someone else's son. Yet life was like this. It was messed up. The only thing he could do was avert his mind by thinking about how to make himself better. This country wasn't a good place to live. The path to entrepreneurship was hard and almost closed in this country. If one wanted to get rich faster, one had to enter the creative industry or the athlete. As for the entertainment industry, if one didn't have a connection, one would be either a model, small actor, or actress. Honestly, it was a tough business, and the money from the entertainment industry wasn't that great. Mai might appear to shine brightly in the movie theater or television screen, but the money she got from a movie wasn't much. The real money she got was from an endorsement from various companies that wanted her to promote their goods. The best way was either to become a writer or an athlete since they could become a politician when they were older. Before, he was also thinking of entering a company. Either bank or life insurance, mostly on finance, since he knew where the money moved. However, he had a system now, and his life was mostly okay. His future was mostly okay, except if he faced trouble that couldn't be handled by money or bodyguards such as Yujiro Hanma. Still, leaving this matter aside, since such a problem didn't appear currently, he had come to Kyoto and felt he should do this. He stood at the bridge where the previous Shishio Oga saved a little girl from the car and died from the shock of almost being hit by the car. It was a strange way to pass away. However, reality was sometimes more ridiculous than fiction. The reluctant feeling when he became Shishio Oga disappeared, and he accepted his new identity. He put a bouquet of lilies on the bridge's side, representing rebirth. He hoped that the previous Shishio Oga would be transmigrated or reincarnated to another world and had a harem, overpowered system, or ability. Anyway, he hoped that Shishio Oga had an easy life where he could be surrounded by many beautiful girls from princesses, queens, elves, cat girls, goddesses, and many others. Maybe the reason why he has a lot of myth-related books is part of his kinks. He wasn't sure since he had never talked to Shishio Oga, and even if he had a lot of memory of the previous Shishio Oga, he didn't fully have them. There was a certain memory that he didn't have, such as a fetish type or perverted thought from Shishio Oga. As for the possibility that such a thought had never existed, he felt that it was impossible since, as long as they were men, they should have imagined the opposite genders. If the previous Shishio Oga knew what he was thinking, he might curse him. He chuckled slightly and didn't say much, only leaning on the bridge, looking at the surrounding area absent-mindedly. It wasn't a moment later that his phone vibrated, and he took his phone. He was surprised and accepted the call. Mashiro? What's wrong? Shishio, when are you going home? Sheena asked innocently. Home. He couldn't help but smile when he thought about this one word. Probably, it might be possible to return to his original world if he created a machine where he could go from one world to another. Yet he knew that him in that world had died. He was living in this world now, and his home was in this world now. He was no longer alone like before and had made many precious connections in this world. I will go home tomorrow morning. Is there something that you want? I will buy them before I go home. Is there a Bangkuken? Sheena was curious about the difference between Bangkuken in Tokyo and Kyoto. She wanted to know which was better and she wanted to try it. Ah, Mashiro. It's not fair. I want to talk with him too. Shishio, when are you going back? I am going to pick you up. Then, one by one, many of them huddled together, talking to him like there was no end. While he was speechless, he patiently talked with them. He asked them what they were doing, and they asked what he was doing. He wasn't sure how, but he wanted to talk with them when he was alone in this place. From how he talked, it might seem easy for him to accept everything. However, it was harder than he had thought. The obsession in his heart was impossible to erase, and if possible, he really wanted to try to go to another world. Yet, for now, he knew it was simply impossible. Instead of going to another world, he felt making medicine to make himself immortal was easier. If he was given time, it might be possible, but definitely not now, and this couldn't become the only reason for him to live since he was no longer alone in this world. He had someone by his side and a place he called home in this world. They talked for quite a long time since there were many things they wanted to say. They might only part for a day, but they felt it was longer than they had thought. However, if he talked with them too long, he felt his desire to meet them would decrease, so he thought to end their conversation soon. Yet it seemed he was thinking too much since he knew that even if he had talked with them for so long, there was a vast difference between talking on the phone and talking eye to eye. I want to meet them. I want to meet them. I want to meet them. Those words kept reverberating in his heart. It was impossible to stop, so he decided to return, taking Roberto with him to buy various souvenirs before returning to Tokyo. The only unfortunate thing was that Ko followed them since she knew the best place to buy souvenirs. Yet the interruption of Ko made him sigh since he couldn't stay with Roberta happily. Shishio-sama, let's go to that shop. The sweets in that shop taste nice. Ko pointed at the street where the sweet shop was located by leaning near him, subconsciously or deliberately pushing her plump body against his arm. Her fragrance also invaded his nostrils, which made him react slightly. Shishio glanced at Ko, who wore a tight violet-colored kimono, which formed her body perfectly. She might not be young anymore, but her body and appearance definitely didn't lose to most women in this country. Is there something wrong? Ko asked innocently. No, it's okay. Let's stop there. He borrowed his father's car and went out with Roberta and Ko. While Ko sat in the front seat since that way she could guide him better, Roberta could tell that Ko's intention was more than that. In those few hours, the three of them visited various shops to buy various things. Green tea, mochi, matcha bangkuken, sweets, senbei, rice cracker, yatsuhashi, red bean jelly, and many others. He only bought food and didn't buy any other souvenirs since it wouldn't be his last time visiting Kyoto. His home was here, and he might continue his study at Kyoto University. Tokyo University was good, but Kyoto was definitely better if he wanted to become a prime minister since his turf was in this place. When they returned, his parents had also returned. They talked for a while, having dinner together before they sent him to the station since it was his time to go back with Roberta. Are you sure you don't want to stay a day or two? Shioriko was reluctant. She had only seen her son a few times after he went to Tokyo, and now he returned in a hurry. Haha, we will meet again later, right? Shishio was helpless. However, they would meet each other again since they were going to visit Tokyo. Oh, that's right. Shioriko nodded, but her expression was quite subtle. He felt weird by the change in his mother's expression. Anyway, we'll prepare your clothes later, and don't forget to pick us up there. His father said. I know. I will come with Roberta later. Just call me when you come. Shishio nodded and decided to ignore this matter. Okay, be careful. His father didn't say much and told him to be careful. Shioriko wanted to kiss his son, but Shishio didn't want to be kissed. See you, Shishio-sama, Ko said with a gentle smile. Yes, see you. Shishio nodded at Ko and wasn't sure how to react to this gentle smile. After saying goodbye, Shishio and Roberta entered a normal train and left Kyoto for Tokyo. Unlike before, this return trip felt quite strange for him, and there was this reluctant feeling since he realized that Kyoto was a good city. Shishio suddenly thought about Yukinashita and recalled that her hometown was Chiba. While he had been in Chiba, he only visited Togo's villa and hadn't gone anywhere. I wonder how Chiba is. With that thought, he spent his time with Roberta for a while, enjoying their time together. This time he didn't ride the Shinkansen, bullet train. Instead, he went on the normal train, where he would spend 8 to more hours on the train. He bought the most luxurious one, with a bed and a bathroom inside. Only the two of them were inside this room, and they messed this place up at once. The feeling of doing it on public transportation was different, and Roberta tried to hold her sweet voice since she was afraid to be heard. Unfortunately, those sweet voices kept escaping from her pretty lips. He had tried it on a train and a ship, and somehow he wanted to try it on an airplane in the future. Their trip was unforgettable. They lay on their bed, staring out the window where they could see the starry night. He felt the expensive fare was worth it somehow. Roberta also smiled and snuggled in his arms, without her glasses and braids, letting herself go wild for once, forgetting her duty as a maid and serving him as his woman. Still, while they wanted to stay on this train for a while, they soon arrived in Tokyo. Unlike their previously disheveled appearance, their appearance was sharp and neat. As they walked out from the train, naturally, they became the center of attention, especially him, since they were all wondering who this young master was. Or did he have a hobby of cosplaying his women? Many thought about a lot of things, but neither Shishio nor Roberta cared about their opinion. Then, soon, they saw a group of beautiful women drinking and eating something. As if a certain force made them turn their attention in his direction, they stared at each other for a while before they jumped out. Welcome back. I am back. Shishio smiled, but he hoped they would watch the time and occasion to hug him since now he could see many people staring at him as if he were a scumbag. Fortunately, social media wasn't a thing in 2005, so he knew no one would make a video and upload it to the internet. Even if someone did that, one should prepare for the consequences of doing so. Anyway, he was glad that he had gone home. 623, Miwa. Miwa. Momo, I can't breathe. Don't hug me too tight. HMN. Over there. AHN. However, his muffled voice didn't stop the excitement of Momo Kashiwabara. He was helpless, but he didn't complain. Instead, he only increased the speed of his waist, causing her to be unable to speak a single human language. Momo was crazy, and under his bombardment, she fell helplessly and almost passed out. She wanted him to stop since she almost passed out, but then, she really underestimated him since she let out an animal-like moan before she fell onto her bed, losing consciousness from the pleasure. He let go of Momo and sat on the side of the bed to take his breath. Before, he couldn't take a breath since her breasts were pushed against his nose. Fortunately, he was naturally strong. If it was someone else, they would pass out. However, even if they passed out from happiness since boobs equaled happiness. This time, he wasn't at his apartment or Sakurasu. Instead, he was at Momo's house. It might be strange, but it was his first time coming to this place. Momo's house was a luxurious apartment. In other words, she was loaded. Once again, he realized that he had a lot of wealthy girlfriends, which made him realize he could become a household husband whenever he wanted to. Still, he also realized that many rich people love to buy apartments at high places. However, there was a reason. In the past, especially during the Edo period, only those nobles could live in the castle, which was the tallest building during that period. No one was allowed to live in the castle beside the nobles, even if some merchants had money to build one. So when the Edo period ended, and many tall buildings were built one after another, the riches lived on those tall buildings since being on top of everyone gave a certain feeling of satisfaction, right? Well, some people might not, but there were definitely a lot of them who thought so. Anyway, when he entered, he didn't have a chance to observe her house since she was so wild and wanted to do it right away. She was sleeping now, so he thought to look around for a while. He didn't have anything to do, so he wanted to see the place where she was born and how she could grow up to how she was. It was his honest opinion, but he could see Momo and Rio Futaba were quite similar to each other. They were born into wealthy families, and their parents have always been away from them. However, unlike Momo's optimistic way of life, Futaba was timid and comfortable in her comfort zone. Still, while Momo might seem optimistic, she might also be the most sensitive among them, especially when she had tried to cut her wrist in the past. Cutting one wrist didn't mean that one wanted to commit suicide. However, the feeling of pain made them realize that they were alive, and even if they seemed to die, the feeling of pain awakened them. Fortunately, Momo had passed through that state, and she was okay now. However, the process for her to reach her current stage was difficult. She was hurt many times, but now, she didn't have to feel that pain anymore since she found her happiness. Still, Momo and Futaba were quite familiar, especially when the two wanted to have someone by their sides, and they had found that person. Oh, right. They also had big boobs. Shishio looked at the photo frame on the side of Momo's bed and saw a photo of her childhood with her parents and older brother. She was mainly living alone in her house. Her brother hadn't been living in this place since he moved out after he entered the university. On the other hand, their parents were busy with their work, and their relationship was no longer as warm as before, so it was quite rare for them to return home. They might go home, but only a few times a month or so, leaving Momo alone. This situation was also similar to Futaba. However, unlike Momo's parents, Futaba's parents were on good terms. Still, when he saw how happy Momo's family was in this photo frame, he wondered how one could start to hate each other. Even if one is rich, they can't maintain their love, hey. However, this was only one example, and many were different. It was impossible to make Momo's family the only example since everyone was different. Many might say that being rich would equal happiness. However, Momo's situation wasn't happy at all since she had almost committed suicide and abused herself several times. Then, if one was poor, should they have happiness? Not really, since he often heard many parents sell their children to prostitutes for money. Many might be surprised, but this has happened many times in the past. What had happened was that history only recurred itself. Eternal recurrence. He had mentioned this in the past, and it is a concept that the universe and all existence and energy have been recurring and will continue to recur in a self-similar form an infinite number of times across infinite time or space. Many tragedies would keep recurring many times as long as people were living. As for how to stop it? Impossible. Everyone was different since while many people had their happiness, many also had their unhappiness, even if they were rich or poor. However, the unhappiness and happiness of others had never to do with him. He was just a human, and he was selfish, so besides the feeling of the people he cared about, the rest were something he didn't care about. Anyway, after he felt satisfied looking around, he thought to prepare dinner since he was quite hungry. He took his phone and saw that Ebina had sent him a text. Shishio, don't worry. I will come, but are we going out at dawn? Isn't that too early? He didn't receive an answer. Instead, he received a call from her. Hello, Shishio-kun, what are you talking about? Coming at dawn isn't early at all. For us warriors. Shishio was speechless when he received a lecture from Ebina, and he also felt weird when he thought he talked with another girl when he was at Momo's house. Still, the two talked for a while until he agreed to come at dawn. I will come to your house. Is that okay? Okay. I am waiting for you at my house. Oh, right, what about Yumiko-senpai? He thought about that cute girl and couldn't help but smile. Yumiko is with me now. She is in the bathroom. Do you want to see her? Ebina asked with a laugh. Don't joke around. Anyway, see you tomorrow. I will come at dawn. Don't sleep. If you don't answer me in 10 minutes, I will definitely leave you. Don't worry. I have set up 10 alarms, and I am going to sleep early. I have told my father to wake me up since he doesn't go to sleep. Ebina told of her determination to visit the summer Kami-Keet and how excited she was about the event. Shishio listened patiently, but it was quite hard for him to get excited since he didn't have much interest in the summer Kami-Keet. However, he would be lying if he wasn't curious about the biggest otaku event in this country. Yet he also couldn't understand Ebina's excitement. After all, what kind of girl asked her man to pick her up at dawn? If they were living outside of Tokyo, he might understand why they should go out at dawn, but they were living in Tokyo. However, he also knew how obsessed the otaku in this country was about the Kami-Keet. Even the people who lived far away, such as in Hokkaido or Fukuoka, also came to Tokyo during this event. Many people might seem strange of how eager people were, but when one loved something, mere logic could no longer bind them down. Even if they didn't have money, they might borrow money from a loan shark to participate in this event. His words might seem exaggerated, but in his previous life, many of the people he knew would borrow money, so they could participate in the K-pop concert. Still, unfortunately, he wasn't part of that group, so naturally, it was impossible for him to understand. Fu, I have prepared a surprise for you. Be prepared, all right. Surprise? What kind of surprise? He was startled by Ebina's sudden words. I won't tell you. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise, right? Then, I won't come. What? How can that be? You have promised me. But you never told me that you would give me a weird surprise. He was so speechless when he learned he had to pick her up at dawn. I am sorry for that, but I have a good reason. For what reason? You will see it tomorrow. Shishio thought for a moment and said, I don't have any motivation, though. I also don't have much of an interest in Kami-Keet. Oh, wait a moment. You have made one mistake. What mistake? You have motivation, right? Really? What is it? Me. Senpai, the signal of my phone is bad. I will close the call. Wait. Wait. I am going to kiss you. As much as you want. Until you are satisfied. Miawa. 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 Okay, okay. I will come. He sighed helplessly. Yay. Shishio was helpless when he heard Ebena's cheerful voice. By the way, that's my advance payment. Are you satisfied? No, but I might be satisfied tomorrow. You make me shy, you know? Well, see you tomorrow. I am waiting for you at dawn. Okay, don't forget to sleep early. You too. They talked for a while before he hung up the call. Honestly, he wondered what his relationship with Ebena was, but he knew that this girl didn't want to go out, so he didn't force her to go out with her either. If this type of relationship she wanted, he was okay with it since he would be lying if he didn't feel happy to receive a kiss from Ebena. When the call stopped, Ebena looked at her phone for a while before she covered her face with a pillow and kicked her feet around, feeling giddy, happy, and excited. While it was her first time to know this feeling, she was addicted to it. She was already satisfied with their current relationship, and she didn't ask more since what he needed wasn't a boyfriend but someone that could stay by her side, and he was that person. But a boyfriend, hey. Ebena, your mom told me that the dinner is ready. How about we eat? Her thought stopped when she heard Yumiko's voice. Yumiko entered Ebena's room while trying to dry her hair gently with a towel. Okay. Ebena nodded. By the way, are you sure he will agree? Yumiko looked at the corner of the room with some hesitation. While she also wanted to see, she wasn't sure whether Shishio would agree. Don't worry. Leave that to me. Ebena patted her slender chest and puffed them high smugly. I have solved that matter, and he will definitely agree. Is that so? Yumiko wasn't sure how Ebena could be so confident, but she would be lying if she wasn't excited. While the two talked excitedly, Shishio was still clueless about what they planned to do. 624, Momo Kashiwabara. Hey? Shishio. Momo was awoken after half an hour, but she didn't see him anywhere, which made her slightly at a loss. Momo, I am in the kitchen. The door in her room wasn't closed, so she could hear his voice quite clearly. She wasn't sure how he knew she had woken up but hearing his voice calmed her. Suddenly, she sniffed a delicious aroma wafted into her nose. Growl. She blushed and held her stomach subconsciously. Fortunately, he wasn't around, or else she would be embarrassed. Still, she realized how hungry she was. Sexual intercourse was a strenuous activity. It burnt a lot of stamina. They were doing it in the afternoon, and she saw that it was 6 in the evening, so naturally, she felt hungry, especially when she hadn't eaten anything at noon. She slowly rose from her bed, sluggishly, lazily, without much energy. She was quite thirsty. Fortunately, there was a bottle of water on the nearby table, so she took it without hesitation and drank it to satiate her thirst. She might have drunk a lot, but that liquid could only satiate her different thirst. After she was satisfied, she took her bra and his t-shirt. His t-shirt might be in a larger size, but it was more comfortable since she didn't need to wear her panties and bottom. As for the bra, she wore it since her nipples felt uncomfortable when they rubbed against the fabric of the t-shirt. She also didn't want to have sagging breasts, so she cared for them well, even in her youth. However, she didn't immediately get up. She sniffed his scent that remained on his t-shirt for a while until she was satisfied before she stood up sneakily to Shishio, wondering whether he was cooking. Her guess was right since he was cooking in the kitchen. This scene brought a smile to her face since she didn't remember how long it was for her to see someone do this to her. Her relationship with her family was no longer as good as in her childhood. They often fought, so they worked most of the time to avoid each other, neglecting her children too. If her older brother was here, she wouldn't be lonely. Unfortunately, her older brother moved away. She was alone, and this loneliness was killing her. She needed someone by her side, so she got a boyfriend. Even though she knew the person she dated was a scumbag, worse than trash, knowing that someone was there beside her gave and she wasn't alone made her forget the pain of loneliness. It was like drinking poison to ease the poison. Even though she knew it was bad, she kept drinking them since she didn't know how to solve her problem. Fortunately, she met him. It was like fate, and she fell for him instantly. Naturally, it wasn't easy. Even if she tried to hide it with her natural optimism, she knew it would be hard and almost impossible to get him. Unlike others, who were pure and clean. It didn't mean she was dirty since he didn't care whether he was her first or not since, from now on, he would be his. However, if possible, she wanted him to be her first since that way, she could feel all the happiness of all his other girls too. She also regretted that she had been dating many people before him, but her experience also made her realize how lucky she was to be able to enter his eyes. When they were together, her heart, body, and soul were filled by him. She reached the zenith of pleasure that she had never felt before, erasing every figure that had been with her. Now, those ex-boyfriends of hers were nothing but a silhouette for her, and she forgot about their names and appearance. He was the only one inside her. From now on until then. Still, in the past, she could only stay by his side, staying on the crack, hoping she could get some of his warmth. Hoping that he wouldn't forget her and hoping that he would look at her. However, now it is different. She leaped and hugged him tightly from behind. He was slightly tense and turned his head helplessly. I am cooking. Do you know how dangerous what you are doing? Hee, sorry. She stuck out her tongue cutely while thinking she wouldn't do something like this again, but it was hard to contain the feeling in her chest that it almost burst out. What did you cook? Yakisoba. Something simple. Is that okay? It had been a while since she had someone cook for her, and she was looking forward to it. Is there something that I can help you with? Well, can you help me to prepare the salad? It won't be good if we just eat this. Okay, leave that to me. She saluted, leaving the rest to her. While he was skeptical since many girls around him had zero skill in the kitchen, it seemed he underestimated Momo too much. She might seem stupid and all goofy, but she was smart. If Yuki Nashita wasn't there, she might be able to take first rank in the second grade, showing how amazing she would be if she decided to study. However, he decided to put this matter aside since it was enjoyable to be able to do this with her. The two prepared dinner together, enjoying each other's presence, feeling the warmth that was as addicting as their intercourse. Momo's parents and older brother weren't around, but this was good since now, they didn't want others' presence around her. If there were, it would be their children in the future. When dinner was ready, they went to the living room and ate together while watching television. It was rude and rather messy, considering there was a huge dining table in her house, but he felt it was too distant to eat there. On the other hand, if they ate on the sofa, they could be next to each other. Is it good? Momo nodded happily since it was so delicious that she might put yakisoba as her favorite food from now on. After they ate, they put the plates on the sink and decided to clean them up later before they rested on the sofa together. Let me see your wrist. Okay. Momo took off the scrunchie on her wrist and showed it to him. Unlike last time, the scars on her wrists were barely noticeable and almost disappeared, which made her not hesitate to show them to him. As for why she wore a scrunchie, it was a habit since she had been doing it for a long time. Shishio had a pharmaceutical company and a chemistry mastery, so he made a cream to erase Momo's scars, but this cream wasn't perfect, so it needed time to erase her scars. Thanks. Shishio looked at Momo, who suddenly thanked him and couldn't help but smile, rubbing her head gently. What are you thanking me for? It's something natural that I want to help you with, right? You're my woman, after all. Momo suddenly cried and hugged him tightly. Shishio. Why are you crying so suddenly? He was speechless and helpless. While he didn't think he had done anything special, it was different for Momo. What he did to her was something special, unforgettable for her entire life, imprinted, engraved forever. She loved him so much, much that she couldn't control her emotion. Geez. In the end, he couldn't stop her tears and hugged her until she calmed down. When she calmed down, he asked, still, is it all right for me to stay? Won't your parents go back? He took the mochi he had bought in Kyoto and chewed it lightly. Let me try that. Momo opened her mouth, waiting for him to feed her. He looked at his half-bitten mochi and fed it to her mouth. Delicious. So. It's okay. She was confident. They won't go home after all. She had never been so glad that her parents didn't go back now. Still, even if they didn't go back, she could stay at his apartment since that's how she usually was. As of now, she only lives in her apartment from time to time. However, most of the time, she lived with him and other girls in his apartment since it was more convenient. Is that so? He wasn't sure what kind of answer he should say and had to say he was lucky that his parents were on good terms. By the way, how are your parents? I want to see them somehow. Momo was curious about his parents. Well. Before he started talking, he heard the sound of the rain. Is there rain? Really? They stood up and looked out the window, watching the scenery of the city soaked by the rain. It's cold. Momo had minimal clothing since she only wore his t-shirt and bra. Is it warmer now? He hugged her naturally. Oh. Momo was excited, jumped into him, and hugged him like a monkey in heat. She rubbed her face against him and pressed her breasts against his face. He wondered whether this girl tried to kill him by suffocating him with heavy masses on her chest. However, he would be lying if this didn't feel good. He slapped her soft buttocks, causing them to tremble. Hi on. Momo was startled and moaned lightly. How about we take a bath together? She looked at Shishio and thought that this guy was a genius. She moved closer and bit his ear lightly, whispering, I won't let you go tonight. While this girl was smart, she was also quite stupid since she didn't realize what kind of existence she was about to face. However, he was going to spoil this girl a lot. He kissed between her brows gently and gently put the tip of their noses together. This small gesture caused her heart to flutter. You won't be able to sleep tonight. Yet this contrast made her realize her body, heart, and soul were dominated by him, and she was owned by him. I am yours. Do whatever you want with me. There were no longer any words between them, and they did it until dawn. 625, Shishio has a lot of problems. At dawn, he walked out of Momo's house, leaving her sleeping since she was dead tired. Unlike him, whose body was stronger than a normal human, she was only a normal human. Their night together was amazing, but her stamina couldn't handle it, so she slept soundly on her bed. If there was something that might trouble her, it was the fact that her house was all messy since it was covered by various juices and liquids. Fortunately, he cleaned all of them before he left. This wasn't something that he had to do since even if he left without doing anything, she wouldn't blame him. However, there was proper etiquette on every occasion. Or maybe it's better to leave it like that. He thought that a certain type of woman would love their room to stay messy as it was, but this and that was a different matter. Considering her maid and her parents might come in the morning, he thought to clean up the crime scene, so no drama would appear in the Kashiwabara family. The only thing he wondered about was whether Momo didn't tell her parents about what she was doing. Probably not. If he was in Momo's case, he definitely wouldn't tell her parents. However, wasn't it strange? Shouldn't one tell their parents in case they encounter trouble, especially Momo? However, he didn't think so since not all parents were good, and they were also a trust issue. Also, not many problems could be talked about to the parents after all. This is where a lover came. The people where they could trust and comfortable with to talk about their problems. Having a lover made them able to talk about this problem. Well, this was only for the weak. For the strong, they would handle their problem on their own. Yet there was no need to force ourselves to become strong since being weak also had its advantages. What were the advantages? Well, he didn't have time to discuss that since he had arrived in front of Ebuna's house. The last time he visited this place was when he went out with Ebuna to Ikebukuro. While no chapters mentioned it, he came once a month to visit Ikebukuro from time to time with Ebuna. His trip was, fortunately, okay, and he didn't see anything weird. As for why he came to Ikebukuro, not many people knew, but there was a delicious mapo tofu restaurant, which he was quite hooked to buy. As for the trip to visit the Boys Love store with Ebuna, he just tagged along with her, accompanying her before they ate dinner together, especially the mapo tofu. The spicy taste of the mapo tofu was so addicting that it made them come every time they visited Ikebukuro. As for her attempt to bring him to the dark path, it was naturally impossible. However, he often went to visit the anime store to educate himself since the creativity of the people in this world was quite good. The only thing that he was worried about was the fact that the NTR genre started to become popular, which made him speechless. Walker Umasaki, who taught him about the path of adults on the Ikebukuro, started to stray from his path and was also hooked on this new genre. No, it isn't a new genre. After all, every plot, genre, and many other creative works have been written by many people in the past. If there is a difference, it is the characters, personalities, and how one presents their works. Naturally, it included the NTR genre. As for him, it was impossible for him to love such a genre. However, there was a big problem and why he suddenly mentioned this genre. Many people wondered why he mentioned this genre, but he was helpless at this moment since the character that stole the woman seemed to be drawn after him. His name might be quite famous since he was the author of a famous novel and manga. However, he was relatively low-key, and it was quite rare for him to accept an interview. Still, once he accepted the interview, his face was made into a cover, and it increased the sales of the magazine. As for the demographic of the buyers, most of them were women, including married women. While the magazine wanted to interview him again, he rejected it without hesitation. Whenever he walked, he would become the center of attention because of his appearance. Yet if his popularity as an author was added, his popularity reached the height that one could only imagine in their life. However, he didn't expect this popularity would bring him to the place where he would become the character in the story. If only he was a normal character, it would be okay, but he was a character who stole the women of others. This was outrageous, but everything had spread everywhere like a weed. It was impossible to stop unless he pulled the root. However, there were too many roots, and it was too troublesome to handle this problem since this wasn't exactly a crime. The face and body of the character might be similar to him, but they weren't exactly the same, so it made the case complicated. He also didn't want to get famous because he tried to stop someone from using his portrait as a character who stole the women of others. If something like that happened, he was afraid he might be beaten by his family. This also wasn't the reputation he wanted, especially when he planned to become prime minister and governor. Fortunately, the NTR genre was a niche genre, and there weren't many people who were interested in this genre, especially in 2005. Right? Hopefully. He hoped that no one would be interested in this genre. Instead, they would love the vanilla genre or harem, so that way, the low birth rate in this country could be solved. Everyone should make children happy without a problem. However, he knew it wouldn't be easy for one to want to have children. Especially in this country where everything was so expensive. Well, leaving this matter aside, their outing to Ikebukuro once a month brought their relationship to the point where they were familiar with each other and even closer than any of her classmates that she had spent a year with. Except for Yumiko and Ui, of course. However, those two were female, and he was a male, so the shape of their relationship was quite different. Yet this point was also why the kiss they shared at the training camp was so natural. They only needed a chance before they exchanged their kiss, and that training camp gave them that chance. Still, this wasn't the time for him to think about that kiss, especially when Hina had promised him that he could kiss him as much as he could. So here it was, at dawn, in front of Ebena's apartment. While he previously said that he was going to visit Ebena's house, her house was located in one of the apartment buildings in Setagaya. It might be surprising for her to choose Suimei since it is located in Shinjuku. This school was quite far from her house, and she needed to use a train every day. Why should she choose a school which was quite far from her house? Wasn't it better to choose a closer school? Probably, or probably not. However, commuting by train was something normal in this country. Some students even had to take a 2-hour trip from their houses to the school. Crazy, right? However, if one wanted to enter a good school or leave the dark past, this was a sacrifice. Anyway, leaving this matter aside, he called Ebena's phone. He was outside of her apartment building, staring at her flat. It was dawn, so it was so quiet. No one was around him. He was alone. Honestly, what he was doing was quite weird, and some people might call him for doing something suspicious since the only people who came out at that moment were probably garbage disposal workers, moving from time to time with their trucks. However, when he arrived, they had cleaned up this place, so he was alone in this place under the dim light of the street light. He felt like a suspicious person even if he wasn't one, which made him helpless. Hello. Ah, is it Yumiko-senpai? Oga-kun. He could somehow imagine how Yumiko answered him while half sleeping. I am here. Where are you two? Wait a moment. Ebena, wake up. He is here. 5 more minutes. Ebena. He was speechless, wondering whether he should go home now. Fortunately, he didn't wait too long and saw Yumiko and Ebena walking out of the apartment building. They still wore their pajamas but wrapped their bodies with warm cardigans. Still, the temperature of this country was naturally cold, especially at dawn. While he said he didn't wait too long, he had to wait at least 15 minutes since it seemed Yumiko decided to put her makeup on first. It's cold. It's cold. Ebena rubbed her body while smiling at him sheepishly. Sorry. We are late. He didn't look at Ebena but at Yumiko, who glanced at him from time to time shyly. Her makeup was faint, but he had to say she was a beauty. However, he wasn't in the mood at the moment since there was a more cornered matter. You're not ready yet. He was speechless. This crazy girl told him to visit her at dawn, but she wasn't ready. No hurry. No hurry. Come to my house first. I will give you a nice warm coffee first. Ebena took his hand without hesitation and led him to her house. He stared at Ebena for a while, then said, I want tea. Okay, I will make you breakfast too. Don't worry. Ebena looked at Shishio and said, so, come in first, all right. He let out a helpless sigh and slapped her buttocks mercilessly. Hi. Ebena was startled and blushed. Then, let's come in. Good. Ebena smiled and swayed her 2 fleshy rounds on her bottom lightly. Her chest might not be big, but she had confidence in her hips and buttocks. His lips twitched, even if this girl was rotten to the core. Her body was lascivious. However, Yumiko was startled. When is their relationship so close? Still, while they walked, he wondered whether it was all right for him to enter. Her parents are there, right? However, he decided to think about this matter later since this morning, Tokyo was cold. 626, 2 devils. Shishio realized once again that many of his acquaintances were coming from well-off families. The ones who were relatively poor were rather small in number. While he didn't want to be rude, if he had to say who had a bad economic condition among the people he knew, it would be Saki Kawasaki. His girlfriend was probably the poorest one since her parents didn't have money to pay for her university. However, he didn't overthink this problem since she was with him now, and everything will be okay from now on. After he entered Ebina's, the most natural normal reaction was to observe the surroundings. Yet he had to say he felt quite disappointed. If he had to talk about her apartment, only one word was suitable. Normal. It was so normal that he didn't have anything to say. However, this might be how this country is now. Everyone had to be in uniform, and everyone had to follow what everyone did. Everyone had to be the same no matter who they were. Even Yuki Nashida, who came from a wealthy family, wasn't immune to this problem. Naturally, he was immune to this, so he was okay. However, ordinary people couldn't do something like him since the pressure of living was already hard. They didn't want to add another problem, so they followed what everyone was doing. Yet this was impossible since everyone was different. If he had to say, it was like when we played shape sorting during childhood. Even though the hole told us to put a triangle, we kept trying to insert the square no matter what, which was naturally impossible. Society was like this. This was also why Ebina knew that no one would accept her hobby and didn't force anyone to like it. She only liked it, that's all, nothing else. As long as no one interrupted her, she was okay. However, she was also a human, and if possible, she wanted to search for someone who could stay by her side. It didn't mean that this person would accept her hobby, but she hoped this person didn't judge her even though she knew her hobby was weird. This had already become a paradox. Even though she knew her hobby was weird, she didn't want anyone to talk badly about it. Yet this was how life was, right? What's wrong? Ebina asked. Is it okay for me to enter? Your parents are inside, right? It should be, okay. Ebina thought for a moment, then said, but pick up your shoes with you. Bring them to my room. Shishio and Yumiko. What do you mean? Shishio was speechless. Yeah, Ebina, what do you want to do? Yumiko also wasn't sure what her friend planned to do. It's troublesome to explain why I invited you here at dawn to my father. So don't invite me at dawn. He wanted to slap this girl's ass again. Then, don't invite him at dawn. Yumiko sighed. But I want to test whether his costume fits or not. If it doesn't fit, I will fix it immediately. Ebina countered. Well, that's true. Yumiko nodded. Wait, what do you mean by a costume? Why have I never heard anything? Shishio quickly interrupted. Really, I might have forgotten about it. Ebina laughed embarrassingly, but she couldn't see a smile on his face. She knew he was angry, so she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. But come to my room first. I will explain it there. Shishio didn't move from his spot, so Ebina pulled his hand. However, she couldn't pull him. She could see that he wouldn't move until she explained everything, so in the end, she kissed his lips. Shishio and Yumiko. Follow me. Ebina didn't wait for Shishio to give a response and pulled him to her room. Wait, what are you doing? Yumiko quickly chased after them in a complicated mood, especially after what she had seen. When she entered, Ebina quickly closed and locked the door. Not only was Yumiko, but he was also speechless. Still, it was his first time in her room, and honestly, it was too normal. It was so normal that he felt it was weird. After all, while he didn't feel surprised by the interior of her house, he was dumbfounded by the interior of her room since he thought there would be a lot of BL's goods. But this room smells nice. He could see Ebina's family was relatively well off. While she wasn't as rich as Momo, it was only slightly lower. Sit down first. Ebina tapped her bed, telling him to sit down on her bed. Where should I put my shoes? Just outside of the veranda. Shishio was too lazy to argue and put his shoes on the veranda before he sat down on the bed. However, he had to say this feeling was quite strange since he felt he had done something he shouldn't do, especially when her parents were beside them, sleeping peacefully, without knowing what their daughter was doing. The feeling of tarnishing something felt quite addicting. If this continued, he was afraid that he might walk into the path that he shouldn't do. However, he realized that he was already a scumbag, who almost seduced the mother of his senior, so hadn't he already fallen? Wait. Why did you kiss him on the lips suddenly? Why did you do that? Why did you kiss him? However, before they started, Yumiko was already outraged since she didn't expect this situation and even repeated her question twice. Yumiko, it's like what you imagine. We're in this relationship. Ebina wanted to show Yumiko again and kissed his lips, but he pushed her head away. What did you push me away? You haven't explained anything to me, and it is better for you to explain it to Yumiko-senpai. She is your friend, right? Yumiko was Ebina's only friend. While Ebina's relationship with Ui and the rest were good, she had the closest relationship with Yumiko since Yumiko was the only one who accepted her and understood everything. Well, that's true. Ebina nodded before she sat on his lap and hugged his neck intimately. Shishio. Yumiko, we are in this relationship, Ebina said while pressing her cheek against his. Shishio. Since when? Yumiko was at a loss, and her head was blank at that moment. From the summer camp before, right? Ebina looked at Shishio. But we often went out together before that. That's true. Ebina nodded since their relationship had been forged for quite a while, and it was only when they were at the summer camp that their relationship advanced to the next step. By the way, what's that? You have been holding that paper bag for a while. Oh, it's a souvenir. I just came back from Kyoto, remember? Can I see it? What's in there? Ebina took the paper bag and looked at the inside curiously. Sweets, matcha, and more. I am going to eat them. Wait. Wait. How can you be nonchalant about this? Why don't you tell me? Yumiko felt so vexed at that moment. Her feelings were complicated, and she couldn't find the right words to describe her emotion. She knew she shouldn't have a feeling toward Shishio since her heart had always been for Hayama Hayato, but the more she met him, the more she felt her heart swayed. Knowing that, she tried to firm and harden her heart, thinking more about Hayama, and moved away from Shishio. However, even though she tried to get away, he kept appearing in front of her from time to time, right when she didn't expect it, making her firm heart have a feeling that she shouldn't be born. Yet it was impossible for her to give up Hayama so easily. This wasn't because she loved Hayama, but it was just a desperate attempt since the more she tried to forget about Shishio, the more she thought about him, forgetting Hayama's figure. However, Hayama was never there. Hayama wasn't by her side, and he also didn't have an interest in her. This made her desperate attempt useless, and she realized her feeling toward him became stronger, so after that summer camp, she completely forgot about Hayama. Even though I know he is bad. She knew that this guy was a scumbag and had a lot of girlfriends, yet his figure kept emerging in her mind, dream, and heart. Unfortunately, it was summer vacation, and it would be impossible for her to meet Shishio. However, fortunately, Ebina made a promise to him to go out to the Kamikite. She decided to join even though she didn't have an interest in it. However, even though the event hadn't started, she felt this event was more interesting than she had thought, especially when she found out about Ebina's surprise for him. Yet the fact that Shishio and Ebina were together shocked her and made her legs so weak. Senpai, sit down first. Shishio could see how shocked Yumiko was, which made him worried. Yeah, come here. Ebina pulled Yumiko and let her sit on his lap. Shishio and Yumiko. Can you put her on a different chair? My leg isn't a chair. Yet those words didn't come out of his mouth, and he shut his mouth firmly, especially after he felt the mochi-like round fleshes firmly sit on his thigh. His body was quite huge, so it was quite easy for him to let two girls sit on his lap, especially when Yumiko and Ebina were rather slender and had average height. Yumiko was also confused by everything since if the news that Shishio and Ebina were like uppercuts on her chin, then when she sat on his lap, it was like a blow to her liver. She lost her calm and rational judgment and wasn't sure what to do before she stared at his lips, which were so close yet so far away. Yet Ebina had kissed those lips several times. Yumiko gulped, wondering how it felt to kiss those lips. Shishio didn't know what Yumiko was thinking, and he wanted to know what Ebina was thinking. However, the fragrance of shampoo from their hair tickled his heart, making him want to bury his face in their hair. It made him sigh, thinking how hard it was to harden his will, so he wouldn't have an erection. However, when he tried to calm himself, and Yumiko was confused, Ebina suddenly said something outrageous, Shishio-kun, are you interested in cosplay? 627, cosplay? Shishio blinked his eyes for a while and repeated Ebina's words to confirm whether he was right or wrong. Cosplay. That's right. Ebina nodded solemnly. Cosplay. He tried to confirm her once again. Yes, cosplay. Suddenly, Ebina stood up from his lap and wanted to show her surprise to him. Yet when Ebina left, Yumiko was the only one on his lap, and he naturally wrapped his hand around her waist. Yumiko felt her body tense, but she didn't want to move away. Senpai, you're such a spoiled girl. You really like to sit on my lap that much. I am not. Yumiko blushed and denied his question fervently. Just kidding, but are you also involved in Hina-senpai's plan? Shishio narrowed his eyes, staring at Yumiko. Yumiko couldn't say anything and lowered her head embarrassedly. After all, she also agreed to Hina's plan. She knew Hina's plan was bad, but her desire said otherwise since she wanted to see him in cosplay. So, do you want to see me in cosplay? If you're being truthful, I might think about it. Hearing those words, Yumiko hesitated for a while before she nodded with a red beet face. Yes. Good girl. He rubbed Yumiko's hair gently, thinking that this girl was really a good girl. Unlike Yui, who acted and tried to find a place, so she wouldn't be isolated. Unlike Ebina, who was rotten to the core. Unlike Yuki Nashida, who fought everyone. Yumiko was a good girl who just wanted to have love. Unfortunately, she fell for the wrong man. Yet even if she might change her love for someone else, he was afraid he was far worse than any man in the world since he couldn't fully love her. Still, love was blind. Even if one knew that their destination wasn't a road where one could walk together, but a pier where they would be drowned, one wouldn't have hesitated to plunge into it since this was what love did to someone. Ta-da! However, he was in a daze after he saw the costume brought by Ebena. What's that? It's the costume of Sebastian Raphaelus. What? Sebastian Raphaelus? It's the butler from the Duke of the Devil that lures a human to hell and tortures them, yet after a certain incident, he is trapped by the contact of Lucius Campbell and becomes his butler, helping this young master to build his family and unravel the mystery of the disappearance of his family. It's a thrill full of physiology work with the beauty of the relationship between a master and butler. Oh, I like how cold they seem to be, yet they care for each other. Ah, this is high-tier work. No, a legendary work that surprises the limitations of humanity. The love between a human and a devil. Their love is an eternity. How amazing! Gyawa. Suddenly, Ebena had a nosebleed and fell to the ground. Ebena. Hina-senpai. I am all right, it's impossible for me to fall like this. While they were amazed by her determination, they also felt speechless by her determination. So, you want me to cosplay as Sebastian Raphaelus? That's right. Ebena nodded with a bright smile and pushed the costume of Sebastian Raphaelus to his chest. While she didn't say anything, the expression on her face, screaming at him, wear it! Wear it! Wear it! Personally, he didn't have a problem wearing the costume since the costume wasn't that embarrassing. Instead, it was quite normal from what he imagined. The costume was a butler's uniform, which consisted of black trousers, a 6-buttoned double-breasted tailcoat, and a grey vest. On the shirt cuffs and tie, a distinctive crest was attached. There were even white gloves, a pocket watch, and a chain silver lapel pin bearing the distinctive crest. He could see the details were amazing, and it definitely seemed expensive. Isn't this expensive? You don't need to worry. I made them on my own. Ebena patted her small chest proudly. He looked at the sewing machine in her room and didn't expect that she would have such a talent. So wear it. If the size doesn't fit, I will fix it immediately. Somehow he understood why Ebena told him to come at dawn. He sighed and nodded. Okay, but don't forget about your promise. Okay, I won't forget. It was impossible for her to forget to give him his reward since she also anticipated giving him his reward since it was exciting. This is the advance payment for our contract. She kissed him on the cheek with a cheeky smile. Shishio. Yumiko frowned, but she didn't say anything. She knew she should be happy for Ebena since Ebena had found someone she loved, but strangely enough, she couldn't, which made her wonder whether her feeling toward her friend was just like this. Yumiko, do you want to give him a reward together? Suddenly, a whisper of the devil was heard. Hui? What are you talking about? I mean, isn't it better for us to be with him together? Yumiko was in a daze, staring at the mischievous smile that showed on Ebena's smile. She wasn't sure whether Ebena was serious or joking, but she gulped at the possibility of her words. Doing something that shouldn't be done. The thrill of doing something bad made the two girls seem to be in a strange state. So, how do I wear these? His words brought them to reality, and they looked at him. Then, they saw an unexpected scene since they saw him naked from the upper half, showing his rugged and valiant body. Gyawa. Ebena fell once again with a nosebleed. Yumiko stood still, but she felt something warm on her nose for some reason. Shishio. After a long work with blood and tears, Yumiko and Ebena finished dressing Shishio. His costume perfectly fitted his body since he could change the shape of his body with his Sime-kikan, but even if he didn't, Ebena had special eyes where she could capture the detailed size of an individual perfectly. He wasn't sure whether this was a superpower or not, but he wondered whether the size of his lower body was included. However, this wasn't the time to think about that matter since her room was quite messy with her blood, especially when she kept having a nosebleed, so in the end, even though it would make her ugly, they put tissues on her nose. Shishio and Yumiko knew that even though it would lower this girl's charm, a tissue on her nose was something necessary. Yet Yumiko wasn't surprised by Ebena's reaction since she had to say that she felt she had brought something that shouldn't be into this world. Honestly, she was afraid of his potential since she knew all the girls would simply fall for him because of his appearance, and while she was rather quiet, it took all of her will not to jump into him. I see a god. Ebena was already crying, worshipping him, before she took her camera and took a photo of him. God. Aren't I a devil? He felt speechless by the change of the setting, but he was too tired to say anything before he stared at his reflection in the mirror. Ebena didn't ask him to put on a wig. Instead, she asked him to put on a pomade and parted his hair like an elite gentleman. He also put on glasses and sat straight on her bed. While he didn't do anything, Ebena kept squalling from time to time. Is this all right? If you keep screaming, won't your parents wake up and notice that I am here? You don't need to worry. The walls of this apartment are quite thick, and it has good sound insulation. Even if you scream, no one will notice. Why did her words seem quite weird? Can I ask you something? Am I the only one who wears cosplay? While he didn't mind wearing cosplay, he was quite curious about whether Yumiko or Ebina would wear them too. Naturally, we're going to wear some too. Ebina smiled cheekily. Hey? Really? He was surprised. Ebina aside, he didn't expect Yumiko would also wear a cosplay. I just want to try. Yumiko sighed, but clearly, she was forced. Still, she would be lying if she didn't feel interested since it seemed fun. Can I see you wearing them? He wanted to see them wear cosplay. Okay, wait a moment. We'll wear them. Ebina didn't want to and took off her cardigan and unbuttoned her pajamas. Wait. Wait. What are you doing? How can you open your clothes like this? He is here. Yumiko quickly stopped Ebina like a caring mother who reprimanded her stupid daughter. What's the harm? We saw his body earlier, after all. Ebina smiled and said, you peeked at him when he took off his pants, right? Ebina. Yumiko wanted to strangle Ebina at that moment. I will look away. Shishio sighed and decided to play a gentlemanly act. When he looked away, Ebina and Yumiko stared at him for a moment, but the thrill that came from doing something that they shouldn't do somehow felt addicting to them, so they decided to play with the fire, so they took off their clothes, while wondering whether he would turn his head. Unfortunately, he really planned to play his gentleman card and didn't peek at them. You can look at us, you know. Ebina. After a long struggle, he finally heard an okay from Yumiko. As for Ebina, he decided to ignore this stupid girl. Wow! He looked at Yumiko and was amazed. You're so beautiful, Yumiko-senpai. Thanks. Yumiko was quite shy, but she was happy with his praise. How could she not be beautiful? After all, she wore a maid uniform. It was simply perfect for her and his favorite costume. According to Ebina, this should be Maria, the maid assassin maid from Romania. Hey, how about me? Why don't you say anything? Ebina complained. Even if you tell me that. I am not sure what to say either. Could she blame him? After all, she dressed as a man. She wore a short-haired wig and a Victoria-like suit with short pants, which reminded him of a young boy for some reason. If she wore a woman's clothes, he would praise her beauty, but if she wore a man's clothes, what kind of praise should he say? The costumes are well made, though, and is this Lucius? That's right. You're like the real one. Thanks. Did she feel happy about that? He didn't know, but he didn't care as long as she was happy. Okay, then. Since we are ready with the costume. How about we take a rest since I am still quite sleepy? She helped to take off his costume, her costume, and Yumiko's clothes, sorting them on the table neatly before resting on her bed. Shishio and Yumiko looked at each other and thought this girl had worked so hard for this event. Let her sleep. Okay. By the way, I am going to rest, too, since I woke up quite early. He sat while leaning on the wall before he closed his eyes. Are you alright with sleeping there? Yumiko asked worriedly. Should I sleep with her on the bed? How about you? Shishio changed the topic of the conversation. Well, I will rest too, but don't sneak into bed, alright? After all, Yumiko knew that this guy was a beast. He sighed and wondered whether his credibility was that low. Then, do you want to talk with me? Talk. Well, I am curious about you, Yumiko-senpai. Can I? I don't mind. He didn't expect that coming at dawn to Ebina's house would bring him this benefit, but this wasn't bad at all. 628, Kami Keet. Even though the event hadn't started, he felt tired for some reason. We're finally coming. Ebina shouted excitedly as she faced the Tokyo big sight. On the other hand, Shishio and Yumiko were right behind her, looking at Ebina with exasperated faces. After all, Ebina had been selfish and did whatever she wanted from the beginning. While it wasn't his style to follow Ebina's selfishness, he tried to be patient since he knew the time he would get his revenge would come soon. It's amazing that you can befriend her for so long. He looked at Yumiko, wondering what made her stick with Ebina for so long. Yumiko sighed. I just can't leave her alone. I am worried about what will happen if I leave her. Shishio stared at Yumiko silently and didn't expect such an answer. What's with that stare? Don't look at me like that. Yumiko blushed and felt shy at his gaze. No, I think you'll become a good mother in the future, Yumiko-senpai. This was what he felt after he understood Yumiko. She might seem rough and rude, but she was so gentle and cared about the people around her. She was like a strict and loving mother. He felt that it was stupid for Hayama not to see Yumiko. However, he also understood why Hayama reacted that way toward Yumiko. Maybe, in Hayama's eyes, Yumiko was nothing but like other girls who fawned over him. There was no difference between them. Only she might be more beautiful. However, this was what made him wrong since Yumiko was different from other girls. She was a special and amazing girl. He felt Hayama should just give up on his forlorn love and go after Yumiko, but he was also grateful for it since it gave him a chance with Yumiko. What are you saying all of a sudden? Yumiko blushed before looking away, feeling embarrassed and happy. However, he had to say that this girl was quite easy. Still, he didn't feel surprised since his appearance gave him a lot of advantages over all the guys in the world. Hey, hurry up. We're going to be late. Wait a moment, Ebina. Don't run all of a sudden. What if you get lost? Haha, there's no way that I will get lost. This is my battlefield. Ebina stood on the stairs, overlooking everyone as if she was the king of the world. However, it wouldn't be weird to call this place a battlefield since the number of people that gathered at this event was more than tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Those numbers were more than the number of participants in any wars in this country. Geez, what are you saying? Don't say something weird. What if people think of you as a weirdo? Mom. He wanted to call Yumiko by that name, but he shut his lips. He looked at Ebina and thought that this girl was really unpredictable. He thought for a moment and decided to focus on Yumiko since he felt Yumiko was cuter. Come on. He looked at the group of people that walked toward the venue. Even though this was only an otaku event, he could see their eyes were blazing like a hellish flame. All of them were coming here to join their battlefield. Yet he sighed when he thought about the theme of this battle since the theme of this battle was BL. Shishio. Hurry up. I am coming. When Ebina entered this event, she was like a fish that entered the water. On the other hand, Shishio and Yumiko felt that they were in a different world. Are you okay, Yumiko-senpai? Yeah, but it is too hot. Yumiko wiped the sweat off her slender neck with a handkerchief. She might not have realized it, but the sweat made her skin glisten and appear more beautiful. It's bad. He didn't expect Yumiko would have such a beautiful neck, so he looked away, trying to avert his attention. There should be an air conditioner inside. Let's go inside. Okay. Yumiko agreed and quickly entered the venue. As expected, the venue was quite cool, with the air conditioner blowing the cool wind everywhere. It felt nice on their skin, yet they had to say the scent of this place was quite unique. Kamikite was held twice a year. During summer and winter, it was held for a week. In such an event, naturally, many people came, but everyone had their own taste. Some loved something normal, harem, and some, like Ebina, loved a BL type of work, so during that week, each day was divided into different types of genres. That was the reason why even though the Kamikite had been held for a week, they only came on the fourth day, at the beginning of the girls' days, where the girls otaku and creator could release their creativity and imagination into reality. However, he had to say that it was fortunate that they came on the fourth day when the majority of people that came to this event were female. If they came on the first to third days, where the majority were male, he could imagine how horrible the scent was. He had an enhanced sense of smell, so this crowded place where everyone sweated, which intensified their body odors, was the worst place for him. Yet it was still better since most of the people here were female. Still, even if it was better, he knew that not all women had a good scent on their bodies. Many had horrible body odors, which made him sigh and mix with the scent of everyone here. It was like a bomb of smell. Yumiko was also quite helpless by the smell, but she was right next to Shishio, so it felt comfortable. Hurry up, you two. I am going to visit all the legendary Dijin creators here. Legendary creators. 2x. They looked at each other, and somehow, they felt curious. While he had read the information about the Kamikite beforehand, he realized that being a Dijin creator was more lucrative than he had thought. The famous ones sold their book for 500 yen, and they could easily sell tens of thousands of copies. Amazing, right? He felt that many of them could make a living from this, which was amazing. It also moved the economy of this country. However, while it was all good, he felt speechless by all the Dijin bought by Ebina. Wow! He glanced at Yumiko, who took a peek at Ebina's Dijin, and her face turned so red. His lips twitched, and he asked, "Is it good, senpai?" No. No. This is bad. How can someone draw something lewd like this? Yumiko quickly answered, showing her indignant against BL's works. However, he could see that she seemed to show some interest in it. He sighed and wondered whether it was a woman's instinct that wanted to see this forbidden type of relationship. It was like a man who loved to see a Yuri type genre. A woman also loved the BL type genre. Yet he didn't feel worried about Yumiko since he knew that this girl could take care of herself. Did she spend so much money on this? If she can spend it on clothes or makeup, it would be great. Yumiko sighed at Ebina's way of wasting her money. Don't say that to Hina-senpai. Why? Yumiko looked at Shishio. It's like you love your clothes. She also loves this kind of thing. And it is her money. As long as she is happy, it's all that matters, right? Well, that's true. Yumiko knew that she couldn't understand Ebina and why she loved this kind of thing. Even though she was quite interested since this was like a new world for her, she wouldn't enter this world since she felt it would waste her money. Yet she also understood the feeling of loving something. Something like money wasn't something that could measure this feeling. Shishio and Yumiko didn't join Ebina. Instead, they looked at her from afar, watching her queuing on the line, before talking happily with the creators like they were long-lost friends. While Yumiko felt frustrated, she knew it was impossible for Ebina to show such a smile in school. In this event, Ebina was alive, flushed, and talked happily with everyone since they were all the same. No one was afraid of being prejudiced and mocked by people since they were all similar to each other. It was like how a group of transvestites gathered together, previous chapter, so they could be strong. The group BL loves would also gather together, so they could be strong. When one was in the group, one felt a surge of confidence growing up, and one could do anything that one wanted to. Shishio. Shishio. Look. I got the limited edition. Wow. I didn't expect that I would get one. Ebina held a rare doujinshi, trying to show it off to Shishio. Isn't that great? But don't open that book since I can't read it. Why? It's great. It's rare. But I am normal. I am normal too. Watching the two start to bicker at each other, Yumiko let out a sigh since she felt like she was interrupting their world. While she knew she was the one who decided to join, she had to say this feeling wasn't good. Tisk, how boring. Don't click your tongue. Yumiko. Look at my book. Ebina opened the book without hesitation for Yumiko to see. Yumiko realized that the world was vast. In the end, the three of them ventured to many places together, talked, and saw many people with unique cosplay. Some men wore a girl cosplay, and some women wore a male cosplay. Some of them were quite overweight, but even so, they seemed confident wearing a girl costume and talked happily with their friends. He could tell that this event was an important day for them to release the bottled-up emotion inside their heart. In everyday life, it was impossible for them to show this side of themselves to everyone. However, in this place, they could be the people they wanted to be. They could become their ideal self without worrying about people's eyes. It's an amazing place. Right. Ebina looked at Shishio with a bright smile. The amazing one is this place. Not you. Ebina only pouted, but then she smiled. Well, since we have finished, how about we start to work? Work. 2x. Let's change into our costumes. Shishio and Yumiko realized the day was far from over. 629, celebration? Hey is that? Wow. Did he come out of hell to pick us up? Wait, this isn't the time for this. Let's get his photo. The eyes of the female otaku shone brightly and dashed toward their dream. While many people started to gather, Shishio had to say once again that his cosplay was so detailed, especially when he had to color his nails black. He wasn't sure what the meaning behind this action was, especially when he had to wear gloves. However, he had to say that the cosplayer was tough. It was in the middle of summer, and the temperature was scorching, yet they had to wear these stuffy clothes. Even though the indoors were quite cool because of the air conditioner, the outdoors was like hell. Yet many people still cosplayed with thick and black clothes, making him realize how amazing the determination of the cosplayer was to become the character they wanted. Hey Ebina, is it me, or are there so many people who are looking at us? Yumiko felt nervous when many people's eyes were on them. It's not us, but him. Ebina used her chin to gesture at Shishio. Oh. What could Yumiko say? Yumiko understood why they were all excited, but the number of people around them was so much that it made her quite nervous. Excuse me, can I take your picture? However, unexpectedly, she realized they were more polite than she had thought. Shishio didn't answer and looked at Ebina. Sure. Ebina smiled and said, this is a fun part of becoming a cosplayer. Let them take your picture. Was it really the fun part of becoming a cosplayer? However, most of them were women, so he didn't have any reason to reject them. Then, please. Kya? So handsome. Ah, please look in this direction. He didn't even do anything, but why were they squealing like pigs? Still, he was quite jealous of a woman since they could show such emotion. Well, not like he wanted to show such an emotion either. Anyway, he realized how tough it was to become a cosplayer. Unfortunately, he didn't have patience for this type of thing. Yumiko also didn't like her photos being taken either, especially when she didn't know what those photos would be used for. Only Ebina seemed excited, but she also knew what they felt, so they only apologized to the people who wanted to take a photo and decided to walk, touring around the venue. So, is there a point why we wear those costumes? He couldn't understand it. It's the feeling in your heart. Don't you feel different when you wear it? Ebina asked. He only rolled his eyes after hearing such an ambiguous reply. What do you want me to feel? Do you want me to answer that I feel a surge of power inside me? Or is the dark dragon inside me going to go berserk? Ebina laughed, hearing his answer, then poked his cheek cheerfully. I wonder if you're a Chiyunibu. His lips twitched, but he didn't say anything. However, this response greatly interested him, and Ebina kept trying to ask him. Hey, are you Chiyunibu? What's Chiyunibu? Yumiko asked, feeling clueless. Yumiko, Chiyunibu is a term used by people to describe the act of middle school students who play the role of their favorite character. Haven't you seen them in middle school? Role. Yumiko thought for a moment and said, in my middle school, there was a girl who acted like the last mage on earth and was capable of communicating with fairies. Having lived for 400 years, she also often said, love is everything. Shishio and Ebina were slightly in a daze. What's her name? Ebina asked curiously. If I am not wrong, her name should be Shinkamibutani. Yumiko sighed and said, it's quite wasteful for her to act like that since she is so cute. Shishio stared at Yumiko and understood how she could handle Ebina well. If her surroundings were filled with such unique people, he also understood why she had immunity toward it. I wonder what she is doing now. She should be moving out of the city. Why don't you contact her? You have her contact number, right? She deleted it. Yumiko sighed. Maybe, she wanted to forget her past since it was embarrassing. Maybe. Yumiko nodded since if she was in Shivutani's place, she would forget her past and make a new life, considering how embarrassing it was when one realized how amazing their action was in front of others. Even now, Shishio still blushed when he thought about what the previous Shishio Oga had done. It was quite embarrassing, but at the same time, he had to say it was quite cool. Still, if this world was the world of fantasy, where magic was possible, and the world was quite backward, then what the previous Shishio Oga said was the coolest form of coolness. Unfortunately, he was in the modern world, so if he said what the previous Shishio Oga said, he would be ridiculed by many people. However, this conversation was working in his favor since they forgot about the matter if he was a Chiyunibu or not. But this isn't enough. He thought for a moment and asked, by the way, Hina-senpai. When are we going home? Of course, when the event is over. Ebina said with blazing eyes as if telling him she wouldn't let him go home until the event ended. It might be his imagination, but why did he feel this woman had been saying something misleading from time to time? Did she plan something? Yet the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He didn't have much thought about Ebina, but one thing was for sure, he had to say this event was quite next. What do you think of this event? It's good. I am happy to be here. He didn't lie since there were many unique things in this event, and not all the things sold in this place were BL things. There were many normal things, too, since not every girl loved BL things. But next time, let's not wear cosplay. Honestly, it's hot. He was alright, but when he saw Yumiko had sweat kept dripping from her body, he felt slightly distressed. Unlike before, they were walking outdoors, so the heat of the summer was particularly intense. Good idea. I am also tired of making cosplay. To prepare those costumes, she cut down her sleep time and almost didn't sleep. While the result was good, honestly, she was tired. But well, these costumes are good to be used on certain occasions, right? Ebina said while staring at Shishio. Well, what could he say? He loved cosplay. He wondered what would happen if Uegahama Hana wore cosplay. He was sure that it would be amazing. By the way, did you not tell Senpai about this? 2x. Did you forget? 2x. He sighed and thought that his only best friend for Ui was Yuki Nashida. Where are you? He became depressed when he thought about Yuki Nashida, wondering where she was. Yet he didn't force himself to meet her since they would meet each other soon, right after the summer vacation. By the way, how about we have lunch now? Agree. 2x. While they felt guilty toward Ui, there was nothing they could do, so instead of thinking about this matter, they decided to eat lunch first since they were hungry. Spending time with someone you like and having fun with them would make you feel like time moved faster. While they moved around the venue, they realized that the sky had turned orange and the event was about to end. I didn't expect that we would stay until the end. Yumiko didn't have much of an expectation of this event at first, but she had to say that she had fun. Right. Ebina seemed genuinely happy when she saw Yumiko having fun. So Yumiko, do you want? No, sorry. Yumiko cut Ebina's words without hesitation since she didn't have much interest in BL. However, she was quite interested in the Doujin Shoujo manga that she had read in the past. It was the story of the romance between a princess and the hero, but it somehow became the story of the romance between a princess and the Demon King, which somehow made her excited. As for Shishio, he might be too lazy to come to this event again in the future since the attention he got was so ridiculous that he wanted to stay away from it. Should we go back now? Okay. 2x. They agreed to go back to his car, which he parked in a nearby area. Still, Ebona really loved the convenience of bringing a car since she usually had to hold a large box filled with books she had bought. While she had gotten used to it, who would hate the convenience thing brought by the modern vehicle? At the end of the event, they returned home without hesitation. However, he decided to bring them to eat dinner together at a Chinese restaurant. It sold a spicy hot pot which was nice to be eaten during summer since when they ate something spicy, the pores on their bodies were opened, and they felt the wind was so cool and comfortable. After they ate, they returned home. He sent Yumiko first to her home and decided to send Ebona later since he hadn't gotten a reward from Ebona. See you. Yumiko looked at Shishio reluctantly while saying goodbye since she knew once she went home, she could only see him after the summer vacation. See you later, Yumiko-senpai. Bye, Yumiko. They waved their hands and walked away. Yumiko didn't move from her spot and kept watching them until they disappeared. Still, she sighed and wondered what she should do. Should we date him together? Those words echoed through her brain before she shook her head, trying to dispel the evil thought in her head. While Yumiko was in her own thoughts, Shishio drove Ebona home, but... Shishio. Do you have time tonight? What's wrong? How about we do a celebration? I have booked the place. Celebration. He looked at Ebona, who showed a bright smile, and wondered what this girl wanted to do. 630, Rotten Girl 1. Celebration. This one word attracted him, and he was curious about where Ebona would bring him. Yet he didn't expect her to bring him to this place. He was at a loss for a moment before he asked, "Why did you bring me here?" No word was written on this hotel, but he was familiar with this magnificent and luxurious massive building. This was Shangri-La Hotel Tokyo, one of the 5-star hotels in Tokyo. This was also the reason why he was at a loss since he didn't expect she would bring him to such a luxurious hotel. He knew that Ebona wasn't poor, but staying in this hotel was definitely a luxurious thing since he knew it would take her 100,000 yen or so to stay a night at this hotel. While this was cheap for him, it was definitely expensive for Ebona. As I have said before, it's for our celebration. Ah, don't forget to bring the suitcase. Let's bring them to the room. When she asked him for this request, she also held a paper bag filled with various doujin that she was going to read later. He looked at the suitcase filled with costumes, changing clothes, makeup, and many other things. His imagination ran wild, causing him to bring the suitcase obediently. He knew that doing this would make him a slave to his desire, but for now, he decided to follow his desire. The word slave also might have been too much previously. Instead, he felt his desire telling the best action that he should currently. This place isn't cheap, right? You don't need to worry. I got a discount coupon for this hotel before, by chance. It's wasteful if I am not using it, so I use it with you here to celebrate your first Kami-Keet. Anyway, enough talking. Come on. Ebona linked his arm before she pulled him to the hotel entrance. He looked at Ebona, wondering why she didn't take Yumiko to this celebration, but he wasn't stupid and knew what she wanted to do. He gave his car key to the valet parking and entered the hotel with her. Wait for me here. I will talk with the receptionist. Ebona smiled confidently and walked toward the receptionist. He sat on the soft sofa in the lobby while staring at her back, wondering why he felt mischievous that came from her body. Ah, yes, Miss Oga, right? Your room is ready. Thank you very much. He was at a loss since he didn't expect this girl would register her name as his wife. It seemed Ebona could see the loss on his face, and when she faced him, she put on a bright smile and a scissors-like sign, showing her prank was successful. He could only show a helpless smile before he stood up since she got the key to their room. They entered the lift together, and Ebona pressed the button on the floor where they would stay for a while, clearly showing nervousness. What floor? 17th floor. He pressed the button calmly and stood next to her. Ebona looked at Shishio in surprise and asked, "You seem used here." "I didn't come here often, but my family often brought me here in the past." "Hey? Your family? When we came to Tokyo for a trip." But are you sure that this is all right?" "What do you mean? Even with a coupon, staying in this place isn't cheap, right?" "Yes." Ebona nodded, but her expression didn't change. "But this is a special event, and I want it to be special." He stared at Ebona for a moment and said, "If you tell me, I can pinch in, you know." Unexpectedly, she shook her head and said firmly, "I have been selfish with you, so this is a way for me to say sorry." He was in a daze since he didn't expect her to say such things. "Hey? Why are you in tears?" "Hina-senpai, you have grown up." He was in tears and couldn't help but feel proud of Ebona's growth. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying that I have been childish?" Ebona was furious. Yes. Still. He hugged her on his arm and whispered, "You're so cute when you try to give me a surprise." What are you saying all of a sudden? Ebina had to say she felt slightly uncomfortable by this praise since they often bickered, so she wasn't used to this side of him. But I am happy. Ebina stared at him for a moment and smiled sweetly. Well, this is only the beginning. I am going to give you more surprises. Please hold a little. He knew this girl tended to do something excessive, so he was quite worried. Don't worry. You'll even be happy. He felt even worried somehow. The speed of the lift was fast, but it was so smooth that they felt comfortable inside. Ping. As they heard this sound, they walked out of the lift and entered the hotel corridor. What's our room number? 1707. It should be over there. Then, let's go. I want to see the room. Similar to the building, the corridor was carefully designed. It had a soft carpet with comfortable color for the eyes. The light was slightly dim, which was quite easy on the eyes and gave an ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Ebina was also strangely more excited, but this was something necessary to do since, inwardly, she was so nervous. It was her first time inviting a man to the hotel, and it amazed her when she realized how bold she was. However, unlike her, it wasn't his first time, and he was relaxed. Still, he wondered whether those staff members might try to tell his grandfather that he stayed there, considering his grandfather had a stake in this hotel. While he felt worried, they arrived in front of the room. Ebina opened the door and entered without hesitation, watching the room in amazement. Wow, it's so spacious. Ebina entered the room hurriedly and walked toward the edge of the room to the expansive window. As she opened the curtain, she could see the landscape of Tokyo City, brimming with life. The night had just begun, yet no one thought to rest. Instead, the night showed an intensity that didn't even lose to the day. While those lights at night were artificially created, their radiance didn't even lose to the bright sun. Shishio. Shishio. Come here. Don't you think that this scenery is beautiful? She quickly thought about sharing this beauty with Shishio. Is it? Ebina didn't have much thought when she called him, but when she realized he was right behind her, she realized the difference between them. He was a male, and she was a female. When she thought he would press and hold her hands from behind before he put his penis into her vagina, she couldn't help but bite her lower lip, feeling her body tingle with a strange sensation. She knew she was weird and loved BL, but was she also a masochist? It was the first time she knew that her body was like this. She wasn't sure whether he could read her mind, but he moved so close that her buttocks touched against his nether region. For one thing, she knew it was done deliberately since, with how wide the glass was, he should be able to stand on her side, yet he chose right behind her, clearly understanding why she invited him here. While she was excited, she wasn't ready and thought this wasn't the time. Yet she rubbed her buttocks against him subconsciously. Hina-senpai. Cough. Cough. I will take a bath first. Ebina ran away and went to the bathroom as soon as possible. He looked at her back, and she ran away with a helpless smile. He only realized it before, but this girl was clearly lewd and perverted. However, he also understood that it might be because she often reads BL manga. He knew that the content of the BL manga definitely wasn't something a child could read. It was full of nudity and adult content. It was to the point where he didn't want to read a single page from it. Still, he sat on the sofa and took the doujin he had bought at the event. He read it quietly, waiting for Ebina to come out, wondering what kind of surprise she was going to bring her. On the other hand, Ebina had a hard time calming herself. She looked at her reflection in the mirror for a while and saw her appearance. While many people said she was beautiful and agreed to it, she didn't have that confidence when she was with him, and she wasn't sure whether he liked her. Initially, she didn't have much thought about him, and she only thought he would be a good model for a BL manga. However, before he could become one, he had become a model for someone who stole the woman of another. When she saw his depressed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. That might be at that time when she thought that she wanted a different type of relationship with him. Watching the faces of those women being fucked silly by him made him on the manga, making her wonder whether it felt really good. Yet even without that knowledge, she could tell how popular he was, especially with women, and she was 100% sure that he had sex with all of his women, and it might be the reason why they were so sticky with him. While she was curious, she wasn't ready to do that kind of thing, so she decided to kiss him when they were at the training camp. Their first kiss tasted like the unlimited edition drink she bought on Gunma. It might be weird for her to describe the flavor of her first kiss as something like that. However, she loved that drink. Yet she loved the feeling of kissing him more. So what about more? Was it even more wonderful? She was a rotten girl and knew she was more perverted than others, so she didn't hesitate. As for love, she didn't have that idea for now since she just wanted to stay by his side. Shishio. Shishio stopped reading his book and looked up. His lips twitched, and he was in a daze. Why the hell did you wear that costume again? 631, Rotten Girl 2. His reaction couldn't be blamed since he was so speechless by Ebina, who decided to wear her previous cosplay costume. Ebina dressed like a handsome boy once again in front of him. If this was the Kami Keet, he didn't care, but they were in the hotel. Did she want him to do her in this costume? He didn't want to. He let out a sigh, wondering why this girl was so hard to read and too random with action. He felt tired somehow, even though his body was several times better than a normal healthy adult's. Why not? It's good, right? Yes, but did you forget how much you sweat in that costume? The temperature on the Kami Keet was hot. Even though they mainly stayed indoors, they also stayed outdoors, realizing the terror of the summer heat. Don't you like my sweat? I am not that kind of maniac. He sighed and asked, didn't you just take a bath? Now, you're full of sweat again. Ebina. If you want to wear it, how about you call the laundry service? If it is this hotel, we might only need to wait a few hours before your costume is ready. Really? Ebina suddenly became spirited. Try to call first. Okay. Ebina followed his words and called the receptionist about the laundry service. As expected, this hotel prepared various services, and they could get their clothes ready in 2 hours. But it's expensive. Ebina had splurged her money to spend a night at this hotel, but she didn't expect she would spend more money on laundry. Still, she felt it was necessary since she wanted to wear it. Don't worry. I will pay for it. I also want to see you wear this one. He held Yumiko's maid costume. But I want to wear Lucius Camel's costume. Then, I won't pay. In the end, Ebina agreed sullenly and let the staff pick up their sweaty costumes for laundry. Still, fortunately, the one who picked up their clothes for laundry was a female staff member. She seemed to be in the mid-40s, but this was good since she wasn't even fazed when she saw several costumes on the basket. When the staff left, she glanced at Shishio and blushed before walking away. It's your fault that staff member thinks I have a unique hobby. He sighed as he closed the door. Miawa. Miawa. Ebina kissed his lips without hesitation several times and hugged him tightly. Thanks. He stared at her for a moment before he carried her from her buttocks. Kaie. Ebina was startled before she realized she was thrown in bed. When she couldn't react, she saw him lying on the bed beside her. Rest first. You must be tired from the event, right? But stay with me. Ebina acted like a spoiled car, rubbing her face against his. I haven't taken a bath, you know. It's all right. I like the smell of your sweat. Shishio might not be a maniac, but Ebina was a maniac. Still, he didn't stop her from sniffing at his scent since his women also did so, especially after he ended his workout. He knew everything was because of his pheromone manipulation since he could control his scent. Even if he was full of sweat, he still smelled nice. The scent of his sweat also added a unique accent to his scent, which made the girls feel addicted. Yet he had to say that it was weird. However, he wondered why if it was a woman, they would be forgiven, yet if it was a guy, they would be disgusted to have such a fetish. He wasn't sure, but he didn't care either since the atmosphere between them started to become ambiguous. She moved her nose from his chin to neck, sniffing his scent deeply before she licked his neck lightly. He felt that electricity hit his body, and he also didn't hesitate to hug her in his arms, kissing her on her neck gently from time to time. Hey hey! Her voice was weak yet full of temptation. While she seemed to resist, she didn't push him away and only sought after him further. They rubbed each other's faces before their lips touched each other. They used their tongues, licked their lips, and sucked each other's spit. It was a revolting yet delicious kiss. It was a kiss filled with lust. Nothing else matters. Yet this wasn't enough before they started to rub their bodies against each other from the tip of their toes, legs, nether region, and chest. They tried everything, so they could be even closer. However, he ended this matter shortly after she couldn't breathe. Their lips parted, and Ebina took a mouthful of air into her lungs. She breathed as much as she could before lying on his chest in satisfaction. Don't you find me repulsive? Ebina suddenly said. Her voice was low yet calm when she asked this question. Why do you think so? Giving an answer directly wasn't something good since it would make it appear he gave a thoughtless answer. Instead, he needed to ask her why she thought so, even though he knew the reason why she asked that question. Aren't you clear with what I mean? However, Ebina didn't answer his question and asked another question while lowering her head. Clear? He was extremely clear about what this girl meant. Even though Ebina didn't want people to say that her hobby was disgusting, she knew how repulsive her hobby was. Even if other people didn't tell her how disgusting it was, she also had her understanding of her situation well. Knowing all of that, even if she was afraid, she asked him this question. Why did she ask this question? It might be because she was panicked. Whenever she was with him, she felt she didn't need anything but him. She felt warm, secure, happy, and also accepted by him. As long as she was with him, she felt satisfied. However, she was also complicated. The happiness was right in front of her, yet she wondered whether she was worthy of this happiness. After all, she knew that she was a rotten girl. Many people might see her beautiful face, but no one knew how well she hid the inferiority that she felt in her heart. Honestly, it was easy to solve her problem since as long as she stopped reading BL, everything would be solved. Yet how could she do that? She loved BL, and denying it would mean she denied herself. However, someone accepted this part of her. Yet, she wanted to know how he really felt about her. She wanted to know how he viewed her. Even if this might destroy their relationship, she wanted to know. Her eyes stared into his eyes as if trying to see deep into his soul, so he could tell what he thought about her. Yet, at the same time, he realized how complicated this girl was, and it was also impossible to understand her. However, he had never tried to understand a woman. He didn't have the ability to read a woman's mind. A woman's mind was so complicated that it was too troublesome to understand them. This was why one shouldn't try to understand them. Instead, one had to love them. Then, aren't you clear on what my answer is? Ebona was in a daze, staring at him, holding her hand firmly in his hand. If I feel repulsive toward you, will I stay with you till now? Will I go out with you to Ikebukuro? Will I hold your hand? Will I hug you? Will I kiss you? Will we stay in this room together tonight? If I find you repulsive, I won't do all of that. I will cut down our relationship without hesitation. However, I know what you are worried about. He stared into her eyes and said, I know you are a rotten girl. You have a disgusting hobby that is impossible for me to accept, but I don't hate it. I don't hate that part of you. Instead, I think the part of you that can acknowledge what you love without caring for everyone's eyes is the part that I find the most charming. I find you attractive because of that, so never say that again since, alright? After all, the you, who, like BL, is the one I find attractive. He kissed her forehead gently and said, and if I find you repulsive, I won't be able to do this, right? Ebona couldn't say anything and stared at him without blinking before she kissed him as if she were trying to devour him. She was like a wild animal, trying to devour her prey greedily, yet she only realized that she was a feral cat while her opponent was a wild tiger. Soon, she was at a disadvantage and fell into his arms. You're too wild. He was so helpless by how wild this girl was. Don't blame me. It's all your fault. I can't wait to have sex with you now. Can you not be so blunt? He had expected them to have sex, but how could this girl say something like that so bluntly? Ebona laughed as she lay on top of him, pressing her forehead against his. But don't you find this part of me charming? You're really a weird guy to find me a charming girl. Yet one could see how happy she was with his words. You're also weird. You know I am a scumbag, and still, let me stay with you tonight. It's okay. Even if you're a devil, I will happily follow you to hell. She stared into his eyes and said, so don't hold back tonight. Hold me tightly, and pound me hard. I want you to take my virginity. Oh, let me have a blowjob. I want to try it. Why don't you say anything? This is my first time encountering something like this, so I am not sure what to say. You don't need to say anything. Just hold me and kiss me. She put her lips near her ear and whispered those words. Shishio did what she was told and taught her the pleasure that could only be understood by an adult woman. Ebona also realized why he had a lot of girls since he was really amazing. If possible, she wanted to wait for her costume, but she was happy now and realized what she was feeling toward him. I love you. However, she didn't want to voice those words out and kept them in her heart since this was how she was. She was a difficult and rotten girl, but she was still a girl without much experience in this area, so her way of showing her love was quite awkward. What's wrong? He stopped and looked at this girl, who seemed to want to say something. Yet in the end, she couldn't hold it since the feeling in her heart almost burst. I love you. She didn't care what he thought before she became a normal girl for the first time. Oh, she was a woman now. Yet it didn't really matter now since she realized how amazing this feeling was when she was with the man she loved. 632, Shishio is a good teacher. When the light closed his eyes, he frowned slightly before he opened his eyes. He saw that he was in an unfamiliar place, messy, with a familiar scent drifting through the entire room. It was still early in the morning. It should be around 6 or 7. He didn't bother to get up and looked at the girl, who still slept so soundly on his chest. She didn't wear her glasses this time and was fully naked. He could see her saliva dripping from the corner of her lips into his chest. However, he could only sigh and didn't do anything. He lay on the soft bed and thought about what had happened last night. He realized how perverted this girl was, and they also had tried the costumes together before they continued what they were doing. Besides that, they tried to do it in various positions and spots, causing a few spots in the room to seem drenched by something wet. He looked at Ebona again and didn't wake her up since he knew how tired she was. Yet he had to say it was an amazing night. They opened the curtain without worry, trying to do a fun thing together. He had to say the thrill of doing this action was amazing, but he also had to say it was dangerous since someone might see them. Fortunately, their hotel was the tallest building around, so no one should be able to see them, especially when their room was located quite high from the ground. They also turned off the light, so they should be safe. Still, his reaction might be exaggerated since this wasn't his first time to something like this and definitely wouldn't be his last time, so was what he was doing with Ebona really that special? After all, Ebona was just a girl, and she wasn't that much different from others. She had 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 breasts, and a beautiful face. Was he doing anything different from others? Yes. He could say that answer firmly, without any hesitation. While it was unethical, a woman was similar to wine. Wine is wine. It is an alcoholic beverage made from grapes. However, one wine was different from another. The place, people, region, country, taste, water, methods, and many others made one wine different from others. The woman was similar. They might be similar to each other, but they were different. Their upbringing, appearance, personality, and everything made them different from others. All of them were special and precious. They were also the best things created by God above. This made him almost impossible to stop, but at the same time, he wondered whether he should stop. If he just wanted to have sex with them, it would be easy, but he wanted to take care of them and love them. Still, he didn't deny that a woman was a troublesome creature, but he loved this troublesome creature. Still, watching her sleeping face made it hard for him to imagine how lewd this girl was. Unlike the others, Ebona was wild. Her head was filled with various dirty things from the hentai manga. Last night, she wanted to try it and even did something that should be impossible to be done by someone who had just lost her virginity. Yet he had to say, she was quite cute in the beginning, especially with how awkward she was. However, he could also tell how dirty this girl was after they did it for the first time. The human imagination is a scary thing. They could picture almost anything in their minds without worrying about anything. Yet this was also what made them wonderful since he wouldn't know what kind of surprise they would bring him next. After knowing this forbidden pleasure, he wondered what Ebona would do. He wanted to see it somehow. The only thing he was worried about was that her imagination might run too wild. Still, with his might, he was confident of containing this wild girl. By this point, he suddenly thought that sometimes a human contained 2 personalities. One was that they showed in front, and the other was the one that they hid deeply inside their hearts. What was important was the one that they hid deeply. But how would one know about that personality? It was simple. All one needed to do was to see the opposite of the front personality. Like 2-sided coins. He felt one's personality was like that. In the case of Ebona, she had always been up front and wasn't afraid to hide what she loved. However, inwardly, she was a coward who had inferiority toward everyone because of what she loved. When one could penetrate and see this side of hers, one could make this person fall for them. This might sound detestable, especially if he put them into words. However, this wasn't an easy thing since exposing everything to the other person was a scary thing. Everyone was scared of rejection, so when they saw someone could accept this part of themselves, they would fall for this person and give them anything. This was what it meant to be in love. Scary, right? Yet it was also wonderful. In business, many people often say that the higher the risk, the higher the return is. Falling in love will be risky, but if you're successful, it will give you great fortune. This was also what made Ebona scared, even if she didn't really understand it herself, yet under his guidance, she kept charging forward before moving to the side, stopping, taking a long roundabout way. Even so, she was able to reach her destination and get her happiness. And that happiness was him. He wanted to laugh at how narcissistic he was, but this was the fact, even if it sounded narcissistic, especially when those words came to him. Still, before that, he was going to check his rewards. No matter how many times he saw the rewards in the system, he could only sigh at how amazing it was. Double physical ability is an amazing thing. It might not increase much when he got it at first, but now his physical ability had been strengthened several times, and once it was doubled, he became even stronger. Still, instead of his strength, he loved the parts where his inner organs strengthened, so this way, he could have a healthy life without worry. After double physical ability, he looked at the asset type of rewards. KO University and buildings in Akihabara. He couldn't say much and could only say that it was amazing. KO University was a famous university, and even if he did nothing, a lot of money would come, but what was important was the fact he could easily find talent for his companies. Without a doubt, education was necessary for the development of his future. While he was surprised when he got a university as a reward, he didn't feel surprised when he got several buildings in Akihabara from Ebona. Akihabara was a famous spot for every otaku and technology in this country. The price of land in this place was high, but he got the land and several buildings. Honestly, even if he didn't work and just relied on the rent of the tenants, he could have a comfortable life. He tried to calm himself for a while before he checked the rest of his rewards. Pharmaceutical mastery and architecture mastery aside, he was more interested in magic mastery. Naturally, the magic that he got wasn't real magic. Instead, it was a magic trick that was usually shown in the media. However, even so, it was an amazing reward. It gave him a lot of knowledge and experience about many unique things, especially about running away that he had never known. Suddenly, he thought it might be possible for him to become a famous thief like Lupin. However, he was too lazy to do so and didn't see the point of it either. He was already rich. What's the point of stealing something? Fame? He already had it. So if he became a thief, it might be because he wanted to have fun. However, when he thought about how he might trouble the police in this country to catch him, wasting everyone's tax, he felt it was quite unnecessary. Still, the police were already busy enough with many things in this country, and he didn't want to cause more trouble, especially since his uncles were in a high position in the police. However, he thought this magic mastery could be used to fight, and it could become an element of surprise in the battle. It was just his intuition, but he felt he would have a battle in the near future, so the stronger he was, the better. Shishio. Did you wake up? Ebona rubbed her eyes and asked, where are my glasses? On the table on the side. Thanks. Ebona took her glasses and put them on before she lay on him again lazily and hugged him like a giant teddy bear. Sleep first. We still have a lot of time before we need to check out. He rubbed her head gently, spoiling her. They needed to check out before 1 in the afternoon, and it was still early in the morning, so they had a lot of time. Before that, I want to drink again. Ebona smiled lewdly and asked, can I? Even though the hotel prepared breakfast for them, it seemed this girl wasn't satisfied and wanted something else. What could he do in this situation? Don't use your teeth. Okay, leave it to me. I won't do it again, and I will show you the effort of my study. He looked at Ebona, who slipped onto the blanket, before he let out a satisfied sigh, feeling that this girl's talent was quite good. Or I might be a good teacher. It might be the latter, but she spent quite a lot of money on this hotel, so she was going to use her time well with him. 633, Homecoming. Before the time to check out, they left the hotel together. Still, they were quite worried about the cleaning service, but they felt it should be alright since such a scene should be seen daily. After all, they definitely weren't the only ones who had sex at this hotel last night. Still, Ebona knew that she wouldn't come to this hotel shortly since it was too expensive. Naturally, unless he invited her, but she was okay with his apartment, and if they often visited this hotel, then their memories wouldn't be special, and she also wanted to do it in various other places. Hot springs, mountains, beaches, and schools, from Hokkaido to Okinawa. She told him that she wanted to try all of them with him. While he was speechless, he didn't reject her since he was also interested in doing it in various places. His summer was vibrant. He had played with his girlfriends in various places. Even if some of them hadn't been mentioned, he had gone to a lot of places with everyone. However, he also realized that the summer vacation was only for a month. After a month, the new semester started, and he had to go to school. By then, he would meet Yuki Nashida and ask her why she had been ignoring him. I will visit your apartment tomorrow. Ebona knew that all of his girlfriends should be at his apartment, and she was going to visit this place. After all, unlike before, the shape of their relationship had changed, and they were no longer more than friends and less than lovers. Okay, see you tomorrow. They kissed before they parted reluctantly. He had to say even if Ebona was weird, she was kind of unique, and she always brought him a surprise. Even if those surprises might not be good, he could scold her, and she wouldn't force him if he didn't want to. If he didn't include sex in their relationship, he felt their relationship was like a mother and a child. He had to scold this naughty child a lot of times, which made him sigh. Yet when he thought of her, he couldn't help but smile. By then, he hadn't gone back to Sakurasu. Instead, he went to his apartment, but he didn't expect to receive a surprise. I am back. Mai Sakurajima leaped and hugged him tightly so she wouldn't let him go. If it was an ordinary man, they might suffocate and fall directly to the ground. However, for him, she was light, and being hugged by her felt so comfortable. Why didn't you tell me? He asked helplessly, but he smiled. I want to surprise you. Mai smiled and whispered, let's go. She let go of him before she pulled him into his room. His expression was subtle and followed obediently. It was still a day, but this wasn't an obstacle for them since they really missed each other. Mai was quite sleepy, but she didn't want to sleep and wanted to talk with him for a while. It had been a while since they met each other since she had to work for her film, and the moment they met, they didn't hold back and kept doing it until the evening. The bright sun had turned orange, and the night was about to come. However, neither of them intended to part, and they still stayed together. Have you finished your work? Yet. Mai rolled around and put her chin on her chest to see his face. While she couldn't see his face clearly, she could see his face from below, which was kind of funny. My work has finished, and the rest is the director, producer, and crew's work. Mai felt the weight on her back had been lifted, but even so, she still felt the pressure. Is it the editing part? Yes. Making a movie wasn't simple. One needed more than shooting scenes and acting. When everything ended, they still needed to edit the movie at an appropriate time, so it wouldn't be too long and wouldn't be too tedious. Usually, Mai should be busy promoting her movie, but she didn't have to do that now. I just didn't expect that my movie would enter the Venice Movie Festival. Mai still couldn't believe it. Don't just be satisfied with just entering. You have to win. Mai's movie will enter the Venice Movie Festival in September. Naturally, it had something to do with him, but her movie really had that potential. Well, enough about me since I know I can't achieve this if you don't help me. Mai sighed and knew that the reason why her career was so smooth was because of him. If he wasn't there, she knew it would be quite difficult for her career. She might be a famous child actress, but she retired after a year. While her popularity still remained, she encountered a problem where everyone in the world forgot about her. However, he was the one who could see her and saved her from this curse. Her problem had been solved, yet it didn't mean the fear of being forgotten had disappeared. It still remained in her heart, and this was also why she wanted to be with him forever. Even if this guy had a fiancé or wife in the future, she didn't care as long as she could be with him. Don't say that. If you don't have the ability, it is impossible for me to support you. He gently caressed her hair, making her purr like a docile kitten. But enough about me. Suddenly, Mai raised her body, causing her breasts to sway, before she straddled his waist. She was fully naked and didn't wear anything. Watching this scenery, his body reacted naturally. Do you want to continue? Yes, but let's finish our conversation first. Mai hesitated before she made up her mind since she had to do something to say to him. Okay. He nodded, wondering what she wanted to ask him. You're going to make a movie, right? Have you shot them? Let me see it. She was so excited when she heard he was going to make a movie, and the moment she returned, she asked this question after she had sex with him, showing the importance of this matter was only a second to their love-making activity. Still, if there was something she was dissatisfied with, she couldn't be his first, and it made him quite disappointed. It was his first movie. Even though it was only an amateur movie, she wanted to be his heroine. However, she was under contract, so it was impossible for her to join his movie, and she could only bite her finger. Yet it was different now since she had returned. While it was impossible to join, she wanted to watch it. No, I haven't made it. He shook his head with a sigh. Hey? Why? Mai was genuinely confused. He didn't hide anything and told the truth from the beginning about how he had decided to make a movie and how this plan failed to implement. Honestly, he told me a lot of things that he had done during the summer except for this matter and Yuagahama Hana's matter. After all, how could he say he got close to the mother of his senior? If so, Mai would be worried that her mother would be seduced by him. However, he had to say Mai's mother was beautiful, and she had this mature charm that couldn't be mimicked by his girlfriends. Yet it was normal since, among his girlfriends, no one had a child. Mai's mother had children, so her beauty was different from others. Even though she only had one child, her charm was naturally different. I see. Mai nodded and understood why Shishio didn't make the movie. However, she didn't know that he was thinking about her mother at that moment. So, do you know what has happened to her? Mai asked since she knew how close Shishio and Yukinashita were. She wouldn't be surprised if they were dating, but for her to suddenly disappear, even ignoring his text and call? She felt it was weird and wondered what was happening to Yukinashita. I don't know, but from her older sister's tone, Yukino-senpai should be alright. It should be her family's matter. If so, I can't do anything now. If it was a matter of Yukinashita's family, he couldn't join this matter since he wasn't part of this family. If he carelessly joined, he might trouble Yukinashita. Honestly, he wanted to go after her, but he endured it since he knew Yukinashita wasn't the type of person who would ignore him without a good reason, especially when their relationship had become closer after that training camp. I see. Mai could also see his difficulty. If it was an individual problem like hers, he would help, but if it was a family matter, it was difficult, especially when the Yukinashita family wasn't an average family like everyone else. It was a prestigious family that was also a baron during the era of the Empire of Japan. This was in the realm outside of her understanding. She might be a famous actress, but that's all. In this country, her status was nothing at all to those big shots. However, it wasn't like she wanted to become one, either. The only thing she wanted to do was with him. It's okay. I am sure that she will call you later. Shishio was in a daze since he didn't expect her to comfort him. Well, let me do this. Hey? What are you going to do? Mai entered the blanket, trying to cheer him up, and she was able to successfully cheer him up. He let out a comfortable sigh while rubbing her head gently, but then he thought he should celebrate her homecoming. He thought for a while and suddenly thought about what kind of celebration he should do. 634, Summer Party. Excuse me. Rumi Tsurumi stood in front of the old dorm with a curious and uneasy expression. It was the first time she had come here, and she wasn't sure whether this was the correct address. Today, she was invited by Shishio to eat a nagashi summon, flowing noodles, and she agreed to his invitation. He sent her the address and told her to come. The address was quite close to her house, so she agreed to his invitation, but even so, it still took a while for her to arrive at her destination. While she didn't need to take the train, she had to get on the bus. She might be only in the 5th grade of elementary school, but the children in this country were relatively independent and could travel to many places alone. Still, she was quite nervous since it was their first time meeting each other after the training camp, and she wondered whether she was in the right place. She looked at the 2-story building in front of her with some curiosity. While the building was rather old, she could feel some gentleness from it. After pressing the bell, she waited for a while, and someone walked out from the door. Welcome. Ah, are you Rumi-chan? Rumi couldn't say anything since it was her first time seeing someone with breasts as massive as this woman's. Yes. However, she knew she had to answer this woman's question. Still, she was slightly on guard since even if this woman oozed gentleness, which was more than her mother, this woman was practically a stranger. Yet, even so, she had to say she got a good impression of this woman. Rumi, is that you? Before Rumi asked who this woman was, she saw Shishio. Shishio nii. While she tried to act nonchalantly, her eyes brightened when she saw him. It's been a while. Shishio smiled and asked, your skin is as white as ever. Don't you play with your family at the beach or something? Your skin isn't much different from mine, Shishio nii. Rumi pouted since Shishio's skin was as white as a baby, or it might be even better than her skin. Unlike when they met for the first time, his skin was brown during the training camp, so this change slightly surprised her. However, he was still as handsome as ever, which made her stare at him most of the time. Anyway, come in. It's hot, right? By the way, she's Ayaka Sunoera. She's the dorm manager of this dorm, Shishio said while introducing Ayaka. Dorm manager? Rumi looked at Ayaka curiously. Yes. Ayaka smiled gently and said, if you enter the middle school nearby, you can stay at my dorm if you want. Dorm. Rumi was confused and wondered why Shishio brought him to this place, and she wondered about the relationship between him and Ayaka. However, she had to say Ayaka's breasts were massive. She looked down and thought it was impossible for hers to grow so big. While she was curious about why she brought him to this dorm, she was more cornered about the boobs. Did he like them big? Shishio wasn't sure what Rumi thought since this girl was quite expressionless most of the time. I need to cut up the bamboo first. You should wait with everyone inside. Cut the bamboo? Are you going to make the bamboo shoot for the Nagashi suman from real bamboo? Yes, I just got it from the forest. It's fresh. Rumi was in a daze, and then she realized something. There's going to be a lot of people here. When she entered, she heard many voices from inside. Well, not much, but all of them are women, so you should be okay. Come in, Rumi-chan. It's hot outside, right? You should cool yourself up inside. It's dangerous if you get a heat stroke. Ayaka brought Rumi inside since she was worried about Rumi. But it's amazing that you can come here on your own. You're an amazing girl. Being patted, Rumi stared at Ayaka, wondering why Ayaka was better than her real mother. She felt that making Ayaka her mother wasn't that bad either. Ah, Rumi-chan, it's been a while. When Rumi entered the living room, she saw a familiar girl. Ebina-san. Yes. Ebina nodded with a smile. Her relationship with Shishio had changed, so naturally, she also came to this party. While he wanted to invite a lot of people, he only invited his girlfriends to this place, except for Rumi, of course. When the tenants of the Sunoarasu returned home because of the summer vacation, this place was empty. The only one that lived here was Ayaka. Naturally, she was alone, so she was quite excited when he thought he wanted to have a party at her dorm. As for his reason for setting up this party, it was because of Mai's homecoming. In addition, he wanted to introduce Rumi to this place. The only person that Rumi knew in this place was only Shishio and Ebina. She thought she would meet Yukinashita, Ui, or Hikigaya, but she didn't see them. Instead, she saw someone unexpected. Are you Sakurajima Mai-san? Oh? You know me? Mai asked with a smile. Still, At this moment, she was eating mochi from Kyoto, so her appearance was rather cute, with a puffy cheek like a hamster. Ah, I am your fan. Rumi seemed so excited. Shishio looked at this quiet little girl, who suddenly became excited and couldn't help but feel speechless by her change. However, if she was happy, it was all right. He didn't have anything to complain about Rumi, who became Mai's fan since he didn't even say much about Ebina, who loved BL-related goods. Shishio, are you going to cut down the bamboo now? Rui Tachibana asked. Yes. He walked out to the courtyard, putting on gloves before he took a machete to cut down the bamboo. Is there something special about this bamboo? Or is there a special way to choose it? Rui asked. As someone who aspired to become a chef, she couldn't help but ask this question. There is nothing special, but if I have to say, then the bamboo has to be thick and straight. Thick and straight? Rui, where are you looking at? Hey, take away your eyes from that place. Anyway, even if Rui was distracted during the lesson, she was a good student and listened to him carefully. He might have forgotten to explain it in the beginning, but a nagashi suman was a special way for one to eat suman, especially in the summer. If one usually ate a suman from the bowl, then nagashi suman was an eating style of suman by catching them from cold running water. Hearing that explanation, one might ask how one ate suman from running water. After all, it was impossible to use running water as a container. So one used a bamboo shoot as a container, letting the suman flow from the upper part to the bottom gently, slowly and elegantly. Besides the elegant feeling, it also kept the suman cool all the time, which was pleasant to eat, especially during the summer. The thick and straight bamboo was cut down and tied into a long shoot shortly after. Everyone was excited when they saw the completion of the bamboo shoot. As for the rest, they made the suman together in the kitchen. He looked at everyone's relationship, which was close to each other, and couldn't help but feel gratified. It was amazing when he thought about it that the relationship of his women could be so close to each other. After all, if he was in their place, it was naturally impossible for him to share his women with others. Yet they could share him with other women. His sophistry, appearance, and feeling aside, he knew the reason why they could be obedient to him was that he had conquered them. He dominated them on the bed, showing his mightiness, and let them accept his relationship with other women. It was unfair and despicable. However, he wanted all of them, so this was the only way. Anyway, soon, the suman was ready. Ayaka, Nana, Nanamai and the rest brought the suman with a variety of dipping sauces. There were 3 types of dipping sauces. The first one was the orthodox bonito and convue sauce. By adding egg yolk to the sauce, it would be more delicious. The second was a light Italian-style sauce, and the last one was the orthodox sesame sauce. Those 3 sauces were delicious, and the cool suman increased their appetite. Sheena even ate it several times since it was so delicious. On the other hand, Shishio and Rumi sat next to each other, enjoying the suman quietly. Is it delicious? He smiled, then looked at everyone in the courtyard that laughed happily while they ate with the nagashi suman. You must be curious why I have invited you here, right? Yes. Rumi nodded while looking at Shishio. The reason is simple. I just want to recommend you a place to live. You mean I should live in this dorm? Rumi was surprised. Yes. There is a good middle school nearby, so if you graduate from the elementary school, you might think to go to this middle school. Shishio nodded. I know that you are worried that you might be alone again in the future, but even if you can't make a friend at school, you can make a friend in this dorm. This is also a female dorm, so everyone that lives here is a girl, and by living with everyone here, you will make friends sooner or later. You might be quite an awkward girl, but you're definitely a gentle and good girl. I am sure that when you become a middle school student, you will make good friends. You don't need many, only 1 or 2 are enough, but they can stick with you no matter how difficult the situation is. He ignored Akishina since he had a feeling this guy wouldn't stay too long. Rumi stared at Shishio for a moment, wanting to say something, but words stuck on her lips since no mere words were enough to describe her emotion. She lowered her head gently, trying to hide her tears. Thanks. Her voice was soft but full of gratefulness. Shishio gently rubbed her hair and didn't say anything since he felt he owed something to this girl. He had messed up the relationship between her friends, so he thought to do something. His method might not be the best, but for now, this was the only thing he could do. Hopefully, when Rumi entered middle school, she would be alright and make good friends. This was his wish and came from the deep of his heart. Rumi-chan, eat more. Yeah, you shouldn't go home until you're full. By the way, do any of you want fruit? I have just cut them. Ayaka came out with a plate filled with many fruits. Roberta also followed behind while lowering her head, showing off the messed up fruit that she cut with Ayaka. Shishio smiled and thought that this day was something he looked forward to. He closed his eyes, enjoying the warm sun and the cool wind under the shade, thinking that this summer would be unforgettable in his life. Ring. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He took his phone and saw that he had gotten a call from his father. Father. Oh, Shishio, I want to tell you that I am going to visit Tokyo soon. Be prepared. I will bring you to a party. Party? What party? It's a party to introduce you to your fiancé. What? 635, my girlfriends. Shishio remembered he had done this in the past. He sat on the bench with Roberta by his side. Naturally, they attracted everyone's attention, but neither of them paid attention. However, his mood was different from the past. Instead, he was somewhat restless, especially when he thought about his father's call. He didn't expect to see this cliché of development where he would suddenly get a fiancé. He wasn't sure who this fiancé was, and it came so suddenly like a hurricane. He didn't even have time to prepare, and naturally, each of his girlfriends knew about it, especially when he received the call when they were present. Even if his voice wasn't loud, his expression must make them realize something had happened. He also didn't hide this fact since he believed them. He told them about this matter because he believed in them, but at the same time, he also wanted to tell them how helpless he was. He knew that by telling them, he might make them worry, but if he didn't tell them, it meant he didn't believe them. If his girlfriends knew that, they might cry since they thought they only meant that much to him, so he told them. Everything happened so suddenly. His father just told him in the middle of the day, and he didn't even tell him in detail. The only thing that his father said was, just take it easy. It's just a fiancé, and no one tells you to break up with your girlfriends. While he was speechless, he wanted to ask more, but his father didn't have time to talk since he was busy. The only way for him to get the answer was from his mother, but she didn't know much since she was also helpless. His father might love his mother, but in the family matter, she didn't have a voice, and her only role was a loving wife and mother. Even though his father didn't let her join the talk, she accepted it since she knew her ability well. What was even speechless was the fact his grandfather was also involved in this matter, so it made his mother even unable to do anything. The only thing that she could say was that they were only going to introduce him to a good girl, and they wouldn't force him to marry. If they were good to each other, then it was all right, but if their relationship was far from good, no one would force him. In other words, his voice was heard, and everyone still respected his opinion. However, it was a normal thing since he was the one who got engaged and not them. He was angry, but this is how some parents were, right? Many of them didn't listen to their children's opinions, thinking that they were still childish. Still, they didn't force him to marry and only asked him to meet, so he knew they were good parents. Yet, he had to say they really brought him a lot of trouble. While his girlfriends trusted and believed him, the worry in their hearts was impossible to erase. After all, this was the decision of his family. They knew he was rich, but they didn't know that it was all his personal wealth. Instead, they thought it was coming from their family. He didn't bother to fix their misunderstanding since it was troublesome to explain. Still, because of this, they were worried that he might not be able to fight against his family's decision. Unless he eloped with them and cut down his relationship with his family like how the TV dramas showed television. Shishio wasn't sure what kind of images they had in their minds, but he could only coax them. Shishio-sama. What's wrong, Roberta? He didn't bring his other girlfriends with him to meet his parents. Instead, he only brought Roberta with him since he was afraid the situation would become chaotic. Are you going to say anything to them? Roberta didn't turn her head and just reminded him about the people behind them. He also didn't turn his head toward his spies. Even if he was blind, he could tell that there were many people that followed him, and the identity of those people was his girlfriends. Even though he didn't bring them, they decided to follow him secretly. While he wasn't sure how they felt, he knew that if he was in their place, he might do the same. Still, if his girlfriends suddenly had a fiancé, he would meet their parents and tell them that they were his. However, they couldn't do what he could do, and the only thing they could do was follow him secretly. Many of them also hadn't seen their boyfriend's parents, so they were quite curious, and some of them only saw their boyfriend's mother, so they also wanted to see their boyfriend's father. But, more importantly, if possible, they wanted to talk with his parents since they definitely wouldn't accept if he was forced to marry someone that he didn't know, and they also wanted to tell them that they would definitely never break up their relationship with him. It's okay. It's not like they'll do anything, he said calmly and didn't tell them to go home. Instead, he pretended that he didn't see them. Still, among his girlfriends that came, only the younger ones came. The older one wanted to join, but they were slightly nervous and weren't ready to meet his parents. After all, what should they say when they meet his parents? Hello, I am your son's woman. Should they say that? Honestly, they should, but they were worried about what his parents' expression would be when they found out their son dated someone who was older than him, especially when their age difference was quite a lot. Even Ayaka, who was the youngest among them, was in her 23. Still, he felt that they were overthinking since his father didn't even mind when he knew Roberta dated him. He had quite a lot of age differences from Roberta. Roberta was almost in her 30, after all. Yet it was all right. Still, Roberta was different from them since while she positioned herself as his woman, she was also his maid and knew his family, so it was easier for her to integrate into his family. However, they were different since they didn't know about their parents at all. Ayaka aside, Hiratsuka and Tachibana Hina were quite nervous when they thought about how his parents would think when the teachers of his school seduced their son. So this also led to the situation where only his girlfriends, whose age was similar to his, decided to follow him in a not-so-secret way. Roberta nodded at his decision and asked, "But what are you doing with your fiancé, Shishio-sama?" Even if she would follow him no matter what, she was still curious about his decision. "There aren't many things I will do, but it's still necessary for me to attend the party since this party isn't so simple." If this was only his father's business associate, Shishio wouldn't bother to visit, but this party was the party of the noble families that still existed until now from the time of the Empire of Japan. Almost all the families were at least 5 centuries old and were all famous daimyo and samurai families that had survived the Sengoku period. There were even the emperor and the empress who would present this party. While modern society differs from the past, the connection and influence of those noble families are still retained. If there was only one, they might not be that powerful. However, what if they were all together? If they were all together, their presence would be enough to shake this country, especially when many of them were rich and had a powerful position in the various government institutions, big companies, and many others. Still, while he didn't say it, he was quite curious about who his fiancé would be. "But I will politely refuse this engagement." Anyway, he wasn't forced to get engaged, so he didn't think it was necessary to accept or pretend to accept. It was better to reject, so there wouldn't be any more such pranks in his life. "I see." Roberta nodded and didn't say more words. Instead, she held his hand quietly, waiting for his parents to come. Soon, the train that his parents rode arrived. While he was rather calm, his girlfriends couldn't calm down. He has stood up. "Ah, are his parents coming? What should I do? I am nervous." They were all nervous, but they kept watching in his direction, ignoring all the gaze of the people in the surroundings. However, it was normal for all of them to stare in their direction since they dressed like suspicious people with a cap and a face mask. If Shishio didn't ask his bodyguards to explain some bullshit to the staff, they might have been caught by the staff of the train station at this moment because of how suspicious they were. Shishio didn't know what everyone was doing, but he saw his parents walk out from the train. Father. Mother. Shioriko, Shishio's mother, and Takumai, Shishio's father, quickly noticed his son since, among all this crowd, without a doubt, he was the one that was the most noticeable. Their son was like the moon in the night sky. While its light wasn't the brightest, without a doubt, its presence was the most noticeable at night and the most beautiful. Shishio. 2x. Shioriko and Takumai approached their son. Even though they had met each other in Kyoto before, naturally, they missed their son. While they talked, he helped them to carry their luggage, but suddenly he was stunned by someone who came beside them. Mashiro. Et. 2x. Shioriko and Takumai looked at the cute and beautiful girl in front of them, and they felt this girl was quite familiar. "Shishio is my man," Shina said while hugging Shishio's arm. Shishio, Roberta, Shioriko, and Takumai. Mashiro. Then, soon, all of his girlfriends came out from their hiding places, trying to pull Shina, but she didn't budge and kept hugging his arm. Who are they?" Takumai asked after he was taken aback. "My girlfriends." 636, Chaos. The chaotic situation suddenly happened. It was utter chaos, especially when almost all of his girlfriends appeared in front of his parents. However, maybe, it wasn't Takumai's first time seeing this situation, or it might be because of his long experience as a director of a famous bank that he calmly faced this situation. On the other hand, Shioriko, his mother, almost lost her calm. If this wasn't in public, she might have already given her son an uppercut, especially when she had heard he touched his distant relative. "You little shit." Honestly, while Shioriko knew this kind of thing was quite common in people with high status, it was a different matter when it happened to her son. "How about we discuss this in a different place?" Shishio's words were calm, yet one could tell how worn out he was at that moment. By this point, he knew he couldn't escape his parents' scolding. Naturally, he didn't want to be scolded, especially when he was like this. If he was being scolded, it would cause his image to be destroyed. Then, what should he do? He decided to give them a bigger shock. He didn't bring them to the hotel where they stayed or his apartment in Shinjuku. Instead, he brought them to his apartment in Minato. It was his luxurious apartment that only came a few times a month. While this apartment was good, he didn't live in this place most of the time since he had to say it lacked a homey feeling. He also didn't want to bring his parents to his apartment in Shinjuku since it was his love den. There were also many things that couldn't be shown there, so he chose this apartment instead of his apartment in Shinjuku. This apartment is... Shioriko looked at the apartment calmly, but inwardly, she was dumbfounded. Still, as she had become Takumai's husband for so many years, her experience was different from ordinary people, so she was relatively calm on the outside, but on the inside, she wanted her son to answer her question as soon as possible. Mine. Yours? Did you buy it? No, it was a gift. It was a gift from the system, yet he decided to stay ambiguous. Did you date a rich woman and get her to reward you with this apartment? His father asked since he felt this was possible, considering the charm of his son. Honestly, while he didn't say it, he also had a similar experience to his son since he was often given many gifts from those lonely mature women and gullible young ladies. As for feeling guilty about accepting those rewards, Takumai had never thought so since it was their will and wish to give him those gifts, so he accepted them. Still, he wasn't like that anymore, especially when he had a lovely wife and a good son. Was his son like that? If so, Takumai could only tell Shishio that he should hold back a little since he could tell that this apartment wasn't cheap. Everyone. All eyes were on him. Their eyes stared at his figure and felt that this possibility was possible. Yet he was unfazed and asked, this apartment aside, can you explain to me what this engagement is about? I can reject it, right? He dodged the question. While he dodged the question, they didn't care much, even if he got this apartment from a rich lady since it meant they only got a new sister. That was it. However, his engagement was different. Okay, but before that, can I ask you all a question? When Takumai uttered those words, he appeared different from an amiable old gentleman. Instead, he showed the aura of someone in a high position, above many people, and a dignified leader. This sudden change caused the girls to be tense. They felt their backs straighten instantly and a bead of sweat trickle from their forehead, nose, and past their ears. The word engagement might make them forget what their current situation was, but at this moment, they knew that they were in the presence of his parents. Right now, they are being judged. They felt like they were criminals waiting for the death penalty. Except Sheena didn't think of any of that and sat beside Shishio, calmly, facing her parents since all on her head, she only wanted to know what this engagement was about and whether this engagement would force them to part with each other. The thought of them parting with each other scared her, and she didn't want something like that to happen. We're all his girlfriends, Sheena said innocently, then asked, can Shishio not attend the party and reject this engagement? Everyone. Still, while his girlfriends were surprised, they were firmly set behind Sheena, ready to give support anytime. Takumai and Shioriko also couldn't say a single word at this moment. While they knew that their son was popular and had a girlfriend, who could imagine that he had so many girlfriends? The number of his girlfriends had already passed the number of fingers on their hands. It was an amazing number, and what was even more amazing, they could tell that they accepted each other. Yet all of that was far compared to the fact that they could see that love filled their eyes. Those pure eyes were filled with love and determination for him, which made them wonder how he could do this. Still, while Shioriko was baffled, Takumai was unexpectedly calm. I see. Takumai nodded and said, I understand why you are all worried here, but you don't need to worry about that since we won't force him to do this engagement, but he still has to attend the party since it is the basic etiquette that he should have as a part of the Oga family. However, if by knowing that you all still want him to stay and not go to the party, I can only say that it is better for you all to break up with him since you don't have a basic trust toward him or don't you have confidence in his love toward you. They all lowered their heads, feeling ashamed of their insecurity. Yet, how could they not be? They might be beautiful and had a status better than others, but in front of him, they felt they were nothing. While they knew that he loved them much, the thought of him abandoning them for someone better scared them. Yet this also made them ashamed since it meant that they didn't trust him. They knew that this guy was a bastard and he loved a woman very much. Once he saw a beautiful woman, he would think about how to seduce that woman, so he could copulate with her and make her his. This was how he was, and it was also impossible for him to throw his women away since after he had marked them, it meant that they would be his forever. Such a thought crossed their minds, and it made them at ease. It might make him seem possessive, but they were also possessive of him, so the thought of him might be stolen by someone they didn't know, making them restless and unable to calm down. Shishio wasn't sure why, but he felt they were thinking something rude about him. Excuse me, can I ask something? Unexpectedly, Saki Kawasaki raised her hand. Yes. Are you not against our relationship? Saki asked timidly. Why should I? Takumai asked. I mean, there is a difference in our status. Saki's voice was low when she asked this question. However, Shishio's lips trembled, and his heart was tight. He pulled Saki in his arms and asked, You're worried about that? I mean, you know how my family is. Saki knew that her family was the worst among his girlfriends. While he might not see a problem, how about her parents? If that's the case, you don't need to worry. If he likes you, then we'll support your relationship. Takumai believed in his son and knew that this guy wouldn't choose a strange girl, so he let it go. Also, they were just girlfriends, and they weren't married, so there was a chance for them to part. Even if Saki's family was a criminal or something, he didn't care much since he had this blind trust in his son currently. Honestly, Takumai was satisfied with his son and proud of him, especially when he thought about Shishio's achievement and how Shishio could conquer many women during his youth after Shishio came to Tokyo. Yet, as someone from a high position, he knew something he should and shouldn't say. It was better to be quiet until this matter had ended. Saki and many also sighed in relief when they heard Takumai's words. So it's done, right? You should go back then. Takumai looked at his son and asked, by the way, can we use this apartment when we come to Tokyo? Why not? Shishio didn't see a reason to refuse since it was rare for one to stay in this apartment, so it was good that someone could stay there. Then, I will go back. Is that okay? Are you going back? Where? Don't you want to stay? Shioriko wanted to talk with her son more. Sasu. Now that you've mentioned it. I haven't visited that dorm. Shioriko knew the place where her little sister stayed and felt quite curious. It's a chaotic place. When the party starts, we'll pick you up there. Is that okay? Takumai asked. Yes. He nodded and didn't bother to talk back to his parents. He also felt that it was better to go back now lest he was being scolded by his parents. This matter ended, and there was no need to prolong this matter anymore. They also didn't intend to stay since staying with his parents made them nervous, even if they didn't do anything. They returned to his apartment, and after he calmed them down with his technique and energy, he returned to Sakurasu alone. It was at night, but Tokyo was still bustling with life. Yet it had nothing to do with him since he wanted to go to Sakurasu. He wasn't sure why, but somehow this was what he wanted to do, but it might be because Sakurasu was where he could calm down, especially when he was tired. By riding his motorcycle, it didn't take a long time for him to arrive. He entered the gate and parked his motorcycle inside. However, suddenly he heard loud footsteps coming from the entrance of Sakurasu. Shishio, help me. Before he said anything, he was greeted by breasts. Ritsu ran and leaped into him while crying before being followed by Chihiro and Mayumi, who also jumped toward him. While he was happy, he couldn't help but get confused. What's wrong? 637, thanks. Unlike her usual calm and collected self, Kawaii Ritsu was far from calm. Her eyes were teary, and she sobbed like a baby. Yet what made him unable to calm down was how she was still dressed in her sleeping attire, which consisted of a t-shirt and shorts. When she hugged him tightly, feeling fear, he could feel the two breasts squeezed on his body and loomed out from the gap of her loose t-shirt. By coincidence, he noticed the mole on her left breast, causing the blood on his body to rush toward his penis. He felt aroused, but he endured it since he knew what Ritsu needed at this moment wasn't the thing on his pants but his calm and witty coax. Calm down. I am here. What's happening? He didn't push her away but caressed her back gently, trying to calm her down. Still, it made him realize how low he had fallen, especially when he thought how at the beginning, he was so adamant about embracing this side of himself. Yet now, he could say that he wanted a woman that attracted him to be his. However, he didn't think this was bad since he was only being true to his desire. And wasn't it natural for a man to fall for a woman? He tried to ask Ritsu what was happening, but she was unable to say anything, so he put his attention to Mayumi and Chihiro. Chihiro aside, she wore sloppy pajamas, which lacked the charm of women. Mayumi's attire was alluring. She only wore a pair of light blue underwear, and her cherry-colored nipples almost escaped from the fabric. While this woman was sloppy, she had a naughty body that could seduce any man, especially those young men in their puberty. They were simply slaves in front of her bewitching body. Yet they didn't care about their attires and hugged him, ignoring Ritsu, who hugged him first since they were also scared. Still, in this current situation, it was impossible for him to remain calm, especially since their plump bodies were tightly wrapped around him, and their womanly scent invaded his nostrils. Even if his juice was drained by his girlfriends previously, he was still full of energy. Hey, hurry up and get in. There's a bug inside. Help us. Wait a minute. Let me calm down a bit. Shishio decided to squat down when he couldn't control it anymore since his penis was on an erection as hard and straight as the bamboo that he had freshly picked for the Nagashi suman before. Chihiro, Ritsu, and Mayumi. Did it get hard? Mayumi asked curiously with a blush, trying to peek at his erection. Strangely enough, the vulgar question from Mayumi's mouth calmed Chihiro and Ritsu down. Shishio. Really? Can I see it? By the way, did you get hard from me? Do you want to see them? Mayumi was excited and pulled part of her bra with her finger, trying to get him to peek at her bountiful breasts, but her head was slapped by Chihiro. It hurts. What are you doing? Shut up. We're outside. What if the neighbor hears you? Chihiro-sensei, can't you be so loud? We might get a complaint from the neighbor. While the three started to bicker with each other, Shishio, who had calmed down, stood up and asked, so what's wrong? His voice showed a solemnity, dignified like he had heard a storm was about to hit this place tonight. He didn't look like someone who had had his penis hardened previously. While they were speechless, they told him what had happened. Centipede. Don't utter that name. The three of them screamed in fear. Okay, okay. How about we enter first since we might really get a complaint if you keep screaming. Honestly, he was afraid if they really got a complaint, those housewives around might ask him to compensate for their loss by inviting him to their houses when their husbands and children left the house. They nodded and entered the house at the same time, but their eyes subconsciously drew at his lower region. While his erection had subsided, it was still half erect. He also didn't wear his usual fit jeans pants. Instead, he wore a cotton-type pair of pants, which were loose and easy to move. However, it didn't protect him in this situation since the big bulge on his pants was clearly visible. Hey, is your dick still hard? Mayumi said in surprise. Ritsuo and Chihiro. No. Shishio looked away and took off his jacket before he draped over Mayumi. But you should wear my jacket now. While her body was quite sloppy, considering she lacked exercise, it was a naughty body that almost made his effort useless. Mayumi stared at him for a moment and hugged his jacket tightly. At this moment, she didn't have any intention of teasing him anymore and said softly, thanks. Her voice was shy, like a pure girl in love for the first time. Ritsuo and Chihiro. In silence, Ritsuo stared at this scene, but Chihiro thought she should wear something that could tempt him. Wait. Wait. Why should I think to tempt him? Yet the thought of kissing his lips before he returned to Kyoto crossed her mind. That lips. Even now, she couldn't forget the feeling on his lips. They were warm and soft, which was different from his rugged and strong body. It lit up the fire in her heart, realizing she couldn't see him as her nephew. Instead, she could only see him as a man now. Yet could she say that? Could she really bear such a feeling toward her nephew? If her big sister and brother-in-law knew this repulsive feeling was born in her heart, they might curse her. Such a feeling scared her, yet after that kiss, she kept dreaming about him. In her dream, he held her tightly, without letting her go, devouring her lips, breasts, body and vagina like a hungry beast with his hardened penis like she was in his possession. When she woke up, she had her body tingling from the sensation of their lovemaking and her panties wet from that dream, but she also felt detestable to have such a feeling toward her nephew. Yet this dream kept repeating every night, making her realize how deep her feeling was. If this continued, she was afraid she might be unable to differentiate reality and dream. Shishio didn't know what Chihiro was thinking. Instead, he looked at Ritsu, who had been staring at him, and asked, Centipede? Where did you see it, senpai? He wasn't sure whether the appearance of the centipede was a bad omen or not. However, he didn't really believe in such a superstitious thing, even if the existence of the system told him otherwise. Instead, he felt it was normal for a centipede to appear in the summer, especially when rain often happens from time to time. It's in my room. While Ritsu was scared to mention the centipede, she had 120% trust in him. Your room? Shishio thought for a moment and asked, but is it alright for me to enter the females area? While it was quite embarrassing, he hadn't entered the female area. For one thing, there was a camera, and he also didn't need to, especially if the girl came to visit his room. This was his first experience, yet it felt weird when he thought the reason why he came to such a place was because of the centipede. It's okay. It's okay, but hurry up and get rid of that thing. Chihiro didn't care about the rules now since all she cared about was that he could get rid of the centipede away. Ritsuo and Mayumi also weren't that much different since they didn't care, even if he entered the female area now. Okay, let me get a few items in the kitchen. He walked toward the kitchen to catch the centipede. While their reaction might seem exaggerated, he felt this was normal since even a guy would be scared in front of the centipede. Unlike cockroaches that could only fly around, centipedes would bite, and once someone was bitten, they might also be poisoned. Naturally, it was impossible for him to let that happen to them, so he prepared to catch it ASAP. We will help you. 3x. The three of them followed without hesitation. Help me to boil water since I have heard the centipede can be easily killed with hot boiling water. Yes. 3x. While they boiled the water, he took chopsticks and a plastic bag. These were the only items that he was going to bring to catch the centipede. Suddenly, he couldn't help but sigh since he had been catching something lately. He had heard that in the summer, children in this country would go out to catch a bug or porn on the riverside, but here he was, catching a molester and a centipede, which made him sigh. By the way, where is Shiro-san? He's on another trip for his book. As for Ryu Unosuke, can we rely on him? For them, no one could help them in this situation except him. While it was good that he was the one that they could rely on, he wondered whether they could really trust this scumbag. What about Sayaka-san or Misaki-senpai? They should be sleeping. While he wondered how Sayaka and Misaki could still be sleeping in this situation, he knew the main problem was the centipede. Where did you find the centipede, senpai? This was the most important point since if they didn't know where the centipede was, it would be impossible to catch it. While Ritsu was scared and trembling, she told him how she was able to meet this detestable creature. I was reading in bed when... Ritsu cried and closed her eyes, recalling the nightmare beforehand. However, Chihiro and Mayumi were scared silly, and their bodies were trembling when they thought about how the centipede would suddenly fall from the ceiling when Ritsu read a book. By then, Ritsu had closed her book, ran away, and awoken Mayumi and Chihiro before all of them panicked. Shishio blinked his eyes and said, "The water has boiled, so why don't we catch it now?" Ritsu's experience was unfortunate, so right now, he was going to blast the centipede away. Still, he wondered whether he should thank the centipede since they all hugged him again. 638. Boiling water. The boiling water was ready, and they put it on the thermos. Each of them brought a thermos before they walked toward the female area. While it wasn't his first time entering a female area, it was his first time entering so openly. Yet this was normal since the consequence of entering such a place when one was a male was expulsion. If a male dared to enter the female area without permission, they would be kicked out from Sakurasu without hesitation. This was also why Sunoarasu was quite a bliss. Even if Aki entered the girls' area in this dorm, he would be okay. Unfortunately, such a day was no longer for him. Leaving Aki aside, he entered the line, which divided the main area and the female area. The corridor was dark since it was night, and the light was rather dim. Don't you want to change the lamp? Even if the cost to rent this dorm was cheap, he felt that the Sakurasu was quite stingy. Yet what could he say? The rent in this dorm was so cheap that one wouldn't believe it was located in the center of the city. Still, he had to say the protection in the female area was very comprehensive. He could see a taser, a wooden sword, a metal bat, pepper spray, and many others. If a pervert dared to come, they might not be able to leave alive. Well, there was also one pervert in this dorm, and he lived well. Unfortunately, that pervert wasn't present during this crisis. We can change it later. Go and take out the centipede first. Chihiro said urgently while thinking it might be better to change the lamps soon. Okay. He nodded. It's in Ritsuo-senpai's room, right? Wait. Check my room first. Mayumi quickly said. Your room? Yeah, it's over there. Mayumi led everyone to her room and opened the door. Please check whether there is one or not inside. She still held his jacket tightly, showing a girl-like femininity. Yet. Shishio, Ritsu, and Chihiro were silent for a while, and no one said anything. Should we go to Ritsu-senpai's room now? Shishio asked. Okay. 2x. Ritsu and Chihiro agreed. Wait. Why did you ignore my room like that? Ah, I see. Did the bra on the left side of the table catch your eye? You were shy, right? Did it get hard again? The disappointment on his face couldn't be hidden, making Mayumi quite desperate as she tried to explain his expression based on her convenience. After all, how could she accept such a dark truth where this guy didn't even see her as a woman? Mayumi-san. He looked at Mayumi with a pitiful expression. He felt slightly sorry for her, so he nodded. Yes, that bra caught my eye, so should we do it now, Mayumi-san? It will be terrible to leave the centipede in Ritsuo-senpai's room. He gently patted Mayumi's shoulder, telling her that her room was amazing. While his words were slightly perverted, neither Ritsu nor Chihiro said anything. Instead, similar to him, they felt sorry for Mayumi. They felt this woman was almost expired, like a half-price bento in the supermarket late at night. If no one took her, she would be thrown out, showing how cruel an age was toward a woman. Even if Mayumi might be a beautiful girl sought after by many guys in the past, when she reached this age, it was so damn hard for her to find someone who could date her with the intention of marrying. Yet even Shishio had to say it was hard for someone to marry a woman like Mayumi, especially when one saw her room. Her room was like someone's house after being ravaged by a storm. It was so messy and dirty. There were many dirty clothes scattered everywhere on the table, the ground, and even the bed. The sweet scent from her room didn't come from her perfume. Instead, the sweet pastries she often ate. It was a horrible place that one wouldn't think was a woman's room. Usually, when one entered the woman's room, they would think it was a place filled with a dream, bringing happiness and everything. Yet when one saw this place, it was simply a nightmare. There was no dream or happiness. It's only a cruel reality that sometimes a woman's room is even messy than a man's room. What's with that expression? Don't look down on me, bastard. Don't pity me like that. I will show you my charm now. Should I show you my boobs? Let me show you that I don't lack a womanly charm. How could Mayumi accept such a perfunctory response? If she couldn't make him have an erection on his penis, she was afraid that her pride as a woman would be damaged. You like my bra, right? Here. You can have it. She pushed her used light-colored bra to Shishio, telling him to have it in desperation. However, his expression was calm. He was as calm as a Buddha. There was no lust or fluctuation in his emotions. He had reached enlightenment and wouldn't be moved by a mere worldly object. Thank you, but I am a man. I don't need such a thing. Just have it. You can have this. Mayumi even became more desperate. Mayumi, please stop. Mayumi-san. Chihiro and Ritsuo couldn't watch this situation anymore. They hugged Mayumi at the same time while weeping since the fate of this woman was too miserable. I will definitely make you have an erection. Mayumi couldn't control her tears, crying since she felt her pride as a woman was challenged. Should we go to Ritsu-senpai's room? Shishio asked since he had to say this drama was quite exaggerated. Yet, at this moment, he realized that even though some women were beautiful, they were just too disappointing. Oh ah. Mayumi cried on the ground, but even so, their adversary wouldn't stop. The four of them walked into Ritsuo's room and entered it. Unlike the dim light of the corridor, Ritsuo's room was bright. One could see clearly what her room was, yet it was hard to say that it was a girl's room. Instead, he felt like he was in the library or a bookstore. The design of her room was relatively simple. There were two large bookshelves, enough to reach the ceiling, a single bed, a wardrobe, and a table with a computer on top. Besides that, all they could see was a sea of books. There were only books in her room. This isn't a girl's room, Mayumi said with a pout. That's true. Chihiro nodded. Zip it. Ritsuo pouted. However, Shishio didn't say anything about whether Mayumi, Chihiro, or Ritsuo either of them had a normal room. Mayumi's room aside, Chihiro's room wasn't that much different from Mayumi's since her room was like a bachelor room with many cans of beer and cigarettes. Naturally, it surprised him that Chihiro could comment on Mayumi's room with such a straight face. However, the number of cigarettes that she sucked had decreased. Instead, there were more and more cans of beer in her room. Shishio knew that this was how an adult released the constraint and stress on their body. Also, instead of thinking about their room, he needed to find the centipede. He observed Ritsuo's room. It was his first time coming here, and he had to say it was like a guy's room for some reason. Where's the centipede? It's over there. Ritsuo pointed at the book lying on her bed, closed tightly. Okay. He nodded and moved forward. His steps were unwavering, and there was no hesitation. He held his chopsticks and was ready to catch the centipede anytime. They were in awe of his guts, but they were startled when they saw him open the book. There's no centipede here. Hey. 3x. He saw nothing in the book, and there was no centipede or anything in this place. He looked around, and he saw the centipede in an unexpected place. Why are you looking this way? They started to get nervous when they saw Shishio looking in their direction. Senpai, calm down. Don't move. I will take care of it now. He saw the centipede creep on the back of the t-shirt. While he tried to calm her down, it was different for Chihiro and Mayumi, who panicked when they saw the centipede on Ritsuo's back. Oh ah. 2x. Get it off for me. Get it off for me. Ritsuo couldn't tell what was right or wrong. She opened the lid of her thermos and was about to pour it on the centipede, panicked, but if she did this, the hot water might hit her. Senpai, calm down. However, she couldn't hear anything since she was covered by fear. She raised her thermos and was about to pour the hot water randomly, hoping it would hit the centipede. Yet she didn't realize if this was done, it would be her who would be hurt by the hot water. Chihiro and Mayumi had already retreated in fear. Senpai. Shishio hugged Ritsuo to calm her, pulling the centipede with his bare hand and putting it in the plastic bag in one go. However, his arm was poured into the hot water. It was hot, but he didn't flinch since the pain was nothing. Senpai, calm down. Everything is okay. I have caught the centipede. In his arms, Ritsuo kept hugging him and asked in a frightened manner. Really? You can see it here. Ritsuo looked at the plastic bag in his hand and saw that there was a centipede wriggling there. So don't worry, all right. The fear in her mind and heart was swept away, but she was embarrassed and shy. Yet when she saw his reddened arm, she realized what she had done. Okay, I will take it outside and throw it in the trash. Mayumi and Chihiro sighed in relief when everything was okay, but before he was about to walk out of her room, Ritsuo stopped him and said, Wait, let me take care of that arm. She felt guilty for what she had done and wanted to take care of him. Suddenly, she realized that she had done many stupid things that hurt him. On that riverside where she made his nose bleed, and when they were running, he had to carry her, and now she also accidentally poured him with hot water. The thought that he might hate her appeared, and it scared her. Still. Can you do that after I take this off outside? 639, Provocation. After throwing out the centipede outside, he returned, and he was greeted by Sayaka and Misaki. Did you wake up? Do you think we can sleep when you're all screaming like that? Sayaka was helpless. It was in the middle of the night, yet her makeup was as sharp as ever. He could tell this woman had already woken up before but didn't dare to come out until she finished her makeup. He had to say her spirit of maintaining her beauty was something admirable. It was amazing, and it was something that he liked about her. Sayaka might be a bitch, who liked to act all innocent when the truth was she was like a barbarian. However, even so, her pride as a woman was still there, so it was impossible for her to act like Mayumi and Chihiro, who was so sloppy. Yet this didn't surprise him since Sayaka wasn't a natural beauty like them, so she had to put in extra effort if she wanted to appear beautiful. On the other hand, Misaki was more sloppy since it seemed she had just woken up. What happened? Why was it so noisy? She was hugging her pillow, seemingly ready to sleep any time on the floor. Shishio, come in. Let me help you. Ritsuo ignored them, brought Shishio inside, and gave a cold compress on his reddened arm. This kind of injury would have been easily handled for him, but he didn't say anything and let her take care of him. The two sat in the living room. While Ritsuo tended him carefully, he watched her carefully. Ritsuo kawaii. Their first meeting was far from good. She ignored him and was only interested in her book. By then, she gave him a knee on his nose, causing him to have a nosebleed. However, after that incident, their relationship changed, and they became closer. While they were far from falling for each other, they started to learn from each other. He even helped someone confess to Ritsuo. As for the result, naturally, it was a failure. After that confession failure, many might have wondered what was happening to USA. However, USA was living well. USA might be a simp, but he wasn't a bad guy, and he was good to many people. While many might be surprised, he was quite popular. After all, while the girls in the high school were interested in a handsome guy, they were also interested in love. As long as there was a guy who was kind, gentle, and sincere enough, they might think that it wouldn't be bad to date. If he wasn't wrong, USA should be close to one girl in the class. It was a good thing for him, and he didn't bother their relationship. Instead, he was more cornered about Ritsuo. While he knew that he wanted her, the opportunity hadn't appeared. Also, he was crazy if he dared to confess, especially with Mayumi, Chihiro, Misaki, and Sayaka around. They were awoken by the noise, so they were cornered about what had happened. Fortunately, the matter of the centipede had ended, so no one bothered to entangle with this matter any longer. I will go back to sleep first. Sleeping late is bad for the skin, after all. Shishio looked at her speechlessly. How is your arm? Misaki asked in concern. Her sleepiness was swept away, and she was instantly awoken. I am okay. He showed his arm, which was still held by Ritsuo. I am going to sleep too. Mayumi felt bitter and still hurt when her woman pride was damaged, but what could she do? Her skin was no longer young, and she was almost in her 30s, but even so, she was still confident in her body. The only thing she needed to do was to fix her room, so it wouldn't be a mess anymore since that way, if he came to visit, she would surprise him. Me too. Chihiro looked at the Ritsuo and Misaki for a while before walking away without saying much. Good night. Have a good dream, he said while staring at Chihiro's back in a complicated mood. His sense of smell was strong, and naturally, he could smell the intense scent of her aroused smell. This made him remember how he had taken her soft lips. The taste of beer still remained on his lips, and it was unforgettable. Yet he knew this wasn't the time for him to think about this matter, especially when his parents would visit Sakusa tomorrow. Fiancé. He wasn't sure who his fiancé was, but he could only say that this girl was unfortunate to have him as a fiancé. Even before he met her, he had decided to reject her. While his parents talked easily before, he knew it was easy because of his family's situation. However, the situation of his fiancé's family might not be that easy. The life of rich people was already predetermined, and marriage was nothing but a deal to make the family of the two prosperous. It was only like that, nothing more. While it was possible for two people to have a happy marriage, being forced to marry definitely wasn't a nice thing. What's wrong? Ritsuo could feel that Shishio was thinking about something at that moment. I just thought that the summer was about to end. I haven't played enough. He sighed, showing his regret that the summer was about to end. While he was attracted to Misaki and Ritsuo, neither of them was his girlfriend, so there was no need for them to know about his problem. His problem also would be solved soon, so there was no need to mention this matter again. What he needed to do was to go to the party tomorrow and tell his parents that it was impossible for him to accept the engagement before going home, playing with his girlfriend. While Ritsuo was speechless, Misaki asked, Really? Yes. Misaki didn't say anything and only stared into his eyes. Why do you look at me like that? I just felt unhappy that you didn't tell me anything. Misaki pouted. Did you have a problem? Ritsuo asked worriedly, realizing that he might have deceived them. Well, my parents are going to visit this place tomorrow. Misaki and Ritsuo. Why didn't you tell us anything? 2x. The two panicked, and they were about to do something, thinking to prepare something before his parents came to visit, but they stopped and were in silence. What are you doing? He felt weird by their sudden silence. What should we do? Yeah, what should we do? They didn't have any experience in this matter. His parents were going to visit Sakurasu, so what should they do? You don't need to do anything. They won't stay too long. They will probably come to check where I am living before they leave. Also, don't tell Chihiro-ne and the others. Let it be a surprise for everyone. While his tone was rather calm, Ritsuo and Misaki could see some mischievousness in his expression. But why did they come here? Ritsuo asked curiously. After all, unlike before when his mother came for a parent meeting, this time, it was a summer vacation, so there should be nothing happening, right? It's their work. They will attend a party of their business associates here. Will you attend that party too? Misaki asked. Yes. Hearing that answer, they were slightly speechless, but they knew that this should be something normal. Ritsuo somehow imagined the scene in one of her books where the noble family attended a party together before his family introduced him to a fiancé or something. However, she shook her head since something like that would be impossible, right? After all, this was a modern time. She stared at his side profile for a moment and wanted to ask this question, but she was too shy and didn't dare to open her mouth. It's already quite late. I will go back to sleep. You two should sleep too. His hand was all right now, and there was no need to entangle with them any longer. Ritsuo nodded and returned to her room, but Misaki smirked. Senpai. Ritsuo looked at Misaki, who seemed to be staying in a place. Ah, I want to drink and eat something first, Riken. You should go back to your room and sleep. Okay. Ritsuo felt weird, but she nodded. When Ritsuo left, Misaki watched over Ritsuo for a while before she sneaked into Shishio's room. I am here. Shishio, who was in the middle of changing his clothes, stopped and stared at this woman, speechless. Wow. Misaki didn't hesitate to enter even if she saw him half naked. She was even interested and wanted to watch over his body. Oi, what are you doing? Misaki jumped into his bed while staring at his body without looking away. She whistled and said, I thought you were going to be lonely, so I am going to accompany you tonight. Shishio looked at Misaki for a moment before he let out a sigh. He put on his t-shirt and walked into his bed. Don't drool on my pillow. Don't worry. I will drool on your arm. You want to use my arm to sleep? Can I? No, if you do that, my arm will feel numb. Misaki pouted and then said, then how about your chest? Can you just use my pillow? Misaki wanted to complain, but she was pulled by him into the blanket. What? The two started to fight each other on the bed under the blanket. While the noise they produced was quite noisy, with the sound insulation of his room, they were fine. They kept fighting, entangled with each other, without giving up. They might seem like they were fighting, but they were laughing. Yet Misaki was a woman and a charming one at that. Her soft and bouncy body kept touching the area that shouldn't have been touched. However, his reaction was good, so he escaped from her attack, and none of her advances were effective on him. Still, he was a young man, and his body was better than normal. It was naturally impossible for him to hold his erection. His penis stood straight to the sky, but fortunately, they were inside the blanket, so it was rather dark. He also had turned off the light and closed the curtain, so no light entered his room. If there is a light, it should be the dim light that comes from the buttons of electrical devices in his room. Still, an accident had always happened, and he accidentally touched her breasts. Did you touch my boobs? Sorry. Not fair. I am going to touch yours. Wait, senpai. The two were silent, and the situation between them became subtleness that tried to provoke their rationality. 640, sleepless. The night of summer was fairly hot. Naturally, he turned on the air conditioner, which forced him to wear a blanket. Yet he had to say he didn't need to use the blanket now since his body was hot. However, this heat didn't come from his body. Instead, it came from the desire provoked by the young woman in front of him. Misaki might seem childish, but her body was, without a doubt, an adult woman. Her soft, bouncy breasts were perfectly actuated by that perfectly fitted t-shirt, plump thighs under her short skirt, which kept provoking him, and the citrus-like scent that tickled his nostrils. While she might not have noticed it, she was a perfect succubus. Under that blanket, they could see each other's eyes ambiguously, locked by an impulse. Her slender hand didn't let go of his hardened penis under his shorts and kept holding it as if her hand was glued to it. His eyes could see her eyes seemingly staring at his nether region before slowly moving toward his lips. Her throat clearly showed movement, apparently eager for something that might happen after this. Senpai. Misaki was shy and couldn't look into her eyes straight. Yet such a gesture made him speechless since her hand was still holding his erection. Can you let go of my penis first? Oh. Sorry. She quickly apologized, then said, if you want, you can also grab my boobs. She knew that she had messed up. No, it's okay. Why? She felt strangely offended when he rejected her offer. Do you want me to touch them? Could she say that? No way. She puffed her cheeks and turned her body, showing her back, annoyed by his insensitivity. Even though she was the personification of insensitivity, she wouldn't forgive him if he didn't coax her, but suddenly he felt his rugged and large palm touch her buttocks, caressing them gently before moving upward into her stomach. Hey, where are you touching me? Her voice showed a hint of panic, yet it sounded so sexy, as if she invited him to move further. He moved closer and whispered right into her ear, Senpai, you know I am a man, right? If you keep provoking me, I am afraid I can't hold back. He rubbed his nose against her neck, inhaling the scent of her slender neck and hair. He moved his hand around her body from her slender belly, plump thigh and mochi-like buttocks. At this moment, he was even surprised at how bold he was. While he wanted to wait until Misaki let go of Mitaka, if she kept provoking him like this, it was impossible for him to hold on. He was a man, and it was impossible for him to stay sane under the temptation of this succubus. Ahem. Misaki subconsciously let out a sweet moan from her mouth. While his hands never touched her breasts or her private place, it gave a shiver of delight. It was like electricity ran through her body, numbing her, making her weaker and weaker. Her breathing became harder, and it was impossible for her to think of anything else. Senpai. The word senpai almost cut the string of rationality in her mind, yet she still held on. However, she wasn't sure how long she could continue. She might have had the experience of seducing and attacking the man she liked in the past, but she had never had an experience of being attacked. She was a virgin, and no man had ever landed their hands on her immodest body. She was like a beautiful flower in the greenhouse, being nurtured by a patient gardener yet knowing nothing about the hardship of nature, so when a fierce locust came, she was helpless. Being played by him, she could only be under his mercy and kept moaning in a sweet voice even if she didn't want to. She tried to get away, but her body kept drawing toward him like a magnet. While this act was subconscious, she pressed her tantalizing buttocks to his nether region, feeling the heat transmitted from his erection. The fabric on their bodies might separate them, yet it was impossible to stop the rush of pleasure in their bodies. Then, at that moment, her eyes turned upward, feeling something that she had never felt, soaking wet her panties. Her breathing was hard as she tried to catch her breath. She had never felt this before, and her mind was a mess, almost melting. She was scared. She was scared that if this continued, she might not be able to escape from his palms. Yet she was drawn by him and seemed unable to escape. She was like Eve, who was tempted to eat the forbidden fruit by the snake. She knew this was dangerous, yet she turned her head to meet his eyes, and she couldn't look away. His eyes were sharp, like a falcon, staring at his prey from a distance. The desire in his eyes was clearly shown, and once she showed weakness, he would never let her go. No words were exchanged. Only their eyes stared at each other. The sound of the wind from the air conditioner, breathing, and their heartbeats. They could hear all of them clearly under this blanket. He also couldn't think straight at that moment. He had always been like this in front of a woman. His desire was clearly shown on his face, and he hid nothing. He wanted to sleep with Misaki. This was clearly shown on his face. There was no hypocrisy, lying, or deception. Everything was laid bare naked. Neither of them hid anything. This was the beauty of lovemaking. They showed their everything without hiding anything on the top of this bed. Yet he also wondered whether this was all right. If this was a normal man, they would snap and jump into Misaki. It was all good and all, but he knew that he hadn't solved her problem. Mitaka-jin. Misaki's childhood friend and previous crush. Honestly, he didn't think much about Mitaka, especially the man who decided to run away after his hard work was denied. If Mitaka could hold on, he could say that this guy was a man. Unfortunately, Mitaka was running away. If he had to say Mitaka's advantage was only his handsome face, but this advantage was useless. Mitaka's body was also scrawny, so he was quite weak. Besides that, Mitaka had nothing. It might be because he knew he had nothing that he loved to make girls love him, so that way, it made him alive. Yet because of that, he was blinded, thinking that no one would get their hands on Misaki. He also still believed that Shishio didn't have an interest in Misaki. Unfortunately, Mitaka's bet was wrong since he was 100% interested in Misaki. The thought of him putting his hardened penis into her warm, sloppy, wet pussy caused his erection to become even harder. Naturally, it was impossible for his shorts to contain his raging erection. Yet his sanity and rationality were still intact, so he wouldn't make the first move. However, this also made him extremely painful. His lust tried to break him apart, telling him to conquer and dominate this woman to become his, but his rationality told him that it wasn't the time. If it was before, this kind of thing might be impossible. However, when Yuki Nashita suddenly disappeared, it made him realize how lost he was. The feeling of being ignored and her sudden disappearance made him annoyed and angry. Yet his personality disallowed him to do so, and he put on his poker face as if nothing had happened. In his heart, he tried to think that Yuki Nashita was nothing but a girl like others. Yet how could he think that? The more he suppressed this feeling, the more he realized how much she meant to him. It was similar to Misaki. She was right in front of him. In front of his eyes, showing the charm of a woman that only be shown toward him. It was only him. No one else. Even Mitaka had never seen this side of her. This feeling was just unbearable for him. When he watched her lips, he could imagine how sweet those lips were. He was sure it would be sweeter than any honey in this world. He wanted to press his lips and mark her as his. As a man, he wanted to make her his woman. Misaki could also see this. It was also her first time seeing him like this. His eyes gave her a shiver, making her body weak and scared, yet even if she was frightened, there was this desire that made her want to get even closer to him. She wanted him to subjugate her, dominate her, letting him do whatever he wanted to her body. Their desire intensified, and in the end, they were unable to control it anymore. He gently pinched her chin, staring deep into her eyes. Misaki's eyes fluttered, shy, but she closed her eyes gently and slightly moved her lips forward. He was in a daze for a moment. Their first meeting was far from good. He had thought that he would never fall for this type of crazy girl. She might be beautiful, yet the way she acted made him think of the impossibility of them being together. Yet, at this moment, he realized what a lucky man he was. Kamiyaga-sa Misaki. He took her lips gently, giving her a chaste kiss. Oh. Misaki felt like she was drunk, having her first kiss taken from her. Yet this was far from enough. Misaki was a curious girl, and the chaste kiss they shared slowly turned into a lewd, dirty kiss, which caused them to become intoxicated. As their lips parted, a string of saliva was seen between them. Yet, in their eyes, only each other's presence mattered. Be gentle, all right. Misaki knew what they were about to do, but watching his raging erection, she wondered whether it would fit inside her. He kissed her forehead gently, giving her heart flutter and warmth. I will make you feel good, senpai. Their night was sleepless. 641, taken. While Misaki was sleeping soundly, Shishio was in a daze. He had just met his parents yesterday, and they told him that he would meet his fiancée, yet who would expect him to sleep with Misaki as soon as the night came? He felt everything was a dream, and he hadn't woken up from it. However, he knew this was real, and he made Misaki his woman. Misaki also realized the happiness of a woman for the first time. Even though she was scared at first, when she realized how gentle and warm he was, she realized how fun it was and became a female cowboy in the middle. She jumped around like a child who got a new toy. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep, playing with it until she was tired, yet even if she was sleeping, she never let it go. She held it gently in her hands, feeling happy about her new founding. Still, this toy wasn't something that she could control. By the end, she could only beg him for mercy before she passed out from the pleasure. He knew he was being too brutal, but could one blame him? He had never thought this young woman would be such a temptress. Her curiosity and her will to learn made him realize how good a student she was. As a teacher, he was happy to have a good student, so he taught her a lot. Neither wanted to part from the other, and they became an animal. Once again, while he had gotten used to the rewards, he could only stay in silence, watching all the rewards he got. There were assets and an enhancement, which he loved the most. The first reward he got was a secom, which was a security company. However, it was different from a bodyguard or security guard. While it was similar, it had a different system, which made it possible for the guards in his company to react instantly when the customers needed them. It might be weird why this company was needed, especially with police or army in this country, protecting everyone, but if one knew how law enforcers worked, one would know how important it was to have to subscribe to his security company. His security aside, which he knew would flourish, especially with his media companies in this country that made it possible for him to do a bombardment of advertisements, the second asset he received was even more amazing. Itochu. Many might not know what kind of company it was, but it was a company with a variety of businesses, from textiles, machinery, metals and minerals, energy and chemicals, food, real estate, and even general products. It was also the most popular workplace for graduates to apply to because of the stability, high-level pay, and diversity. He let out a long sigh, feeling strange whenever he got such an amazing reward. Even if what he did was just to fuck a girl, the rewards he got made him into someone who controlled most of the companies in this country. Being in this position, he knew that even if he didn't want to, many people might come and beg to become his dog. If he was in ancient times, it wouldn't be weird for him to become an emperor. However, he was in the modern time, so such a thing was impossible. If before was the world of blood, then today was the world of money. The one who controlled the money controlled everything. It's amazing, but it feels surreal. Having so many of them instantly put him in a daze. He suddenly thought it might be better for him to make more advanced artificial intelligence to help him manage his companies. After all, his companies were too many, and he needed a lot of time to manage them. After feeling satisfied, he looked at his next reward. Skin, stamina, and nervous signals. Hey! The nervous signals and stamina aside, he could see the change on his skin, and he was afraid he had become even more handsome. He thought about the party and thought he might become the center of attention later. Stamina. It was a simple thing, yet it was the most amazing. Even now, he doesn't feel tired after doing so many times. Even if he had done it with all of his girlfriends and Misaki, he felt he could do them even more. No, no. He shouldn't think that this reward could only be used for something vulgar since there were many useful things that he could do by using this reward, such as learning, workout, and many others. Still, those rewards aside, the last reward put him at a loss. Enhanced nervous signals. When one saw this, they would be at a loss and feel confused about what it could do. However, before he explained what this reward could do, he needed to explain what the nervous signals did. In simple terms, they were the ones who sent a signal to our brains so that our bodies took action. From perception, nervous signals, brain, nervous signals, then lastly, an action. In order to take a simple action, one needs to do a lot of things. However, with these enhanced nervous signals, he could do his action in an instant. In other words, instant acceleration. While this reward was amazing, it could only be used on physical matters, such as when he became a goalkeeper or in martial arts. Maybe, have I become the strongest? However, he shook his head since he knew the path to being strongest was still far. But he was quite confident to challenge the strongest now. HMN. Misaki moved her body closer and searched for the most comfortable position in her chest while sleeping. He looked at Misaki and gently kissed her soft, brownish hair before he closed his eyes to sleep, thinking that he would never get used to how amazing the system was. While Misaki and Shishio became one, someone was unable to sleep. He stared outside the window with a gloomy expression on his face. Why didn't you say anything to me? He muttered before he let out a depressed sigh. Haven't you talked with Kamiya-sa, Mitaka? Tadeabayashi? You haven't slept yet. He turned and looked at his roommate. Suichiro Tadebayashi. He was the president of the student council of Sakurasu, and he was also the roommate of Mitaka. After Mitaka moved out from Sakurasu, he had been living with him, so naturally, their relationship was close. How can I sleep if you keep muttering like that? Tadebayashi let out a long sigh. By the way, I will go home to my parents' house in Saitama. Are you going to stay? Yes. Mitaka nodded since he didn't have a face to go back to, especially when he thought about how he had dumped Misaki's older sister. This was also one of the reasons why he decided to follow Misaki to Tokyo since being at his house was awkward, especially when Misaki's house was right on the side. But are you going to leave me alone? Oh, shut up. Don't act like this to me. You have been so gloomy right before the summer vacation. Why don't you just go after your girlfriends and ask them to coax you? Tadebayashi pushed Mitaka away in disgust. Hey, you have always thought of me like that. Mitaka was speechless. Yes. Tadebayashi nodded since he had known Mitaka for so long, so he knew what kind of person Mitaka was. Still, he also knew about his friend's crush and said, you know, if you keep acting like this, Misaki might leave you. Leave me. Mitaka suddenly became gloomy, but he shook his head. He knew Misaki the best, and he knew that it was impossible for Misaki to leave him. While he knew his words were rather cruel back then, he also felt that Misaki was at fault for showing something like that. What was even worse, he saw Misaki win an award for her anime, and many also sought after her anime, which made it sell like crazy. Her popularity even increased, and in the school, everyone knew about her. Unfortunately, he didn't share that glory with her. While her light shone in brilliance, he stayed in her shadow, slowly unable to get up and drowning by his depravity. This made him frustrated, wondering whether her anime was more important than him. You know, Mitaka? I will say it again, but you really keep getting up from this. If you go on like this, Kamiya-sa will really leave you. Tadebayashi sighed and said, you know, right? Oga Shishio. They have made an anime, and you should know how many girls have been conquered by him. Misaki might be alright, sorry, I have said too much. He shrugged his shoulders and stopped what he was going to say since Mitaka glared at him. I will go rest first. I will go home tomorrow morning. After the summer vacation, if she really means that much to you, you should apologize to her and use this summer to think through. While they were friends, Tatebayashi was also often disgusted by Mitaka's actions, but what could he say? They were just inseparable, even if sometimes they weren't fit. Tatebayashi. I know that much. Mitaka muttered gloomily before looking out the window again, at a distance, toward the direction of Sakurasu. He thought about Shishio before he let out a long sigh, but he shook his head since he had confirmed to Shishio again and again that he didn't have an interest in Misaki. While Mitaka might seem confident, he was the one with the most insecurity. He held his head in silence, thinking about what he should do. But if she's apologized, I'll forgive her. He thought, thinking Misaki would spoil him again. Unfortunately, he didn't know Misaki was already taken from him. 642, she is mine. Ah. Geez, can you eat by yourself? Ah. Aren't you too spoiled? Misaki beamed with a smile when Shishio fed her food before rubbing her face against his chest with a happy smile since now she was no longer alone, and she had him. He also rubbed her soft hair, kissing it gently, causing her to waft her tail like a puppy if she had one. If Shina is a cat, Misaki is a dog. Once she recognized someone as her master, she would follow him and even lick him happily. Before they ate lunch after they had woken up, she also licked up since she wanted to taste it again. Do you like it? Yes. It tastes delicious. He was silent and thought that he should pamper his dog. Oh, his girlfriend. While Shishio and Misaki showed their love, Chihiro, Mayumi, Sayaka and Ritsuo should be happy, especially when Shishio was the one who cooked the lunch. Unfortunately, they didn't. Ryu Unosuke ate his Joe Farsi with tomato and chicken heartily before he stared at Shishio blankly. So even this noisy woman couldn't control her lust toward you. 2. Mayumi, Sayaka and Chihiro looked at each other. Only Ritsuo had a complex expression. Dragon. How can you say that? My charm as a woman is amazing. He was the one who made the first move. Misaki denied Ryu Unosuke's slander with a blush on her face since she knew that even if he was the one who made the first move, she was the one who seduced him. Still, she never thought everything she did last night would lead to this point. However, she didn't regret it and felt happy. All of her previous feelings disappeared, swept away, and he was the one in her heart now, especially after he dominated her. By this point, she had already thought of the name of her children and how many they were going to have. While she wanted to have a lot, maybe 1 or 2 were enough for now. Still, her words caused everyone to be silent. Was Misaki's charm as a woman amazing? If the one who said those words were someone else, they might not say anything, but how could someone say something like that by themselves? Being stared at by Misaki, what could he say? I did. Are you sure? This girl's head isn't that good, you know. Mayumi said, showing confusion as to why he showed interest in Misaki. Mayumi-san. Misaki was ready to fight at that moment. Okay, stop, stop. He hugged Misaki, so she wouldn't fight. Still, Misaki wouldn't give up and said, you don't have a boyfriend. Crack. The chopsticks on Mayumi's hands were broken. Mayumi stood up and said angrily, if you want to fight, then come on. The two of them were ready to fight like an aggressive betta fish and bit each other down. However, Ritsuo was still confused, wondering how Shishio and Misaki could be together after a night. They parted ways last night, but when she woke up, she saw something so unbelievable that it made her dizzy. Shut up. You're going to make the food taste bad. Chihiro took her slippers and slapped them on their heads. It hurts. 2x. Mayumi and Misaki held their heads at the same time. Well, leave this stupid fight aside. Ryu Unosuke stared at Shishio and asked, are you going to date all the women in this dorm, Shishio? When this question fell, they were all in silence and stared in his direction. Ryu Unosuke, are you full? Should I take your plate? No, no, I am not full enough. Let me eat more. Ryu Unosuke bowed down in front of Shishio's food. Shishio wasn't stupid, and it was impossible for him to answer that question, especially after he had taken Misaki's virginity last night. She was at her most sensitive point, so he put all of his attention on her. Naturally, he changed the subject forcefully, so no one would mention this matter anymore. As for whether he would date all the women on Sakurasu, it was a different matter that he couldn't think about now. If there was a chance, he might do it, but if there wasn't any chance, he wouldn't do it. The word chance might make one confused, but the chance he talked about was something similar to what had happened between him and Misaki. What had happened between him and Misaki was something like an accident. If she didn't wake up and visit his room last night, nothing would happen between them. However, she had come, and something had happened between them. Misaki had become his woman, so he was going to take care of her. Okay, are you full now? No, no, I want to eat more. Misaki stopped pouting and smiled happily while waiting for him to feed her. Still, Mayumi couldn't help but drop a bomb. But what are you going to do with Mitaka? The world was in silence once again. Sayaka, Chihiro, Ritsu, and Ryu Unosuk looked at Mayumi and thought that this woman was really vengeful. Yes, Mayumi did her revenge now. At this moment, Mayumi was in a rage against the injustice in this world. Misaki's words were one thing. While her words were like a sharp blade stabbed into her heart, she also felt rage towards Shishio. While his penis was erect last night, she was happy, but when she saw how his face was as calm as a Buddha when he saw her room, she felt her pride as a woman shattered into pieces. It was impossible for her to let everything go on like this, so she decided to show her best figure to make him gawk and aroused him again. When the night came, she might slip into his room, teaching him what an adult could do before teasing him, laughing happily from teasing him. Yet she didn't expect this cruel reality. When she thought she would make him gawk and a slave to her body, she saw that Misaki and Shishio were together. They had dated each other, and as a woman, she could also tell they had sex. How envious! No, how shameless! She felt they were too shameless, so she needed to give them shock therapy, wondering what their relationship would be after she gave them this shock. She knew that she was being a bitch, but she also wanted to know what they would do about Mitaka. Mitaka was Misaki's crush. They were all clear about it, and they knew that they were in love with each other. However, Mitaka was a bastard, who played with a woman's heart, and honestly, she was happy to know that Misaki was taken by Shishio, especially when he thought of Mitaka's pride when he showed his thing, which was below average size. As for why he showed his thing, it was because she was drunk and entered the bathroom back then. Mitaka was also a little cutie pie and good with women, so Mayumi had a good impression of him, but when she saw his thing, she laughed, which made the relationship between them turn awkward. Misaki was also there, and Mayumi also wouldn't do anything so low by seducing Mitaka, and she also didn't have much of an interest in him either. Still, Misaki loved him, but suddenly she was eaten by Shishio. Naturally, Mayumi wanted to know what Misaki would do when Mitaka appeared. Well, part of it was because she was rather vengeful, but the question she asked was something that was impossible for Misaki to escape unless Misaki didn't have an interest in Mitaka now. While everyone was speechless by Mayumi's ruthlessness, they were also quite curious about Misaki's answer. However, before Misaki answered, her lips were taken by Shishio. His kiss was like an animal, marking his territory, showing the world that this woman was his. Everyone was in a daze since it was their first time seeing him kissing. His kiss might be simple, yet it made their bodies wet since they could tell how this kiss dominated Misaki from her body to her heart. Even Ryu Unosuk couldn't look away and gulped his saliva subconsciously at this outrageous act. He didn't kiss her for long and reluctantly took his lips away. Misaki lowered her head shyly and didn't dare to face him. Her eyes were misty, moist, and happy by that kiss, erasing all the doubt in her heart. If Mitaka-senpai comes, then I will do that. He is going to cry if you do that. Mayumi was speechless, but her breathing was rather heavy, wondering how it felt to be kissed like that. However, Chihiro threw her slippers into Shishio's head. How dare you do that here? Wait. Wait. I am sorry, Chihiro-ne. Still, how could Chihiro forgive him so easily? While the two were entangled with each other, Misaki looked at Mayumi and said, "Thank you, Mayumi-san, but I have decided to be with him from now on, not Mitaka." Is that so? Mayumi let out a long sigh, feeling lonely while wondering when she was going to have a boyfriend and get married. As for Shishio, they let him be slapped by Chihiro's slippers. Still, he caught her in his arms and hugged her to stop her. What the hell are you doing? Chihiro, whose hands were held by him, blushed and looked at him angrily. Everyone was in a daze again since Misaki had just confirmed her relationship and her will to love him, but this bastard was flirting with his aunt. No, they're an aunt and a nephew. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be together. Right? I want to announce something first. He let go of Chihiro and looked at everyone calmly. What? Is your girlfriend pregnant? Sayaka asked curiously. He looked at Sayaka for a moment, feeling speechless. Well, my parents are going to visit Sakurasu today. His girlfriend might not be pregnant, but the scale of this news shocked them even more. 643, grew up. Why are you all dressed like that? He looked at everyone speechlessly. Except for Ryu Unosuk, who returned to his room since he didn't want to be involved in this troublesome matter, everyone dressed to their best and gathered in the living room. Roberta and Nanami also happened to go back to Sakurasu, but they couldn't understand what was the situation before them. What are you all doing? Nanami was confused. On the other hand, Roberta didn't care about them and just sat next to Shishio since this was her job to protect him. We're not doing anything, Mayumi said with a gentle face on her face. However, unlike her previous sloppy appearance, she dressed so beautifully. She also applied makeup on her face, making her appearance look exquisite and alluring. While she usually appeared quite horrible most days, when she decided to be serious, her appearance was enough to seduce any man. Her base was amazing, and even if she didn't put on makeup, she was still beautiful. Still, because of this, how she appeared today was unnatural. When she was at Sakurasu, she was lazy and wouldn't even care about how everyone saw her, but now, she was different. She was like a Cinderella who met her fairy mother. Naturally, similar to Cinderella, as long as his parents left, she would return to her disappointing appearance. However, this scenery didn't only happen to Mayumi, Ritsu, Chihiro, Sayaka, and even Misaki also did the same. They were all dressed at their best. Even Chihiro also cleared up all the cigarettes and beer cans in her room, feeling panicked when she thought her older sister would come. Last time, it was great that she didn't meet her older sister, but she knew that she could no longer escape, and honestly, she felt guilty, especially when she thought about what had happened previously. That kiss. It was impossible for her to forget it, but when she heard her older sister would come soon, she knew the impossibility of their relationship. It was like how people in the past felt that it was impossible for humans to fly. She could only put this desire locked in her heart now. Hopefully, with time, she will forget everything, or she might not control it anymore before it erupts. Which one would it be? She wasn't sure, and she could only wait for that time. Shishio didn't know what Chihiro was thinking. Instead, he looked at Nanami, who seemed to be curious about something. Can I ask another thing? What's wrong? I have noticed it for a while, but why does Misaki-senpai seem so sticky with you? Nanami asked curiously. Because we're dating each other now. Misaki linked his arm and rubbed her face against his. Shishio. Nanami, Roberta, and everyone. Hey? When? Nanami was dumbfounded. While she had expected this, she didn't expect that it would happen so soon. Last night. Really? How did it happen? The two suddenly talked happily to each other as if they were sisters. However, this was normal since, in the Sekwasu, the relationship between Nanami and Misaki was the closest. Shishio stared at the two of them speechlessly before his nose twitched slightly and said, I will take a bath first. I need to prepare. Prepare? Prepare for what? I am going to a party. Party? What kind of party? They were all looking at him curiously. Nanami, can you help me to explain? Shishio looked at Nanami and decided to leave this troublesome matter to Nanami. Okay, leave it to me. Nanami nodded and asked, by the way, have you prepared your suit? There should be one in my wardrobe. Oh? Then, you don't want to wear the ones that we have brought for you. Did you bring more? Yes. Nanami nodded. You should go and take a bath first. I will prepare the rest. Thanks. He walked toward the bathroom while thinking among all of his girlfriends, Nanami was the most reliable. Still, he forgot about one thing. So what's this party about? Is it a party for a brother-in-law's business associate? Chihiro asked curiously. She knew how well off her brother-in-law was, so her thoughts naturally moved in that direction. I am not really sure, but at this party, his parents are going to introduce him to his fiancée, Nanami said frankly. Misaki, who had just become his girlfriend last night, felt she was like a tragic heroine. Is this Sakurasu? Well, it is a bit shabby, but it isn't that bad. In front of Sakurasu, a luxurious car quietly stopped, and two figures walked out from it. They were his parents. Oga Shioriko and Oga Takumai. As they had said before, they were going to visit Sakurasu since they were curious about the place where he had been living. When he decided to study in Tokyo, they decided to entrust him to Shioriko's little sister, Chihiro Sengoku. Chihiro agreed and accepted him, bringing him to live together on the Sakurasu. While they had heard about Sakurasu, they had never seen it. However, it was normal since they were living in Kyoto, not Tokyo, so their information about this place was quite limited. If they knew this place was a den of weirdos, they might think otherwise. Fortunately, due to Shishio's hard work getting to know many housewives in the neighborhood, the reputation of Sakurasu became better, so there was no need to worry. Right? Still, leaving this matter aside, Shishio was glad that Shiro-san wasn't present since even if this place seemed wonderful, it would turn into a strange place with his presence. Shiro-san might not be bad, but he was a pervert. No matter how one tried to defend him, this was something unacceptable, especially in the eyes of adults. Unlike a teenager who was still bold and had this reckless youthfulness, the adult was rational, and they wanted something stable, so instead of having a pervert beside them, it was better to send them away. After all, even if the pervert was kind and harmless, a pervert was still a pervert. Still, the appearance of Takumai and Shioriki attracted the attention of the housewife's neighborhood since it was their first time seeing them. They visited Sakurasu in the evening, and it was a time when the housewives went out to buy groceries or ingredients for dinner. Still, Takumai and Shioriko became the center of attention because they were elegant and had a good appearance. Shioriko appeared so graceful and beautiful in her violet dress. On the other hand, Takumai seemed sharp, wearing a black tuxedo, and walked by his wife's side while holding her hand affectionately. They were pairs made from heaven, which caused many housewives to sigh in jealousy. After all, their husbands were no longer attractive. Many had big bellies, and some were bald. However, most importantly, the love they had before was no longer there. While love might not be the most important thing in marriage, it was better to have it than not, right? When they entered, Roberta walked out to greet them since she noticed that someone had visited Sakurasu. She bowed her head gracefully and welcomed them. While her skills as a maid were horrible, her etiquette was top-notch. "Roberta, it's been a while," Shioriko greeted with a smile. "Yes, Shioriko-sama. It's been a while." The last time they met each other was at the train station. Still, even though Shioriko knew her son had dated Roberta, she didn't think too much since she knew what kind of little bastard her son was. Yet who made him her son? If he wasn't her only son, she might beat him up. Fortunately, her mood was all better now, especially when she spent a romantic night with her husband in that luxurious apartment. Knowing that this apartment was owned by her son made her mood even better, thinking that her son was really good. Instead, she felt that they were lucky that they could enter his son's eyes. "Where's Shishio?" Takumai asked. "He is inside. Please follow me." Roberta welcomed them and led them inside Sakurasu. While they walked, Shioriko and Takumai asked many things about this place, and Roberta answered carefully. While they knew that this place was like a run-down apartment, they felt that this place could temper his son's will. After all, if he was living in a pampered situation, he might become soft. Still, whether living in a good place or a bad place, everything had its advantages and disadvantages, but they had never thought when they entered, they would be greeted by this drama. "Why did you deceive me?" "I never deceived you." "Then, why didn't you tell me anything?" "Because we didn't date each other last night." "Then, don't go. I beg you." Takumai and Shioriko saw their son being held by a young woman. Shishio was trying his best to hold his white towel since it was pulled by Misaki, but he was stunned by his parents. "Ah!" Misaki suddenly fell to the ground with her face hitting the wooden floor. "It hurts." She held her head, but then she realized that everyone was in silence. She looked at her hand and saw a white towel, so she looked up and saw his penis was exposed. Everyone was silent and couldn't say anything. They were all attracted by the huge thing between his legs. Even though it was soft and wasn't in erection, they could see how massive it was. Misaki noticed his face, which was blank and devoid of emotion. Sorry." Shishio let out a long sigh and calmly took his white towel calmly and wrapped it around his waist. "Father. Mother. I will change my clothes first. Go." Takumai nodded calmly. Shishio bowed his head lightly before he walked to his room. Nanamai also bowed her head and followed Shishio to help him. Hello." Misaki greeted with a nervous smile. Takumai and Shioriko didn't know what to say since they never expected they would see their son's penis as soon as they visited this place. However, they thought that he had grown up very well. 644, Rejection. Takumai and Shioriko didn't follow their son and sat in the living room with many people sitting on the ground in a seiza manner, lowering their heads pitifully. While Sayaka, Mayumi, and Ritsu didn't know why they did this, they followed Chihiro and Misaki. Naturally, the reason why they did this was that they were curious about Shishio's parents. While they sat in the seiza manner, they couldn't help but glance at his parents. Shishio's mother was a natural beauty. Yet this wasn't surprising since she was Chihiro's older sister. While Chihiro often put her makeup in a gaudy way, Shioriko did her makeup in an elegant manner. Unlike her little sister, she also trained in various practices such as tea ceremony, flower arrangement, flute, koto, and many others. If Chihiro specialized in Western art, then Shioriko specialized in Japanese art. Because of this, her gestures, aura, and upbringing were rather different. When they saw her, many couldn't help but straighten their backs. Still, they had to say they were quite envious of Shioriko since even if she was older than any of them, she seemed younger than them. Well, Chihiro was also the same. However, because of Chihiro's everyday activities, it was hard for them to see her in the same way they saw Shioriko. On the other hand, Shishio's father attracted them the most. What do women in their 20s love the most? It was power and authority. When they saw Shishio's father, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Even if Takumai wasn't as handsome as his son, the aura of an elite and someone who stood on top of many people could be seen by all of them. What was amazing, Takumai was still attractive, and his body was well fit. After all, when someone was around his age, many of them would usually have a big belly, and they were less attractive. Even though such a man didn't really need to have a good appearance since their assets were the most attractive thing, it was better to have a good appearance, right? If Takumai was a widower, without a doubt, they would chase after him like a group of hungry wolves, excitedly finding a group of delicious deer. Unfortunately, this delicious deer was owned by a fierce tiger. So. What are you all doing before? What could they say? Is Shishio going to meet his fiancée today? Misaki raised her hand high, showing a sad and devastated expression. She had just become one with her loved one, but unexpectedly a cruel fate would part them. Was this her fate? Could she only become a tragic heroine? She wanted to cry at that moment. While they didn't know why, they could only look at Misaki with a strange expression. No. Takumai smiled and said, I know that you love him, and I am glad to know that my son has such a cute girlfriend. Thanks. Misaki blushed and felt shy. But if you're his girlfriend, you should also understand his situation. He is just going to the party, and he has reassured you that he won't agree to his engagement, so can you believe him? Misaki knew that Takumai was right, but knowing that he was going to the party to meet his fiancée, made her heart restless. And you're not only his girlfriend, right? I also have talked with the others too. What did the others say? They agree. Takumai didn't waste his time and told the truth. I see. Misaki lay helplessly on the table, and tears kept dripping from her eyes. She might be known as a genius in the world of anime. Everyone looked at her with amazement, envy, and many other emotions. Yet in front of this big family, her power was nothing. She was like an adventurer who had just conquered the novice village but only met the legendary dragon or demon king in the middle of the journey. She realized she was nothing but a frog at the bottom of the well and knew nothing about the vast sea. She might be able to make the best anime or something, but she couldn't even protect the man she loved. Just what am I doing? They didn't know what Misaki was thinking, but they knew this young woman was overthinking. Shioriko and Takumai looked at Misaki and thought that their son's way of choosing women was outlandish. Each of them was beautiful, had a unique personality, and were all special, especially when they heard how Misaki was a genius animator. They were slightly at a loss and thought that their son was amazing. But can I ask something? Misaki suddenly asked after she wiped her tears. Yes. What do you think of this engagement? Misaki asked. If he accepts this engagement, then I will be happy since this engagement has a lot of meaning to our family. Takumai didn't hide anything and answered her question frankly. Everyone. But. Takumai quickly stopped them when they were about to ask something. Everything is still his choice. If he isn't happy with this engagement, then I won't force it either. Are you satisfied? Yes. If possible, Misaki didn't want Shishio to go to the party, but she knew that this was the best concession his parents could give her. More than this, she would trouble everyone. She might be weird and often not think about anything, only focused on the anime, but she wasn't stupid. Well, it's my first time here. Chihiro, can you tell me more about this place? Shioriko suddenly asked. Sure. Chihiro nodded and helplessly introduced Sakurasu from the historical to the present time. Suimei was old school, and it existed before World War II. It was one of the most famous schools in Tokyo. It was also the reason why the school festival of this school had become part of the regional event. Naturally, it had a lot of history. Shishio's parents also decided to send him to this school because of that. As they talked, Sayaka and Mayumi somehow slipped away since they were uncomfortable with the situation, and honestly, they didn't have a relationship or whatever with Shishio's parents, so it was better to escape while they could. On the other hand, Misaki and Ritsu stayed and listened to the conversation between his parents and Chihiro. As for Ritsu, who decided to stay, his parents thought she was also his girlfriend. They also didn't say much since there were too many of his girlfriends, and it had reached the number where they were already helpless. Honestly, if he could accept this engagement, it would be great since that way, they wouldn't have to worry about him getting sidetracked, but everything was his choice, and they didn't want to force him. I know that you might be too lazy to hear this from me, but have you found someone to marry? Shioriko asked worriedly. While she didn't want to say this, she knew her little sister was no longer young. Chihiro was already in her 30s, and if she couldn't marry, what would she do? Knowing this, she couldn't help but feel worried. Being a teacher was good and all since it was a stable job, especially when Chihiro was a teacher at Suimei. Even if she didn't marry, it was okay since no one forced anyone to marry, but if one could marry, why not, right? Chihiro was silent when she heard her big sister's question. She opened her lips before she closed them again. She wasn't sure when this question came up, the picture of Shishio suddenly emerged in her mind. The memory of their kiss was like a sparkle, bright, blinded, made her unable to forget, but when she got too close, it would burn her. Chihiro looked at Shioriko and Takumai, who waited for her answer, and she just didn't know what to say for a while. Do you want me to introduce you to someone? Shioriko suddenly asked. Do you want me to set you up on a blind date? If it was before, Chihiro would have been excited since she knew as long as this person was introduced by her big sister, that person must be rich, but now, Unexpectedly, she didn't have much excitement. She lowered her head and didn't know what to say for a while. When Chihiro couldn't answer her and fell into silence, Shioriko smiled and said, "Well, you don't need to be in a hurry. You can think about it carefully." "Thanks." Chihiro let out a sigh of relief when she knew she wasn't forced. However, Misaki and Ritsu were surprised. Was Chihiro-sensei going to have a blind date? A blind date, or mie, was a normal custom in this country. As long as one was comfortable with the other, they might marry right away, which was also why it was called an arranged marriage. Honestly, if Mayumi heard this, she would be happy and jump to the 9 clouds and want Shishio's mother to introduce her to a rich man. Unfortunately, she had left, so she didn't hear anything. Still, isn't he late? Suddenly, Shioriko couldn't help but complain about her son, who had taken so long to change. After all, they had been talking for so long, but her son hadn't appeared. Takumai rolled his eyes and wanted to ask Shioriko to look at the mirror before she said that, but he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. While they were waiting for him and thought to pick him up in his room, they suddenly heard his voice. "Sorry to make you wait." They turned and saw him at the door of the living room before they were in a daze. Unlike before, Shishio wore a black suit, a white shirt, and a black bow tie. He also slicked his hair with pomade, giving him a dazzling, elegant, yet dangerous charm. Those eyes. When they saw his eyes, they felt like they saw a panther, a dangerous beast who hunted at night. Shioriko and Takumai nodded and thought they would be the center of attention tonight, which was great. On the other hand, Misaki, Chihiro, and Ritsu couldn't say anything and stared at him in a daze. "If you're ready, then we should go," Takumai said. "Wait a moment." He walked to Misaki and hugged her. "Misaki, wait for me, all right?" He kissed her forehead gently, full of love. I am waiting for you." Her worries were swept away since she knew they would be okay. Even if there was a fiancé, it didn't mean their relationship would stop. Instead, she hoped for him to go home as soon as possible since she wanted him in bed now. Chihiro ne. Kawaii-senpai. Bye. Shishio then left with his parents for the party. When he had gone, they were awoken. Misaki was full of longing, waiting for him to go home, but Chihiro and Ritsu were bitter, feeling frustrated. "By the way, where is Nanami?" Nanami had been in his room, sleeping since before he left. She asked him to do her since she just couldn't control her lust toward him when he appeared so sharp. Still leaving Sakurasu, Shishio listened to his parents about what he should watch while thinking about what he should say to reject his fiancé. 645, Fiancé 1. While his parents talked to him, he looked at the car curiously. It was a luxurious black sedan, but it was kind of low-key. There was nothing special about the exterior, but the interior was luxurious. Yet, this was also a car usually used by the rich in this country. Mercedes? BMW? Lamborghini? The real rich had never used those types of cars. Instead, they used custom-made cars from Toyota, Suzuki, or other domestic brands. As for the real reason? While many thought it was used to support domestic brands, the real reason was that those cars didn't attract much attention. It was the type of car that usually would be ignored when you saw them on the street. He knew that it was a kind of a joke, but the importance of people in the world could be easily seen from the danger which lingered around them. The more danger this person encountered, the bigger influence and importance that this person had, which was ironic. The car that was used by his parents was a Toyota Century, the car which was usually used by the imperial family. Naturally, this wasn't his parents' car but his grandpa's car. If he had to give a comparison, it was like a local Royal Royce. "Shishio, did you listen to me?" Shioriko asked. "I heard you, mother." Shishio sighed. Shioriko looked at her son, who showed a solemn and respectful expression, which caused her lips to twitch. She knew that he had an actress as his girlfriend, and it made her wonder whether she had taught him how to act. "Shishio, are you sure you want to reject this engagement?" Takumai suddenly asked. "I have decided to reject it, father. I don't want to marry someone I don't know after all." If he was in his 30s and was too lazy to search for a partner, he might agree with this arrangement, but he was still young, and he had a lot of girlfriends. How could he agree to this engagement? Especially when he had promised to reject this engagement. Still, he was curious. "I have never asked this, but what kind of family is my fiancé candidate from? Is she coming from a politician, wealthy, or also a noble family?" He had never asked this question before since he dismissed this matter, but as they were about to go to the party and meet his so-called fiancé, he couldn't help but ask. "Her family is also similar to ours. During the era of the Empire of Japan, her family was a baron in a famous samurai family. That should be all, right?" Shioriko looked at her husband. "They also have a construction company. It is quite well known around Tokyo and other nearby areas." Takumai answered. "Construction, hey. Honestly, business or the influence of her family in politics doesn't matter to our family, Takumai said frankly. After all, even if you don't marry her, our family is still well off. Then, why? He was confused about why his family set up this engagement. Naturally, it is because of the significance of this marriage. Significance? What kind? It's an imperial sanction. The number of noble families had decreased, and many families had lost, ruined, or gone bankrupt along with the time. Only a few remained, and each of them was powerful since they were able to stand still until now. Many had businesses that monopolized a regional area, worked as an executive of famous companies, held important positions in government institutions, became head priests of a famous shrine, or were famous politicians. In other words, each of them held an important position in this country. Naturally, if they married each other, it would strengthen the power of their family. However, more than that, the symbolic meaning when two noble families together held more significant meaning. In a time when money governed everything, as long as they were lucky enough or smart enough, they could live a comfortable life. However, the noble family was different. Their money might not be as much as those rich upstarts, but their connections were scarier. If they wanted to, they could use this connection to make money. Unfortunately, they had so much money that they didn't really need to do anything troublesome. Some people even wanted to give them even if they didn't do anything. As for why many wanted to give them money, it was because of the connection. These upstarts lacked anything but money, so they gave money to noble families, so they could marry their daughters and gain their connection to enter the noble circle. If the noble family lacked money or this marriage would give a great benefit, the noble family would accept reluctantly. However, if they didn't, they wouldn't allow the blood outside of their circle to enter. In other words, it was like a close circle. The majority of the noble family was like this. If he gave the closest example, it was like the movie of Titanic, where Rose was told to marry Caledon Hockley. Rose came from an old but bankrupt noble family, but Caledon Hockley was the son of an upstart millionaire steel tycoon. Even if they had decided to marry each other, one could see how Rose's mother didn't seem to like Caledon even though she was the one who told Rose to marry, right? It was something like that. While many thought it was a drama, it happened in reality, and in reality, it was often even more messed up. Fortunately, his family was a rare one, and they had never thought much about this matter, and they were rich. However, naturally, if two nobles married together, they were more than happy since their class was the same and they were from the same circle, especially if there was a great benefit when the two families were together. If the daughter of the opposite noble family married him, then it would greatly benefit their family. On the other hand, his family didn't care about this benefit. Instead, his family was more cornered about the imperial sanction. As he had said before, the number of noble families that still existed until now had decreased. Each of them was precious since each of them could strengthen the power of the noble circle. Naturally, when two noble families married each other, they would receive an imperial sanction. Now, what is an imperial sanction? It was like permission given by the imperial family. Naturally, it had a lot of meaning, especially in the current era. It was like a symbol of the nobility circle. He knew that as long as he agreed to this engagement, his future would be secured. You have told me you want to become the mayor of Kyoto, right? If you accept this engagement, everything will be easier. Even if you don't do it, everyone will pave a path for you, especially with your popularity as a writer, Takumai said freely, talking about the advantage as long as Shishio accepted this engagement. Shioriko didn't say anything, watching her son, who seemed to be in the middle of a thought. It's an amazing temptation, but I have to refuse. His answer didn't change. Even with how amazing the advantage that it could bring from this engagement, he had decided to reject it. He knew that this was something normal in this circle and that everyone had undergone this process. In the eyes of people, he might seem spoiled for rejecting this engagement, especially when it could bring many profits to two families. Yet once again, he had to reject it since he felt the sacredness of marriage had been lost once again because of the deal under the table. If he only thought about his career and never thought much about marriage, he would take Hana Yuagahama directly. Unfortunately, he couldn't become one. He had also made a promise to his girlfriends, so he had rejected this engagement. Also, father, haven't you received this type of engagement too? What did you do in that past? Shishio knew that his father should have something similar. Haha. Takumai laughed and said, I rejected it since I wanted to be with your mother, and I was glad about my decision since I could be together with your mother. Dear. Shioriko's eyes were misty, staring at her husband. I only love you, Shioriko. Me too. I only love you, Takumai. Shishio looked away with a sigh since watching his parents flirt definitely wasn't something that he loved to see. If Roberta was around, he would be okay. Unfortunately, she stayed on the Sakurasu. Takumai and Shioriko didn't flirt too long since they were still in the middle of driving. If an accident happened, they couldn't laugh, right? Still, once they went home, they would go all out, especially when Shishio's apartment was so lovely. By the way, Shishio, does Chihiro have a boyfriend or something? Shishio was stunned by his mother's question, but he quickly recovered and answered, no, from what I know, but why did you ask such a question so suddenly? Well, I offered her a blind date, but she didn't seem interested. Shioriko let out a long sigh, feeling helpless about her little sister. Oh. Shishio felt complex at that moment. He knew they shouldn't be together since they were an aunt and a nephew, yet knowing that she might be taken away from him and marry someone else, made him restless and furious. His feelings told him to take her away, marking her as his, so no one but him could own her, yet his reasoning also forced him to stop since he knew it was almost impossible for them to be together, especially when they were in the modern time. Was it possible for them to be together? The good thing was that Chihiro didn't seem to have an interest in the blind date. Yet he also questioned himself about what he wanted to do with Chihiro. As he drowned in his thoughts, they arrived at their destination, and he met the so-called fiancé. 646, Fiancé 2. As they arrived at their destination, he was greeted by familiar scenery around the area. He had always thought that the place where the party was held would be on a classic, luxurious, or elegant building, yet it seemed it was grander than that. If he had to say, this place was like a botanical garden. Many trees were planted around the area from Zelkova to Elm, which was large enough to cover the surrounding area. He could even see some ancient trees, which age should reach hundreds or even thousands of years in the area, which was something one wouldn't think would be able to see here. As he walked, he felt like he was walking under the canopy of trees. It was a unique feeling, especially when he could see the stars and moon through the gap in the tree branches. Even if you have money, it is impossible to buy this place. I never thought I'd buy this place. His lips twitched, but the reason why he was quite stunned was that this place was quite similar to his villa in Karuizawa. However, this place was more expensive since it was located in the center of Tokyo, where the land price was so high. Still, he also couldn't deny his father's words since even if you had money, sometimes, there was something that you couldn't buy. This place, if it was sold, would give a lot of money to the imperial family, but when someone's money had reached a certain threshold, they didn't need money. Instead, what they needed was status. This land and everything in this place was a symbol. A symbol that the imperial family still existed from 660 BC until now. Is that the place? Yes. After leaving the car, they saw the most prominent building at the park's center. As expected, the building might not seem extraordinary, screaming how amazing or grand this place was, yet if one looked closely, one could see the subdued and intricate beauty that came from this building. If people would picture the best building as gold or something that attracted the eyes the most, shining, brightly, almost blinding, this place was like a moon. It might not be the brightest, and compared to the stars, it was rather dim, yet among millions of stars, only the moon was the most beautiful. Somehow he wanted to build this kind of place in Kyoto in the future. He didn't doubt that Kyoto would be his base in the future, where he would build his roots before extending his branches everywhere. There are sure a lot of maple trees here. It was his first time here, so this collection of maple trees surprised him. Along the path where they walked, there were many types of maple trees. Unlike the giant one, it was small and beautiful. They were like beautiful ladies coquettishly winking in their direction, hoping to stop and appreciate their beauty. It's normal. The maple has a meaning of longevity. Having an old age, isn't that the hope of people with power? Takumai said frankly. Unlike those peasants that were cruelly beaten by fate, the noble, the one who stood at the top, and was led by everyone, naturally lived at best. It wouldn't be strange to call their life heaven on earth. Naturally, they were reluctant to die and wanted to enjoy their life as long as they could. Hearing that, the beautiful maple trees somehow became ugly, and it made him sigh. Stand straight. Don't show a shameful action or words like you used before, okay? Shioriko reprimanded him. This wasn't her first time being invited to this kind of occasion with her husband, but they had never invited Shishio in the past since they were afraid he might create trouble. They also knew he didn't like this kind of trouble, so they didn't invite him. However, he is different now. Shishio has changed. He was like an elegant butterfly that emerged from an ugly caterpillar. If Shishio knew that his parents would compare his past to a caterpillar, he would be speechless, but talking back to his parents was definitely the most tedious thing in the world. It was fortunate that neither of them talked about this problem since they were about to enter the party. Before they entered, they were greeted by a group of imperial guards consisting of 900 strong police forces and a group of servants tasked to greet the guests. He didn't do anything and just stood in silence next to his mother. The three of them were together, and his mother was in the middle between him and his father. Still, he could feel many gazes on him, but this was normal since he knew how handsome he was. He knew that he seemed narcissistic, but it might not be strange to compare him to either Narcissus or Adonis in the Greek myth. Welcome, Oga-sama. Please let me lead you inside. As the servant led them, they entered the building where the party was held. An imposing wooden tree appeared before them before it was opened by the servant. As the door opened, they could see the scenery inside. The bright yet gentle bright were easy to see. Shishio didn't look around like before but appeared calm as he had been on this type of occasion thousands of times. Still, he had to say this place was grand and luxurious. The ground was fully covered with a soft maroon carpet, many chandeliers decorated the ceiling, and there was a large wall made entirely from glass, so one could see the scenery of the garden and man-made lake. On the other hand, the food was also luxurious. He could see caviar, bluefin tuna, wine, and other various ingredients prepared by the dedicated chef on the spot. That's how noble the party is. Still, if one thought that this party would be stiff and formal, with one having to watch each one of their etiquettes, it would be wrong. Instead, they were rather free, and he could even hear them telling a dirty joke on the side with a great laugh. Yet he wasn't surprised by this. Everyone in this place, all of them, was part of 1% of the population in this country. In other words, they were leaders. When they were outside, they needed to maintain their image since, as the boss or someone with prestige, they needed to act like the people of their standing do. If he gave an example, it was like how a boss would usually communicate with his followers, employees, or the people below him. The boss had to act with dignity, pride, and an air of importance, showing everyone that he was at the top of the organization, so their subordinates would follow his words and orders as if their lives depended on it. Most people might not agree with this, and many might think this is arrogant. However, he felt this wasn't wrong. Instead, it was correct. If the boss acted too closely with his subordinates like they were friends, their subordinates would lack respect and fear toward the boss. They would all be lazy since they knew their boss wouldn't do anything against them. When they hear their boss's order, they might argue, telling them their method might be better. This was why it was necessary to put an air of importance, especially when one was a leader. It wasn't because they were arrogant. Instead, it was demanded. When that happened, one could see what would happen to the organization, right? If this was a company, this company would go bankrupt since no one would listen to the boss. In other words, appearance, etiquette, style, the choice of words, and many others weren't there because it was to show off. Instead, all of them were necessary for life. However, this place was different. All of them were in a similar status, so there was no need for them to act like they were outside, and they could talk freely without the worry of anything. Still, minimum etiquette was still necessary, so those who talked about sex were talking on the side, and most of them were talking about economics or something that had happened around them lately. Hey! Are they talking about an underground arena? His ears were good, so he could hear what was happening around him, but he didn't expect that he would hear about the fight in the underground arena. However, suddenly, he felt it was normal since he knew that the people who could enter this place had a qualification to watch the underground arena. Still, as they entered, they immediately became the center of attention, and he could see many eyes on him. Ah, Takumai! It's been a while. Yo! Takumai and Shioriko quickly found their friends before they were all looking at him. This is my son. Shishio Oga. Oh! I didn't expect that his son would be so handsome. After all, Takumai or Shioriko had never brought Shishio to this type of party, so everyone was surprised when they saw him. Still, some people somehow looked at him with doubt, wondering where they had seen him. Are you the writer of the kitchen, Shishio-kun? Yes. Unlike Takumai and his friends, Shioriko's friends were more excited about him. If I know you have such a handsome son, I will engage my daughter with your son. Many somehow regretted it, but they knew that everything about his engagement was on the way. He was silent and sighed, thinking that everyone in this place should have heard about his engagement, but this wasn't a good thing since it would be hard for him to reject it. The engagement hasn't been settled yet, right? It's better for him to be with my daughter. He felt speechless since he wasn't treated as a human but as a property to prosper a family. This annoyed him, but he ignored all of them since, in his eyes, they were nothing but a lump of meat. If he talked, he knew they would think of him as rude for talking back to an elder. He also didn't want to trouble his parents. Still, he also knew that they were excited because of his genes. I have never forced an engagement. He might reject this engagement since he has a girlfriend. Hearing Takumai's words, his mood was slightly better. Is he going to follow your route, Takumai? As they talked to each other, he was stunned when he saw someone unexpected. Harano-san. Yukinashita Harano. He could tell that she had been watching him the moment he entered. While she didn't show her usual hyperactive gesture, the smile in her eyes was obvious. It was like she was teasing him. Still, he didn't think to approach her. Instead, it was better to talk with a group of cute young ladies in front of him. Unlike Harano, they didn't seem good with conspiracy, and as a flower in the greenhouse, no one would expect that he was a caterpillar that would greedily eat all of them. Yet the plan couldn't keep up with the change. Shishio. This voice was rather loud, so everyone was quickly attracted, but his lips twitched when he saw the person who called him out. Tokugawa-san. 647, Threat. Out of all the people in this world, he had never expected he would meet this person here. However, when he thought about his identity, he didn't feel surprised. Instead, he felt it was normal for Tokugawa to appear in this place, yet why should he appear? After all, Tokugawa's identity, he was the older generation, and everyone should give a face to him. Even his grandfather didn't come to this party and let his youngest son, his father, come, so why shouldn't Tokugawa send his children or grandchildren too? Still, when he looked at his parents for a moment and knew that it was quite troublesome to explain his relationship with Tokugawa. Hey, it's been a while. Tokugawa was so excited when he saw Shishio before he let out a sigh and then asked, by the way, when? Cough. Cough. He quickly pulled Tokugawa with an unkind gaze and asked, what the hell are you saying? Hey? What's wrong? Tokugawa was confused. My parents don't know what I am doing. Don't cause me trouble. His grandfather aside, he was sure that his parents, especially his mother, might pass out when she heard his son had been fighting in the underground arena. Tokugawa was surprised before he nodded. Okay. I won't tell them. If Shishio didn't want to tell his parents, it was okay, and he was going to respect his choice. However, he had to say that even if Shishio wasn't in the arena, his name could still be heard everywhere from the book, manga, and others. Still, there was something that he wanted to talk with him about, but before that, he asked, by the way, what are you doing here? He thought that Shishio didn't like this type of occasion, so it surprised him to see him in this place. Still, he had to say that his charm was dangerous. He looked at him for a moment, wondering whether he should marry his great-granddaughter with him. As for the beauty of his great-granddaughter, he had confidence. Many might doubt him since he was like a shriveled old man. He was definitely far from the description of a handsome man, yet his descendant was different. His wife and the wives or the husband of his children were naturally beautiful and handsome. His descendants naturally inherited this good appearance. Naturally, his descendants were either handsome or beautiful now. As for why he was only attracted to Shishio but not the fighters in the underground arena, it was because of the status of those fighters. The status of those fighters in the underground arena was nothing but a peasant. The better one might be an impoverished samurai during the Tokugawa shogunate period. Even Baki Hanma or Yujiro Hanma, who was known as the descendant of the strongest human and the strongest human, respectively, were nothing in his eyes. In his eyes, they were nothing but a pawn that would die with the passage of time. Even Yujiro would become a shriveled old man and no longer be the strongest human in this world as long as he became old. Baki was also the same. Besides the strength in their bodies, they had nothing after all. After all, no one could fight against time, and when they were told, they might be targeted by many people since they had made many enemies, including the United States. Tokugawa knew that they were living in the modern world where the status of a noble or peasant might not seem important. However, that wasn't true. Instead, such status was even more important in the current era since everyone needed to work together, so they wouldn't be swept away by time, change, and history. However, Shishio was different. Their status was similar, but his physical ability, brain, and appearance were at the peak or even broke the limit of human capability, or even more. He was like a sweet sugar near the group of ants. All of them wanted to marry him to their daughter or granddaughter. Shishio noticed the strangeness of Tokugawa's eyes, which made him feel strange. Shishio. Father. Mother. Shishio knew that his action to no Tokugawa was quite strange, but what could he do? This old man was too free-spirited, and he didn't really want to show his overbearing personality to his parents. Tokugawa felt interested when he saw Shishio's current appearance before he looked at Shishio's father. Oh? Are you Takumai? That old guy's youngest son. When he looked at Takumai, he remembered how he was. Yes, sir. Even Takumai had to bow down in front of Tokugawa since the difference in their seniority was quite high. If the one who met Tokugawa was his father, there was no need for him to do this. Still, Tokugawa's appearance made the group become restrained, and no one said anything, only showing an amiable smile since even if the Tokugawa clan might not be the leader of this country, their presence still existed until now. Lastly, he was also the elder at this party, so he was the most respectful one. I have something to talk about with your son for a bit. Is that okay? My son? Did he do something? No. Our relationship is good. We're friends. Friends? Takumai was at a loss before looking at his son. Shishio opened his arms helplessly and felt it was better to talk with Tokugawa than with his father's friends since they were all too noisy for him. Come on. Let's talk there. Tokugawa didn't care much about Takumai's response and led Shishio to the veranda since he needed to remind him of something. Shishio then excused himself from his parents and the rest of the people before he followed Tokugawa. Still, at this moment, many people quickly remembered who Shishio was, and their eyes were even more blazing, thinking it was good to marry their daughter to him. However, Harano Yukinashita frowned since she knew her chance to talk with him had disappeared. So what's wrong, Tokugawa-san? He felt weird when Tokugawa seemed to be quite serious all of a sudden. Well, there's something that I want to talk with you about. Tokugawa let out a long sigh, then he looked at him and said, but is it only me, or have you become stronger? Unlike in the past, he could feel that Shishio had become stronger. If you want me to fight, then don't persuade me. The people in your underground arena are too stupid. He didn't plan to visit Tokugawa's underground arena since the people there were too weak, and even if they fought, it would give him nothing, but more importantly, they were all stupid. Weak aside, he couldn't bear to see someone stupid thinking it was okay to provoke him. Tokugawa didn't deny that since he knew that the fighters in his underground arena were all stupid, and they only relied on their muscles to stay alive. In front of ordinary people, they might be able to stand proudly, bullying the weak, but in front of someone like Shishio, they shouldn't do that. By now, Tokugawa knew that the people behind the extermination of Doppo Orokai, Katsumi Orokai and Shinshinkai Karate School were, without a doubt, the young man in front of him. Yet did he feel sorry for Orokai? After all, they had been friends for so long, and they had known each other quite a while. Unfortunately, Tokugawa didn't feel anything and only thought that they were all too stupid, especially when he had reminded them several times. Still, he also knew that for now, the fighters in his underground arena were too weak, including Baki Hanma, who always yawned, thinking he was the strongest. This time, I want to remind you. Still, the reason why Tokugawa approached him wasn't that he wanted to see him fighting since his appearance fee was sometimes relatively high for him, so he was quite restrained in inviting him. Tokugawa's family might not lack the money, but it didn't mean he could throw 1 or 2 luxury apartment buildings in the best place without caring about Shishio. Remind me. The ogre might target you, Tokugawa said solemnly. Ogre? You mean Yujiro Hanma? His expression changed and distorted, wondering what this bastard wanted to do. That's right. Why did he target me? He didn't remember he had done something to Yujiro or his son. Instead, he left them alone, ignoring them, and living his own life, yet Tokugawa told him that this bastard had targeted him. Did you tell him about me? No. 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 Tokugawa quickly shook his head in fear since Shishio's current appearance was so frightening. Shishio was like a wrathful deity, and he might be able to cause a storm or wave. It's just that he heard about the destruction of Shinshinkai Karate School, so. He didn't need Tokugawa to continue, but he knew what this guy meant. I know. Thanks for letting me know that. No problem. Tokugawa shook his head and asked, do you want me to help you? I can set up a fight with you in the underground arena. He didn't hesitate and knocked down Tokugawa's head. Even if this guy was older than him, he didn't care about that now. It hurts. What the hell are you doing? Tokugawa held his head and cried, wanting to complain, but he gulped at him. Do you want to see me die that much? When he said this, it didn't mean that he didn't have the confidence to fight against Yujiro Hanma. However, the aftermath of their battle would naturally be quite troublesome, so he had to make many preparations. When this guy died, without a doubt, his body would naturally become an object of research, and many might create a clone of him to create a super soldier. This might be like a sci-fi development, but he didn't doubt that someone was crazy enough to think something like that. As for Tokugawa, this bastard only wanted to see him fighting, satisfying his addiction to watching a fight. Tokugawa shut his mouth and understood why Shishio was angry. After all, even if Shishio was strong, he didn't think that Shishio could match Yujiro. It's okay. He doesn't put you in his eyes. However, he quickly covered his head again, afraid that Shishio might hit his head again. Shishio shook his head and let out a long sigh, leaving directly. Hey, where are you going? Tokugawa asked timidly. I am going to search for fresh air. Oh. Tokugawa nodded and didn't stop him since who could stay calm when the man who could conquer the United States with a mere body prowess? Still, what Tokugawa didn't know was that Shishio was calm, but the mood in this place put him in a bad mood. As for Yujiro? He couldn't wait to end the life of this cancer of humanity. He walked along the passage of flower gardens, making his mood slightly better. He walked in the direction of a man-made lake before standing on the arched wooden bridge, admiring the scenery. He had to say everything in this place was beautiful, yet it was hard for him to appreciate them fully in his current mood. He kept walking, and he saw an arbor built to appreciate the beauty of the man-made lake under the rain, yet he didn't expect that this place would be occupied. Still, his eyes widened when he saw the person who occupied this arbor. Yukino-senpai. 648, voice. Yukinashita couldn't say no to her parents and stayed at her house all the time until she was told to meet to go to the party. Usually, she wouldn't be invited to this kind of party since her parents would usually leave everything to her older sister. If it was before, she would have felt uncomfortable, and it also drove her to get better since she wanted to be acknowledged by her parents. She didn't want to be a replacement for her older sister and wanted to be seen as Yukinashita Yukino. She had always been working hard to prove herself, but her parents never said a single word, telling her to visit the party until this summer. Her parents suddenly told her to visit the party with them, but, unlike the happiness she should have felt, she didn't feel happy. Instead, all that filled her heart was only despair. Fiancé. Engagement. When her parents told her about this matter, she was so dizzy that she almost passed out. She didn't even know who her partner was. No, her partner didn't really matter since everything had been decided by her parents. She was nothing but a canary sold to her parents to achieve their ambition. However, as someone from the Yukinashita family, she should have expected this. Her family would be handled by her older sister. On the other hand, she would become a chip to help the development of her family. She could do and say nothing. The only thing that she could do was accept this engagement. If it was before, she might not have thought much, and she might have accepted this, yet now, she felt her chest tighten and couldn't breathe. She felt she was drowning, pulled deep into the water, unable to do anything, helpless and unwilling. The thought of being together with someone she didn't know had never been so painful. Shishio. His name was the only thing she could say to ease her fear. Yet she was also afraid. What would happen if he knew about her engagement? Would he hate her? If so, it might be better since they would no longer entangle with each other. He could just live happily with his harem, and she could also focus on her life. Neither would bother the other and continue to live their own lives. This is how it should be. She had accepted it until she came to the party. The bright, lively party became monochrome and hazy. It was like everything was a nightmare, and she wanted to wake up from it. She couldn't even listen to whatever everyone was saying and just stood in silence next to her parents and older sister. When she stood there, she was like snow. She was beautiful, cold, yet fragile. When someone tried to touch her, she might melt right away. Some tried to get close to her. Unfortunately, it was impossible since her engagement was settled already. Are you alright, Yukino? Harano asked. Similar to her sister, Yukino was already good at masking her emotions. Nothing was shown on her face. She was like a perfect doll that could be proudly shown off everywhere. I am okay. You don't need to worry. Harano showed a wry smile and thought Yukinashita was annoyed and angry since her engagement was settled so suddenly. However, she still smiled brightly and never frowned. Instead, she felt slightly jealous. Still, she didn't say anything after she confirmed Yukinashita was alright. That's good. You will be able to see your fiancé soon. Yukinashita lowered her head slightly, hiding the change in her expression since, right now, it was impossible for her to hide the turmoil in her heart. Her eyes were slightly reddened and wet from the tears, thinking how hopeless she was, but she gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. Mother. She approached her mother and whispered that she wanted to go to the toilet. Her mother looked at her daughter for a moment and nodded. Yes, you can go. Thank you. She bowed her head slightly before she went to the toilet since she wanted to calm herself. Harano looked at her little sister for a moment before looking at her two parents, shaking her head gently and smiling before she continued her boring talk with everyone. As she left, Yukinashita visited the toilet to fix her makeup, and when she was ready, she thought of returning to her parents' were. Yet she felt her steps become heavy and almost lost her balance. She put her hand on the window, trying to support herself. She felt quite dizzy and remembered that she hadn't eaten. However, at this type of party, it was impossible for her to eat since it wasn't appropriate. If there was someone who could eat, it was probably her father and the male guests. On the other hand, the female had to refrain since it wasn't suited to etiquette. They also could eat later at home, so they didn't really feel hungry. However, she was different since she wasn't in the mood to eat for the past few days, so she hadn't eaten much until now. Naturally, it also affected her appearance since her complexion was rather pale, and her beautiful black hair lacked the previous luster. Fortunately, she was naturally beautiful, and no one really noticed her change. She let out a long sigh and looked at the outside scenery from the window. It was dark, yet she could see a bird flying, soaring through the sky. She wasn't sure what kind of species that bird was, yet she couldn't hide her envy and jealousy. That bird was free and could fly everywhere. Yet she was here, trapped in the cage, being tended carefully so she could attract everyone's attention with her beautiful feathers. Canary. She felt this bird was like her, yet now, she wasn't one. She stared at the scenery of the garden before she decided to walk out. She knew that she was being selfish for doing this, and her parents might get angry, but this might be the last time she was free. She walked out of the building, watching the flowers, trees, and man-made lake one by one slowly, like a prisoner who received the death penalty. Yet she knew that it was impossible for the time to stop. She walked into the arbor quietly, sat on the bench, and stared at the man-made lake. Usually, one would be able to see the reflection of the moon on the surface of the water. Unfortunately, the sky was rather cloudy, reflecting her current mood, which was filled with sadness and regret. Asterisk rumble. Rumble, asterisk. The sky was rumbling, yet she ignored it and even hoped thunder might strike her so she didn't have to go back to the party. Yet she was glad of the appearance of those clouds or the rumbling thunder since it absorbed all the noises from the party, giving her a moment of peace. When she was at her parents' house, she had been thinking about a lot of things, especially about her feelings toward him. He, who she couldn't even forget when they parted, and he, who twisted her heart, and he, who had always made her laugh. Every moment with him was vivid in her mind, yet it was like a dream. Like a dream, when she woke up, everything would disappear. I don't want that. She showed her last struggle, roaring in her mind that she didn't want to wake up from this dream, yet she couldn't, and all she could think was that it might be better if she didn't know the feeling when she was with him. If she didn't know him, she wouldn't think her engagement would be so painful. If I don't know him. She closed her eyes and thought about how they met for the first time, which caused her to smile in annoyance since he teased, played with her, and even showed his erection. Suddenly, she got furious and wanted to knock him out. Yet, she also wanted to laugh since every memory she had with him was so precious. She opened her eyes and looked at the cloudy night, unlike the night at that summer camp, which was beautiful with a starry sky and bright moon. He hugged her body tightly, so they could be as close as possible, yet tenderly as if he was afraid to hurt her. It was wonderful, and she definitely wouldn't be able to forget that memory for her entire life. Yet it is different now. She was alone, cold, fragile, and hurt. Yet what hurt her the most was that he wouldn't be by her side before slowly forgetting herself. By then, she would no longer be someone that was on his mind, only a distant memory that would soon be forgotten by time. No. I don't want that. She tried to think how she could be with him, yet no matter how she thought, all the possibilities she could think of would lead to a dead end. There was no happy ending, only misery that waited for them. Suddenly. Maybe it's better for me to give up. Everything was just her selfish desire, and he had many girls, so even if she wasn't there, he knew he would be all right. Yes, I should give up. She tried to force herself to believe this was the best for them. By accepting this marriage and forgetting him, she could make her parents happy and proud. She could also become better than her older sister. Yes, that's right. She numbed herself as she tried to cheer herself up, but like a clasp of thunder on her heart, she heard this familiar voice. Yukino-senpai. Her heart stopped as if she was frozen in place. All the struggles and beliefs she had built were ruthlessly wrecked into ruin, and by this point, she realized it was impossible to forget him. 649, Garden of Words. Shishio-kun. Yuki Nashida was in a daze since she had never expected to see him in this place. Shishio was happy, but then he frowned when he noticed tears in her eyes. Senpai, are you crying? Crying. She was stunned before she covered her lips and tried to hide her yawn. I am just a bit sleepy. She also tried to wipe her tears and asked, anyway, why are you here? He was in silence for a while, but his silence seemed to put pressure on her, making her uncomfortable with his gaze. He let out a long sigh before he sat next to her, and he stared at her with a gentle smile. Because I know a certain someone is missing me. He wasn't sure why she seemed uncomfortable by his appearance, and he also could clearly tell that she tried to avoid answering his question by changing the conversation forcefully. He could fully press her, asking her what was happening, but watching her pained expression. He decided to hold back. As of now, he could see how bad her complexion was. This complexion might not be apparent since she hid it with her makeup, but it was impossible for her to hide this change from him. Her complexion was haggard, her beautiful black hair lacked a luster, and her skin was so pale as if blood was drained from it. When he saw this, it hurt him and made him wonder what he had been doing. Why didn't he see her? If he saw her, would this happen? A regret flooded his heart, so he didn't press her and tried to make her smile by teasing her. Still, she looked at him blankly like she usually did before she let out a long sigh. However, it made her realize how amazing his presence was for her. When he was with her, she felt all the fright she felt was swept away, and she felt peaceful that she wanted to depend on and entrust her life to him. This feeling made her addicted, yet she knew she couldn't depend on him again. She looked at him for a while and couldn't help but be in a daze since it had been a while since they had met each other. She wasn't sure how many times she prayed and called his name during her day and night when they parted away, so when he appeared beside her, so close, she almost couldn't control her emotion. The dam she had built for so long was broken, and all her feelings flooded in. Yet she endured this feeling. She looked away, trying to calm her feeling as if the water was on a man-made lake. However, she didn't dare to look at him since she was afraid the willful part of herself might resurface, hoping they could be together for so long. So, what are you doing here? Yuki Nashida asked plainly without looking at him. You're ignoring me. He let out a helpless sigh and said, my parents told me to visit this party. You can see them there if you want. Then, why are you here? Parents, hey. She remembered his mother, but she hadn't seen his father, which made her curious, yet she also felt complex when she thought about her situation. I am tired. I want to get fresh air. As the eldest son, you should get used to this kind of situation. She let out a helpless sigh and said, come on. Let's go back. She didn't want him to see her in this situation. However, what could she do? If possible, she wanted to tell him that she had a fiancé and would have her engagement soon. Yet what would happen if she told him that? Did she expect something from him? This was her problem, and she shouldn't involve him. Yes, this is my problem. I shouldn't involve him. Like before, she handled everything on her own. She didn't need anyone's help and could do it by herself. Yet when she was about to stand up, the sky flashed pure white, and there was a clap of thunder. The air trembled like the diaphragm on the speaker. Rumble. She was startled and subconsciously moved toward him like she usually did. She hugged him tightly, feeling slightly scared. It's all right. Everything is all right. Her hair was gently caressed, and the fear in her heart was swept away. All she knew was that everything would be all right as long as she was with him, yet she knew she didn't have a right to depend on him anymore. Thank you. She quickly moved away and tried to make her voice cold, yet it was impossible to hide the tremble in her voice. No problem. He frowned slightly, but he didn't voice the question in his heart. Only sighed inwardly, wondering whether his existence was unreliable in her heart. Suddenly, another lightning struck, and it was close. The two looked at each other, then up to the sky. The blanket had billowed up into cumulonimbus clouds like grey clay, and streaks of light flicked deep within like blood vessels. A low rumble slowly rolled around above the clouds like a drum. A cold wind suddenly whipped the surface of the water into waves, and several large drops fell, splashing loudly into the man-made lake. By the time they realized the downpour had already turned their surroundings misty white. It's raining. It was lucky that they were sitting on the arbor, so they weren't drenched. Yes. Her voice was almost audible under the heavy rain. He looked at Yukinashita for a moment and saw how gorgeous she was. Her body might be slender, yet it couldn't hide the charm of her body. She was dressed in a gorgeous dark purple dress and tied her hair in a ponytail that she draped over her shoulder. The dress showed her shoulders and beautiful nape, yet he could see it tremble because of the cold. While the night in the summer was quite hot, the rain made the temperature cold. He took his blazer and draped it over her shoulders. She was slightly stunned, but watching how natural he was, she showed a light smile and said, "Thanks. It's okay. You don't feel cold." She was quite worried since the temperature was quite cold. "I can bear it, but if I can't, can you hug me again?" Shishio looked at Yukinashita while trying to remind her about that night at the summer camp. However, she fell into silence and lowered her head. She clung to her blazer tightly, and her lips trembled, seemingly hesitating. "Senpai. Shishio-kun." "Yes." She looked at him with a smile, yet even if he was blind, he could tell how forced this smile was. It was so unnatural, yet before he said something, the words that came out of her mouth stunned him in place as if he was struck by the thunder. "You can't tease me again, you know? I have a fiancé now." "Fiancé?" He wasn't sure how his expression was, but it was fortunate to know that she had never tried to look at him, looking away as if she was afraid for him to see her expression. "Yes." He tried to calm himself, asking her with composure. Unfortunately, he couldn't. "So don't ask for a hug again, all right?" Yukinashita also lost her composure, and she just didn't know what she was talking about with him. The only thing she hoped was that he would leave and forget her since she just couldn't control her emotions. His lips trembled, but he asked, "Did your parents ask you to marry?" He didn't feel angry at Yukinashita, but he felt angry at himself for not having to meet her. She opened her lips before she closed her lips. "No, I asked them to marry me to this person." "Why?" He didn't look away this time and looked at her, wondering why she kept pretending and lying. "Why?" She was at a loss before she shook her head and said, "There is no why. I just want to get married. That's all." She just wanted him to give up and not be involved in her life anymore since she felt that was the best for the two of them. "Can you say that again while looking into my eyes?" She struggled, biting her lower lip, before she made up her mind and looked at him. Unfortunately, it was impossible for her to hide her emotions. Her tears were impossible to stop, and they kept falling, drenching her face wet. "Why did you lie to me?" "I am not lying." She was still stubborn. He took a deep breath and asked, "If it's marriage, can you marry me? The status of my family shouldn't be worse than your fiancé, right? Why do you want to do this?" Suddenly, something was broken in her heart. She stared at him with tears and asked, "Did you pity me? I don't need it. I can handle everything on my own." "Then, why did you lie? Why did you lie that you want to marry?" He was also annoyed by Yukinashita, who always tried to be stubborn when she needed someone the most. Even though he knew it might be because of how she was, it annoyed him to think how stubborn this girl was. Do you want me to just ignore you and just continue living without you? Yes. She shouted. Just live happily with your women. Forget me. I can live on my own. Just ignore me. But I can't. He held her hand and didn't let her go. I can't just leave you alone. Why? There are many beautiful women around you, right? They're not worse than me, and compared to me, who is troublesome, they're more obedient and love you, right? Why can't you just ignore me? Her eyes were still stubborn, without looking away from her. Even if she was frail, weak, and in her worst state, she waited for his answer. What else can that be? What? He wasn't sure why he felt this girl was teasing him, but he was slightly embarrassed and couldn't say his feeling honestly. Aren't you smart? You should have realized it. If you don't say anything, how can I understand it? Yuki Nashida was also embarrassed, but she shouted at him. Guess it, dummy. I don't know. I don't know. Give me a clear answer. The two fought each other for a while before they let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere between them disappeared, and all that was left was a strange atmosphere that made them shy. If I don't love you, why do you think I can't let you go? He said helplessly and felt that his face was reddened. Are you satisfied? Oh. While she was blushing from cheeks to ears, she still stubbornly looked at him, but it was so hard since she was so shy. He stared at her for a moment and said, if you reject me, push me away. She saw him getting closer and was about to take her lips. She was about to close her eyes, and the responsibility she needed to take as someone from Yuki Nashida's family suddenly resurfaced. This responsibility pressed her slender shoulders like a boulder. She was helplessly crushed by it, but at that moment, she threw that boulder away and ran toward him, hugging him tightly and accepting his kiss as tears dripped from her eyes. 650, dummy. The rain was still heavy, but neither intended to stop kissing. It was her first kiss, yet it tasted more wonderful than she had thought. Even though it was slightly salty from her tears, the feeling which came from connecting with the lips of the person she loved was more than a mere carnal desire. This feeling was impossible to describe in mere words, and she just wanted their kiss to last forever. They kept kissing as long as they could before they parted, yet they were still connected by pressing their foreheads against each other. Did you get hard? It's something inevitable, okay. She let out a helpless sigh since the situation was really different from what she had imagined. She thought they would fight, cry, or say many words that would come out of a romance novel, yet strangely enough, everything was so natural. It felt like this was how they should be. As she escaped from her cage, she soared freely, dancing and playing with him as much as they wanted. It was wonderful, yet could they continue like this? Still, she hid the fact that her panties were slightly wet. However, no matter how awkward their situation was, neither planned to move away from the other since it had been a while since they met each other. I miss you. Me too. I have been thinking about you every day since we parted that day. She hugged him tightly, afraid to part away from him again. I am not going anywhere. I am going to be with you now. I know. Even if you don't say anything, I will stay with you. She had thought of herself as his woman, especially after she had fought her family's wish. Whatever the consequences were in the future, she would be with him, but she wondered whether he was ready. But are you ready? Ready. I have a fiancé. You should know this, right? While I want to be with you, my engagement has been settled. If you take me here and now, you will face many problems, whether it is the anger of my family or my fiancé's family. You might be disowned by your family because of me. Her gaze was full of worry, thinking about the reality between them. Do you think I am afraid? Hearing him, who could answer her question without a long thought, she smiled, but at the same time, she wondered whether she understood their current situation. Do you understand our situation? Our path isn't a smooth paved road where we can walk calmly and happily. The path we have taken is a ragged pier, which ends someplace where the sea begins. If they decide to be together, their path naturally wouldn't be smooth. If they were together, many problems might arise. While she didn't think that all of his girlfriends would come for him for money, without money, it would cause many inconveniences. After all, she had always thought that all the things he had were supported by his family. If he lost the support of his family and was disowned, would he hate her? Such a thought frightened her, and she didn't want to make his life painful. He held her hand firmly and said, "It's you who doesn't understand. I know that you have a fiancé, and knowing that, I still hold your hand, kiss you, and confess my feelings toward you. I know the consequences all along, and I am ready to bear them. The only problem is you. Are you ready to be with me?" Whether it was Yuki Nashida's or her fiancé's family, he had never considered them an obstacle to their relationship. The only problem was whether she was ready to be with him, since by staying with him, she would lose the support of her family, and she might even be disowned. He also wasn't single-minded and only loved her alone, so being with him for an entire life was something one needed to think through. Don't underestimate me. She stared into his eyes, strong, unwavering, showing her determination. Since I have decided to accept your kiss, you should know what my answer is. Oh? What is your answer? Guess it, dummy. I don't know. I don't know. If you don't tell me, I don't know. She was speechless since this guy repeated what she had said before. She blushed shyly, but since he had told her his feelings, she felt she also should do the same. I love you. Isn't that clear? Even if you have a lot of women, I want to be with you. As long as I am with you, I am okay with anything, even if my family disowns me, but I am afraid. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that my family might disown me or anything? Then, you don't need to worry. They won't get angry. Instead, they might praise me for bringing back such a cute daughter-in-law like you. She blushed again and lightly hit his chest. You're too optimistic. How can I not be that optimistic? He looked into her eyes, clearly showing how much she meant to him. Being with me means that you have to sacrifice a lot of things. It definitely isn't something easy. It is hard, but you dare to do it for me, so I have to do the same, and to answer your feelings, I will make you happy, so how can I not be optimistic? Her expression was gentle before she shook her head. As I have said before, I have decided to be with you. I don't care what our future is. I only want to be with you, but even if it's hard, as long as we are together, I am alright with it. You have such a blind devotion toward me. Yes. She caressed him gently. Even if you become poor, fat, or ugly because your face is burnt or something, I believe that I will still be with you and love you. I am not going to become like that in the future. He was speechless, but he was moved. Yes, I know you won't become like that in the future. I know you'll make me smile and do your best to make me happy, but I want to do the same. I also want to make you smile, and I will do my best to make you happy. She kissed his lips again and said, I love you. I love you too. He hugged her tightly and definitely wouldn't let go of this girl, no matter what. She had to be with him, and no one else could have her but him. He knew he was selfish and the worst kind of man, especially when he had a lot of women. She dared to cast everything away from him, whether it was her family, status, money, or even dream, so she could be with him. If he let her go, he definitely wasn't a man. Once they confirmed their feelings, there was nothing that stopped them anymore. The two smiled and sat under the arbor, talking, flirting, and sometimes kissing. I have never asked you this, but don't you have other things to do except for coming to this party? Yukinashita asked curiously. He slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. What? I am going to meet my fiancé too. What? Wait. Wait. Stop. Stop. Don't pinch my waist. Why didn't you tell me anything? She was furious, wondering why he didn't say something so important. Well, I plan to reject this engagement. I am not planning to marry someone that I don't know, and after meeting you in this place, how can I think about such a trivial thing? This was his true feeling since, compared to Yukinashita, his fiancé was nothing. Yukinashita nodded and thought that this was how he usually was since if he didn't have an interest in someone, he would ignore them. But I wonder who your fiancé is. She couldn't help but feel curious. Well, I am also curious. Cough. Cough. But what about your fiancé? Have your parents told you anything? Yukinashita pursed her lips and thought that this guy had dodged her question, but she shook her head. No, I don't know anything about him, and I don't have an interest in him. Me too. I also feel the same toward my fiancé. Really? Of course. Believe me. She let out a long sigh and started to wonder whether her decision to throw away everything for him was correct. However, who made her love him so much? When you meet her, reject her without hesitation, okay? Okay. He nodded. How about you? I will kiss you in front of him to show our relationship later. Anyway, she decided to cast everything away for him, she didn't care about anything, but him, so it was better to make everything clear, so she could be with him faster. You're going to make your fiancé furious. He could imagine how humiliated Yukinashita's fiancé was when he saw her fiancé kissed with another man. I just want to show him that it is impossible between us since I have you now. Senpai, you have become cuter now. Right. He rolled his eyes and thought that Yukinashita was as narcissistic as ever. The two talked for a while before they saw the rain stop. The rain has stopped. Should we go back? All right. He stood up and held her hand firmly to reassure her that everything was all right. She looked at him with a smile and thought that she definitely wouldn't regret her decision to be with him. The two were ready to return to the party, but they didn't expect to meet Harino. Hey, where have you two been? We have been searching for you. Harino couldn't control her emotion when she saw the two. Nei-san. Harano-san. But she didn't care about their surprise, took their hands, and pulled them toward the venue. Anyway, let's go back. Everyone has been waiting. Hey. 2x. The two were confused, but then they saw their parents talking to each other with a smile. Oh, they're here. It seems that their relationship is closer than we thought. Yet. Takumai was speechless, then asked, did you sneak out to seduce Yukinashida's daughter? How could you say something like that to your son? He was frightened by his father's words since he realized that Yukinashida's parents were in front of him. Ha ha ha, isn't that fine? You two are engaged, after all, Yukinashida's father said with a bright smile. What? 2x. The two were in a daze for a moment. They looked at each other for a while before they looked at their parents. Are we engaged to each other? 2x.